have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner. Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally, the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just showed that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, making a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill. They're just gonna move. The unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. They want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. But diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is two really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Saved by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't News actually clear this, I should say. If they don't, this is an opportunity for Frap to find himself a heroic play that's very needed. Muffin is spotted, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it. So now he finds himself too. Oh, well, make it a third. They threw a couple nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He swings he swings it so wide, I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple too. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, what is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This
to suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Tipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn, trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double too, so that's the bomb drop. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from Long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Snake get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous too. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zenith rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo. A walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other the smokes are having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, a minute to go now. Holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Done to the early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot, needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega, getting himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own.
Oh, okay. It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the box.
Feels a little dicey. The diving in. It's pretty low. Look at that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gano is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Stayed by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will somehow survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Spoxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post blind, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, 15! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This
to suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Tipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra-aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double 2, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Where that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that's not good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Snake get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flicks around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get two big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zenith rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one, but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
They've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kai's is so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot, needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. The diving in. It's pretty low. Look at that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
West Foxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will somehow survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not get complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. How does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, 15! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra-aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double 2, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
Welcome back, everyone, to CFWL, and as we kick off week number 3 in this league, we are going to have a heck of a week. But of course, I'm gonna be your host for today, Sekyu, and by my side, Penguin. How you doing, Penguin?
All good, all good. I'm super excited for week 3, especially that this week is just right before phase 2.
Of course, that's the last week before we head into the actual games that will matter a lot when you watch the games. And of course, in Contenders League, we will have like World War 3 in that group. But of course, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's talk about what happened on the previous weeks. Of course, we had a lot of changes, but before we get into this, we will talk about our trivia of today. And we are talking about Laz, like after he replaced Rizd. He got 2 match MVPs. They got their first win in the regular season, and it's looking way too good for them. And yeah, of course, you can see him catching up on the big guys and making a name for himself. That's for Imperium. And of course, as we speak about Imperium, they are not on the last place, not anymore, since Swamp Gaming are holding this position after not winning any match or any game in the entire season. Of course, we have Vitality on the first place there. I mean, they had some very rough weeks and some other that looked decent. After them, we have 3BL. That's the wonder of this season, I would say. They have not lost a game, but of course, Vitality, they still got another one versus, I believe, Swamp Gaming, exactly. The team that didn't get any win yet, of course, in the league. And we have a lot to talk in the middle of the table, since middle of the table, it concludes Nemesis, Anubis, Titan, and Imperium. Not unKnights, guys. unKnights, of course, I mean, unKnights and Imperium, both of them, they have only 1 win. And what a way to kick off Season 2. And for me, I'm excited for this week. Excited for the games. And of course, we have small stuff to talk about here. Vitality remains on the top. Challenging season for Swamp Gaming, of course. Like, I mean, we have just mentioned that they barely could have a foot to end up with the only one map, I believe, in the entire season. 3BL Galaxy, Nemesis, Vitality will stand tall with sweep wins. Of course, they did.
Yeah, when you talk about the sweep wins, it's going to be only Nemesis when we've seen them just sweeping the teams, and also 3BL Galaxy, we've seen them sweeping unKnights as well. Vitality, they started having, they started very, very rough on the first weeks, having 2 golden rounds versus Imperium, almost throwing it totally, and then going to Swamp Gaming, also going to a golden round. They had just a rough week, but in the end, they are still undefeated. They remain on top, and definitely they will secure the first place on both Phase 1 and Phase 2. In my opinion, they're just very, very close. It's only 1 game, and they will just secure the first spot for both phases. Talking about 3BL Galaxy, as you mentioned, it's the wonder of the season right now. They're doing very good. We've seen them doing also phenomenally good versus TEC. Last game they played versus them, they had 2-0 win. They play very good. And talking about the trivia, of course, Laz, this guy, he stepped in. Imperium started getting the wins. They started getting on the board, and he got MVPs also versus 3BL. By the way, he played very, very good, and he was one of the key factors that almost could have led them into a win versus 3BL Galaxy. However, they couldn't, and they closed it on the golden round, 3BL. So Imperium, they are not on the rough spot for the relegation. They can fight for it, but they will have to go through hard teams, which is one of them today with Anubis. unKnights is now the wonder of the season as well, but in the vice versa of 3BL Galaxy, because they are underperforming so damn good today. I mean, this season, and also they have a game today, and they need to perform, and it's not an easy one. Same for TC, but I believe that TC can easily bounce back today.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that TEC, they have a little bit of rough weeks, of course, the previous ones. But hopefully we'll see some interesting results for today. And speaking of results, those cash prize, the placing, everything will come to the results of your own actions. Of course, we all start with the phase 1 that we are in. All teams play versus each other in a single round drop-in. No one will get eliminated here. Of course, phase 2, you got 2 groups. elite group and of course the second group, which will give you the 2 players that gets to the playoffs, of course, from the contenders group after the 4 elite groups teams reach to a certain point. Of course, in the playoffs you have top 6 teams, double elimination, BO5, and this is the total cash money prize pool that's gonna be presented to the players, total of $228,000. Big numbers.
Yeah. Exactly. That's huge. Especially you're talking about the teams fighting for it hard, and this season we cannot underestimate anybody, and also we cannot just guess who's gonna be the winner. Yes, Vitality on paper is the one that's favored for the championship, but based on the recent performance and maybe from the TBL Galaxy and Nemesis as well, we're gonna be seeing today. So I hope they also show a very good performance versus them. We might see a big upsets coming out on phase 2, on the last week on phase 1, or even on the playoffs, like what we've seen from season 1 on these maps. New Mexico, New Compound, Eagle Eye, Black Widow, Ankara Port, and Subbase, no changes on the map pool, which is actually gonna make it interesting to see how the team's gonna be playing, starting from let's say that phase 2. I believe that some teams already secured their places. Yeah, I know it's placements, but sometimes Vitality, they already also secured their first place, so they're gonna be trying new maps. So we're gonna be seeing New Mexico. We're gonna be trying to see other maps that they're casually not playing that much, such as 3BL. They now play Black Widow more, maybe if they secure the second spot. And by the way, they need only 1 win, and 90% they're gonna be securing second spot, even though on phase 2, if Nemesis loses today. So that means that also they can try new maps. We can see them on the New Mexico, and we can see them trying to build up their momentum for the playoffs.
Of course, new maps are important, new stuff to get learned before the second phase or the playoffs, but what really matters the most is those 8 participating teams are looking for one thing, which is the title. Get the title when the Western League Season 2 in 2026, and find your place internationally, since international events are pretty important. And speaking of international events, we have always seen Vitality, Titan Esports participate in those, and of course we have a little bit of hiccups, like you see a team that appears in some, doesn't appear in other things.
Yeah.
But we'll see how it goes from now on, since this table is pretty weird. You have Vitality first, you have unKnights, one of the teams that whose name was proposed to be one of the teams that we should be looking for, is on the 7th place. You have Titans, you have a lot of changes, of course, you will be seeing. But of course, we spoke about the teams, we speak about the placing. We should look up to our games today, which conclude, I would say, like, the way we start the stream is the thing that we should have seen in the last, like Vitality versus Nemesis. This is a main event. To have it on starting in the stream is another way to make it even better to watch. The whole thing, 2 teams are fighting for the first place, or fighting for their spot, will be playing against each other. The winner and the runner-up of Season 1, which they have long history together. Of course, we have Titan versus unKnights. I mean, those guys were in the top of the table, but currently they are in the mid-card. And last but not least, we have Anubis versus Imperium. They are considered also fighting in the middle of the table, so we'll see how it goes between those 2. But of course, let's hit to Nemesis versus Vitality. I would call it a Classico, since like, you can't, like, it's a bit of a derby and a Classico. Like, those players been knowing each other for a long time, and they've been around the block here for, I don't know, 5 years, 6 years, something like that. Most of them are veterans, and of course we have one of the players that used to play with most of those players, of course, you Penguin. So you will bring us into the action and talk us through what should Nemesis be thinking about while playing versus Vitality today.
Well, yeah, exactly. This can be our classical, this can be our early finale, because we are talking about 2 finalists, 2 Season 1 finalists, Nemesis and Vitality. The two teams that just last time they faced each other was on the grand finals on season 1, where Vitality came up against them 3-1. And also before, Nemesis had an upset versus them and just pushing them into the lower bracket, basically 3-2 when we've seen Big Comics just going in instead of Raffen, which is I think I wanted to change, or maybe I wanted to talk about today, that Raffen is not going to be included today and he's going to be substituted by Big Comics after the huge success that he did. And I mentioned we're going to be seeing him back again with his brother Comics. And the Big Comics, definitely everybody knows who's going to be older than the other, because Comics is now having his brother on the line, which is honestly, I would love to see how they're going to be panning out today. This guy brings a lot of energy and heat momentum to the team. We've seen Becky's here in Egypt as well. She's joined the guys for the boot camp on Monday. So they had a lot of time together. They had like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They had like 4 days of practice with Big Comics as well. So of course, it shouldn't be enough versus a team like Vitality, but it should be enough for the team like Nemesis with their experience, that they can just shove in and just try to get better of Vitality and maybe just get the first loss for them and obtain their win versus them. And this, by the way, will get them into, I want to say, the second place is going to be a fight between them, because if Nemesis gets the win, that means that second place is going to be heated up. Otherwise, if they lose, I believe that one win only is required from TBL Galaxy to secure the second spot, even though on the phase 2.
Yeah, of course, that's for Team Nemesis, and it feels like whenever they're playing versus Vitality, they gotta bring the old guard, like the home guard for them. Of course, Big Comics, those players are like, he's playing with his dynamic duo, I would say, younger brother, Big Comics, and Comics himself. So it will be interesting to see how this pan out after what they have done on the first half of the season, or like not the first half of the season, of course, in season 1. That's for Nemesis, but they are playing versus Vitality, a well-known opponent. Players been together for years. We talk about that each and every day they step in. It feels like they are like, I don't know, not Fantastic Four, they have a 5th member, so I don't know. They're just 5 players sticking together with their coach Stray being around the block, the guy with the bend to guide them through their journey. Of course, it feels like, yeah, those players are just making it looks easy at some points, but of course not in this season. This season has been a hiccup for them, like a lot of emotion has been intact, and we have watched them struggle a lot in their early season, of course, in week 1 and week 2. So as we kick off for week 3, I believe we will see a lot of them coming up, since I remember when we had the conversation with Horace, he told us like they started practicing a bit late, so that
True.
like that inflicted on their performance in the games, but at least they got the win.
Well, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. We always know that Vitality, they start very slow, because the guys, when the season just starts, they start going into practice and they put their full time into practicing. So they usually don't have that much time when it comes to them. But when it comes to the head-to-head, we will see Todzin, who's popping heads right now. He's also facing Comics. Comics is one of the best players, honestly, I've seen lately arising into our West League. That's maybe his second season. His first season was with Anubis as a substitute, then he got promoted into a main player. Now he moves to Nemesis. That's how big players are made. He's having a good success. However, I would love to see more from him, because in the past games I haven't seen that much from Comics. He was quite silent, he was quite basic, quite normal. He's doing what is needed from him, and this is not what I expect from a player like Comics. I would expect him doing more than we are asking for. I would expect him doing things that we never saw before, because he's the crazy guy that pops ahead. And I remember one of his best games, it was Compound versus I believe it was versus Imperium, or one of the teams. Yeah, versus Imperium, when they went with them overtime. And it was only Comics who's getting 3 kills every round. This is, I think, I've never seen it in Crossfire before. And especially going forward, he played very, very good on the overtime. So we would love to see more from him, Todzin as well. And the guys are just super talented when it comes to both of them.
Yeah, of course, he's a talented player, and those players what made our league pretty interesting to watch. But of course, another interesting fact that is I'm the only guy who's rooting for Nemesis in this matchup. And guys, don't shoot guns at me. I'm just saying that those guys should be looking for their way in, or like at least some points to help them to reach the top 1, to be in the top 3 conversation. I mean, like, yeah, they still lost versus the 3BL, but they need to be in top 3 conversation. So that's why I picked Nemesis, and it looks like everyone else is just like going for Vitality, and I understand. They are the guys that should win.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Vitality, they can just throw the game if they want, yes. But when it comes to skills, matchup experience, and everything, we say that Vitality have the upper hand, at least because the guys just played together for a while. It's not because Vitality, we're talking about Vitality, that means that they beat everybody. It's because of the reasons, their experience and their practice that they had. Let's talk about maybe the overtime and the golden rounds that they went to. I believe that these guys, if they go to the golden rounds in maybe the EWC or maybe on the CFS, one of the international events, they would just perform very well because they got a really good practices versus the other teams. So basically, whatever Vitality is doing right now, I would take it as a good practice for them if they need to show good dominant performance on the international stage. And normally we're talking about Vitality only on the international stage because they are the one that secured first place. Basically, if they want to drop and not go to the international tournaments, I believe that they should take 6th place, which is basically not gonna happen. So that's why we're saying 100% we're gonna be seeing Vitality on the international stage, especially EWC, because it's accumulated points.
Of course, and speaking about the points and speaking of Vitality, they got like everything that they need to be part of that place, unless they get some electricity shut down to their gaming house and 3 of the players couldn't attend. Like, a lot of hiccups need to happen for those guys not to qualify to EWC, and yeah, sometimes those stuff happens, but hopefully not when it matters the most, to be representing the EU nation, of course. And like, I would love to speak a little bit more about the matchup that we have today. Like, we have a lot of data for those games, for the players, for the head-to-head, but when it comes to big comics stepping in, I believe
that's interesting, man.
We have only 3 maps, and like one of them we went to overtime. That when he stepped in Eagle Eye, they lost in overtime 13-10, and then they got 2 wins, one in Port and one in Black Widow, and the Black Widow one was the most exciting one since
because it's a sniper.
Like Vitality, yeah, exactly. It's for a sniper, and it felt like Vitality couldn't like keep up with the snipers that they got and with Team Nemesis.
Well, in my opinion, it's a risk. Nemesis are risking one good day from big comics. They are risking it into probably just replacing Raffen for a while, in case maybe Raffen is just having some issues. So it doesn't matter. It's just one game that's going to be played. We're going to be knowing more about this. However, when it comes to big comics and leading, I feel that when big comics is playing, that affects Dipsy too much, because if you are asking a second sniper to show up and to pop off, it's gonna be big comics. He's the one that you will point out at and just say, okay, you pick your TRG, try to get the kills, try to be our second sniper for this game. But here's the thing, that when Dipsy uses the second sniper, he has a lot of experience, he's more comfortable in, and he's the guy that plays very, very aggressive when it comes to Eagle Eye and Port, of course. Sub-base, usually you don't need the double sniper. We're talking about Eagle Eye, the map that Nemesis picked, and Port, the map that they can go to if there is a decider game. So that's why I'm saying it's going to pressure Dipsy, because if Big Comics asks to use a sniper as a secondary on the map, that means that Dipsy will not have that much impact that we usually see from him on his maps like Eagle Eye, because this is the one that Nemesis picked. But I feel that Big Comics, he's good on snipers. He just lacks experience, and that's quite normal because he needs to play more. So Dipsy will have to try to fill another role and try to find his way. And when you rely on Dipsy, when you need to rely on Dipsy, I believe that he can do it, and he will be able to just shuffle and maybe flex his position a bit. But I'm sure that this will affect Dipsy's, let's say, aggressive plays, because the aggressive plays that Dipsy makes is usually the one that pays off in the end for Nemesis.
Yeah, and it counts on the gunners that they have. Raf will not be part of the picture, so they might be laking a little bit when it comes to that department. But at the same time, you have a really good snipers on your team. Big Comics, I believe we will see him flex and playing some HK or playing some AR weapons. Either way, he will not be this with the same effect like Raf, but I believe those 4 days will pay off into really good for this team. I hope that they have the same grinta, the same feeling that they had on
last time,
season 1. Yeah, the last time it was close. I'm not speaking about the grand final. The grand final was something else, but one like the one they had Big Comics in, it was
upper bracket semi-final.
Closer. Exactly, the upper
Yeah,
bracket
the upper
semi-final.
bracket.
So actually, we can call it the upper bracket final.
Yeah,
we
it
had
was maybe
this fight before.
okay. Upper bracket final will, yeah. Talking about exactly what as you said, talking about his passion, his grinta, and everything. If they play the same, your prediction will be right. Definitely, we will see Nemesis in a complete different way. But if this grinta is not there anymore, because we know that these things are like, it relies on it's my first game, I need to show. So he just have a power,
Listen
have
to
a
him,
hype,
Fish.
and the dopamine rush is just going everywhere with him, and he just goes in, kills everybody. But if he just relaxes and he finds out that he's playing versus Vitality, and this time they're not gonna give him chances, it's gonna be very, very, very tough for him.
Yeah, of course, it might be tough for them. It might not, but of course, it's all about. I mean, it's not only about numbers; it's about the feelings and what those guys they have in their mind to help their team to find something to be hunting for the trophy. Since the trophy is pretty important for the players, for the organization, and for everyone. Of course, to have your name written internationally is something that you're looking for, but at the same time, if you can get closer, if you can keep your numbers up, if you can get the trophy, it's more. I won't say it's more important than international appearance, but of course, internationally it's a bit hard to be speaking about being in the final, being in the semi-final. Only 3BL made it back in 2024, but this time we hope to see more than 3BL in this position. But of course, our teams are ready, our casters are ready. I hope that the chat is ready also for this game, since I mean, this is one of the most important matches for both teams. Vitality to grab the win, Nemesis to find a way to get closer and closer to top 3, top 2, top 4, you call it whatever. They should not be dropping out from the elite group. And for me, watching them, and of course in Eagle Eye, it's a matter of a skill. Like we spoke a little bit before about of course Nemesis sniper, you can't sleep on Vitality's ones. Like they have one of the best snipers that we have in the scene. Of course, another flex player that they got, Slayer. That guy can just go whatever they really need him to be. But of course, I mean, for you Penguin, if you're playing, what player you would love to have on your team as a sniper? From those teams, of course.
Well, I played with Alucard. I mentioned before, I played with Alucard 3 years. I won everything with Alucard. I believe that I couldn't achieve anything without without this guy, because if the guys are watching the stream right now and they watch it,
Bro,
of the day,
we're speaking about Vitality and Nemesis.
Yeah, Alucard is playing in Nemesis. Yeah, bro,
Man.
Alucard is a Nemesis player, bro. Yeah, anyway, so I played with Alucard. Yeah, I played with Alucard, so definitely I won everything because of this guy, 60% because of this guy. I haven't played with Snare. I would love to have one time play with Snare, and also would love to see these guys already clash, because we are waiting too much.
Of course, we're waiting too much, but I believe the game is ready. So we are here in the desk. We're just gonna have our popcorn and wait to see how it goes. But of course, Elfish and Trav will be holding the show from here.
Thank you guys, great job. First thing that I need to get out here straight away, apologies for my voice throughout the duration of this broadcast, because I am sick, but I power through it because I'm a professional, and that is what we're all here for. Jordan, most importantly, how are you?
I'm probably better than you, actually, by the sounds of it. I'm feeling okay, obviously. You know, it's nice and early here in Australia, so looking to get stuck into a big night of some Crossfire, and I think the game that we've got to start things off is a pretty good one as well, I have to say, obviously. It's been a bit of an up and down season, I think it's fair for Nemesis, but for Vitality, it feels like they've kind of started to kind of find their legs a little bit in the last week or two, so I'm kind of hoping we'll see that trend continue today, and we'll see a good little bit of a progression from Vitality in today's match, particularly given the fact that we do have that stand-in situation for Nemesis. That's obviously not going to help them coming into a game, which in theory should be their most difficult of the season. So looking at this to hopefully be a clean one for Vitality, but also kind of show us at least a little bit of something for Nemesis.
Yeah, I think, like, obviously this is a game that's happened multiple times before. We've seen the Nemesis fight Vitality very close before, but yeah, I think Vitality, I still have that motivation to keep that unbeaten record up, even though that did get stopped last season. I think overall, looking at how they've played lately, we've seen them troll a bit, genuinely, with how they've had these results go really, really close and really, really long when they probably shouldn't have. I think they're a little bit better in the last couple of weeks, maybe looking a little bit cleaner. But Nemesis obviously is a pretty tough test, so we'll see how that works out for them. We are live into Eagle Eye. They'll be looking for a 2-0, and Nemesis will be looking to try and catch up to them by getting a W here in some way, somehow.
Yeah, I think some way, somehow is probably a pretty good way of describing this series. You have to look at the previous issue between the two teams, and obviously of both teams in the season so far, and you just kind of say, well, yeah, theoretically this is going to be a pretty damn tough one to kind of manage for Nemesis, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it is going to be impossible. Interesting to see what Big Comics is going to be able to do in the server today as well, whether or not he's going to be able to make much of a difference. Immediately at the gates, a very slow start to this round for Vitality. Happy to just take their time, sort of working middle a little bit here. And inevitably, once that time starts to tick away, I'm sure we're going to see a little bit more of a committed pop. But to kick things off, just waiting to see if there was any aggression from Nemesis. And I do get a little bit there in the form of Comics. So Snare going to be the first player on the receiving end of a bullet in this game, but very quick. The response onto Comics, and we've got trades happening all over the map. Now Beck starts to get involved. Dipsy being flanked. Horus overlooking that position will go down. We have just a couple of Vitality players alive. Go forward.
Okay, Totson's going to try and recover things. He does find Dipsy. Again, they're in a position where they can make something happen. So many rounds historically, we've seen Vitality drag back from this sort of a bomb plant can come through, and Totsin lurking all around the map, being such a nuisance. And Big Comics has somewhat missed that timing from where he could be from. Flick, however. Totsin spins back around the plan too. Surprising that he was able to find that one when Bet goes for the quick trade, but immediately off the bat, we have a pretty nice clutch here from Vitality.
Yeah, what's this? Is this a tech timeout, or is this a tack timeout? Surely not a tack timeout 1 round into the game. That would be very silly. So yeah, we are going to get ourselves a technical pause, as is to be expected. And it's unfortunate the timing obviously doesn't give us a whole lot to necessarily break down, but obviously a good start there for Vitality, which is maybe a sign of things to come if they're going to lock in a little bit and clean this game up.
We saw the other day on one of the previous game weeks, right, where there were so many games that hinged on like 1 or 2 clutches. And if the clutches had come through, then an upset maybe could have happened. But yeah, maybe that round 1 clutch is already an example of what could have been. And we'll be talking about that in about 8 rounds time or something. Yeah, you were talking about Big Comics, right? I think the last game I covered of his when he was standing in before due to Raffin's internet, right? He played incredibly. He stepped up in an incredible way to get the W for Nemesis, and I don't think they've forgotten that since. It was a crazy day for him to get that result. And
was that this season, or
that was previous? That was 2026 season 1, I believe. Right,
yeah. I was going to say I don't think I've actually seen him play personally. Like, I haven't commentated any of his games personally. So I guess I'll take your word as gospel in this regard. And
yeah, there were a couple where he stood in and did an incredible job. I think it might have been in the playoffs. I can't remember, but either way, I think it was a big game as well from memory. I don't know if Penguin or someone actually remembers that, because if my memory serves me correctly, I think it was a game that actually like beat a top team, but which is really, really important. And my memory is telling me that it was like break Vitality's winning streak. I could be wrong, but yeah, that's what's still in my mind at the moment. Maybe I'm delusional after my current sickness, but it's fine. Yeah, not sure what the tech timeout reason is for. It is Vitality calling it. They did delay the start of the game as well, so yeah, I'm not sure what their issue is. Tends to be them, it has to be said.
Yeah, they do tend to have, I would say, a higher frequency of issues than most teams, which is surprising considering they are one of the teams that's in a boot camp facility, or together, which typically you would associate with having a little bit of a better connection. It's just one of those things, I suppose, that we have to work through here in the West League. No word on exactly what it is or when this is going to be sorted out, so that's going to be good for you to start the day off, Trav. A little bit of a sore voice and just have a nice cool time out here to kick things off.
To be fair, the voice is kind of healed. I've just gone, I had a really, really bad sore throat for 2 days. That got healed via multiple drugs. And now I reached the stage of sounding like the way I sound and getting a bit congested and having a cough and everything. So I'll do my best to hit that mute button on the VMix every time I need to cough, but if I make a mistake on that, then you'll have to forgive me.
Well, we'll see if we can't maybe ruin that voice again potentially with how many days are you doing this week? You're doing all 3 days?
I'm doing 2. I have 1 break day tomorrow, which is handy, that's for sure.
Yeah, get an extra day in to recover. Well, looks like we're ready to get back underway, which is good news. So not a particularly long timeout, and we'll get back into the conversation here. Obviously, Nemesis not really, I think, starting too poorly. Obviously, they do end up losing that round, but the way that they put themselves in a strong position, if they can continue to do that, then they'll still be able to challenge the likes of Vitality. But do have to be careful in those XVX situations, because that's where Vitality in the past as well have been particularly threatening to a lot of teams. And so you'd be remiss to forget about that fact.
Vitality looking to put the hammer down. Entry. Comics going to get caught by Snake immediately. How quick this pushes for Vitality. So they've got to kill the swarm every angle that they know is going to be exposed, or players going to have to change their view to watch the position to against the teammate. And just like that, bish bash bosh. Round 2 is a clean one.
Well, that's how you know that you've got a British bloke on the cast. Bish bash bosh. Although I'm not sure I would necessarily refer to you as a bloke, personally, Trav. I don't know if that's an offensive thing or not.
What are you saying?
I'm just saying you're not a bloke. You don't strike me as a blokey bloke. Does that mean,
Maybe that is insulting. Are you saying the vibes I give are not blokey? That's sad, man.
Yeah, you don't strike me as the kind of guy that will go down to the pub and sink a bunch of beers and abuse staff. Yeah, so that to me is a bit more of a block. Anyways, as we've been discussing the terminology, Vitality have pretty much won themselves another round. There's really not a whole lot to actually write home about in this regard for Nemesis. This one's been quite clean, so they might need a bit of assistance themselves from a couple of blokes.
True. The bloke assist might be required.
Yes.
Six going to get his trade onto Beck, and that will mean that the round is done. They've seen Comics walk into the window, I believe. So a nice 3-0 start. How would you describe me then? What word would you use to describe the terminology of my manliness?
It's not so much your manliness. I think it's just more your demeanor. I would look at. I would say you the way I think about British people, English people.
All right,
is on a scale of. It's like on a scale of how I don't know, like, because the thing is, I don't know where, like, based in England, you know, you get the accents, or whether you're not posh or not, or I think a lot of it obviously comes just from wealth, but I believe some of it, you know, like that like quote unquote high English or like posh English accent versus like a chav kind of English accent. Whatever. I don't know where all of that comes from. All I know is you sound like you've got a nice high English accent. Do you know what I mean? Like it's a polished man, if that makes sense, as opposed to a bloke. A bloke will be like, "Oh, what are you doing, bruv? Like, give me a beer. I want to go to, you know, sing a pint." Bruv. Yeah, in it. And then Trav comes in. He's like, "Well, actually, I would prefer a glass of whiskey, if you don't mind, my good man."
Lemonade,
and
please.
on the scale of those two, you know, you're more towards the latter rather than the former. Is more so my point.
Okay, very well explained.
Yep.
You've dug yourself out of a small hole there, and I appreciate that. But just for posterity, this is a tactical for Nemesis, and they've taken it for good reason, because after that early tech for Vitality, when they won that clutch in round 1, the following 2 rounds have been absolute walkovers.
Yeah, I think they need it, to be fair. Like, they've, as you've said, kind of gotten rolled in the last couple of rounds, so need to have a bit of a chat, otherwise they're in danger of just getting kind of rolled by Vitality. Vitality are one of those teams that when they get going, they can kind of just roll over you. I don't think that they've really done that a whole lot so far this season, but
no.
We'll, I think, hope to see it a little bit more towards the back end of the season as they do start to power up. And like I said, I think in the last sort of week or two, they have started to look a little bit better. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and I think the last time I was on a broadcast, it was like the day after the death cam change, right? Where you know, the players don't see the death cam for as long anymore, and that's one of the things that Vitality are very, very good at, is reading the death cam and seeing where players were rotating to and reading it off of that. Now it's not really a thing anymore. That was like a leveler for a game week or 2, and now I think teams are getting used to it, and we're starting to see a bit more of a, how do I put it, a pecking order again, rather than it being a bit of a leveler. So that's kind of how I'm gauging it from what I've seen the results in the last week or 2.
I think the one thing you do need to be a bit careful for Nemesis here is just going back into their shells a little bit, feeling as though they aren't on the level of being able to compete with Vitality, because we do know in the past they have been pretty competitive with them, but if you do get rolled a little early on in the piece, you can start to second guess yourself, play a little bit less confidently, and very much it does come down to confidence a lot in games like this one. So we're going to be seeing that lack of confidence showing up today, but I can imagine it will be quite easy to start losing your confidence with the entries that Vitality are hitting. Comics here in the back behind the box gets himself one, and Beck obviously for that double has made this round look a lot better for Nemesis. Stacked a couple of extra players on that A site, and they will take the round as a result. So a stable hold for now. First round on the board for Nemesis.
Yeah, and a good play from Big Comics as well. That's what the main thing will be probably focusing on in this game, seeing how he plays back in the fold again. Playing with his brother, always a cool thing to see. Look, there are many players in other esports and around the world who have had brothers and cousins that they've played with or whatever. And their aliases aren't similar whatsoever. They've grown up in a different way, they've chosen a different name. I think it's cute that we've got comics and Big Comics. You don't see anything like that in any other esport, I don't think. So it's kind of funny, and I've always been there for it. And he's not a bad player by any stretch. Is Big Comics, so he will continue to be a bit of a threat for Vitality. Good double kill hold there.
I mean, just the naming convention is pretty fun as well. It's always cool having tandem names, but regardless, back into round number 5 here. See if Vitality are going to pose any different kind of a threat. I mean, a lot of what they've been doing so far this game has been kind of centered around early defaults in middle, and then a bit more of a default back over towards A. They haven't really explored towards B. It's almost felt as though they've kind of been dry running it a little bit so far, but now that Nemesis have picked themselves up around, time to look into something a little bit more serious here for Vitality, and so starting to work their way up be long. Dipsy is on that line and has been spotted. Vitality are just going to go straight into him off the back of a flash snake. Almost got away with his life, but stuck around a little bit too long. Trade will come through, though. Nicely from the snare. Dipsy getting a little bit over eager for another frag. In mid, though, Beck has dealt with Horus, and it seems like Snare's job this whole round is essentially just janitorial duty. He needs to keep cleaning these kills up, and so far so good. He's getting them. Back into the 2-on-2, though. Alucard catches Slayer in the side of the head. So all on the shoulders of Snare. He has to basically do it himself this round. He isn't quite going to get the ace, but it might be 4 if he can get the better of Alucard here. Not going to happen. Alucard will win that duel, and Nemesis will claim their second.
Big battle there in the 1v1, Alucard versus Snare, probably the two players on these two teams which we always talk about the most, how clutch they can be. With the Snare players, obviously. Great battle there, good recovery from Nemesis to win that round, coming away from the did a good job at the beginning part of that round to just elevate and maneuver his angle into a different position to take Snake on that first kill. Running. Good trade here from Horus as Vitality looked to speed it up again. They've gone for these faster plays. It invariably has worked a bit better. Yeah, I
think that always used to be a feature of Vitality's playbook as well. In previous seasons, that seemed to be a key important part of the puzzle. They just sort of roll over teams with their superior firepower in the past. And yeah, you're right. We haven't really seen it as much in more recent seasons, but here's an example of it. 1 minute 50 on the clock as that plant went down, and retake attempt coming through now for Nemesis, but you've got too many players to get through, and Totson makes it look easy for the double. So right back into the swing of things. Vitality, they do drop a couple of rounds, but it's not too long before they're back in control of the game.
Yeah, Totson has been imperative so far, early game. How he started the game, and how he's continuing on as well with his consistency. As Penguin mentioned on the desk, Dipsy doing maybe a couple of extra rolls now without the team today. Big Comics coming in. He'll go down early to Horus, but Beck was right next to him for that immediate recovery frag. Once again, Comics wants to try and catch this middle area. It's a great catch on Snare. Second time, or third time actually, that kill's come through for the defensive push. Comics worked out nicely. Dipsy, will he see Totson behind that smoke? At some point, the plate will appear, and there we go. Good reaction. Snake needs to try and pick up the bomb and or trade. With Dipsy now with him as well. Comics still a little bit further away, but with every part of the map coming off here for Nemesis, it feels unlikely they'll be able to battle their way back through. But there's the important kill from Snake. That's a bit more space now that he can take up and toward the B bomb site. But the bomb was not picked up, which is the issue, which is now why Slayer has got a long way to go.
Redcard hits himself a nice shot onto Snake. It's even further now, essentially, for Slayer. Distance, maybe not so much the conversation here, but just his chances of winning this round looking pretty slim in the 1v3, although if he is given a plant on B, I can see a world where he can maybe isolate some of these duels. He's been able to do that in the past. So, needs to get that plant down ASAP. Having a little bit of a look around the site, trying to clear it out, make sure he doesn't get picked off as he is planning. But he does get the bomb down. It's just a little bit too little too late. Comics coming in on the flank will kind of end it before it gets too exciting. Which I suppose was pretty in line with expectations of how a 3v1 should probably go. Scoreline still maintaining a little bit of presence here from Nemesis. Pretty close. Vitality holding on to the lead for now.
Yeah, not many rounds left at the end of this first half, but I will be curious to see how many faster pushes Vitality will employ to end off this half, because I feel like 3 of their 4 rounds have all come from playing a little bit quicker. They've slowed it down. The synergy with how Nemesis can hold on and play different angles to their best of their ability is a little bit more powerful, which is why they managed to recover things to a close factor, and that tack pause that Nemesis took has proven to be Relatively important, it seems. Vitality going for proper execute.
Yeah. I was gonna say, that's a bunch of youths will be tossing over to the A site. See whether they actually use it or not. They use it as a fake, maybe to go towards B. It doesn't seem like that'll be the case. They are pushing their way down A long at the moment. A very telegraphed hit here from Vitality, and Nemesis should have the players where they need them to defend. Alucard's just backing up into the site. Horus looking for that entry, won't get it, nor will Slayer on the trade. I think that was a bit too one-dimensional from Vitality. Nemesis are going to be a good enough team to hold that off if you give them all the information. And unless the snare pops off, there's nothing really in this round for Vitality. They've tried something, it hasn't worked. I'd like to see them go back to something a little bit less easy to read.
Yeah, I didn't dislike the idea, right? Like, that, you don't actually see many proper set, planned executes like that onto a site on Eagle Eye. I feel like it's usually just feeling out the map, pushing forward with alert smoke, getting map control bit by bit, that sort of thing. That was a proper, thought out take of the site. The ones that threw those smokes down, they needed to go immediately, and they delayed it way too long.
Might end up actually dropping the half as a result. This could be a 5th on the line for Vitality. 1-for-1 there as Comics gets Slayer, but Snare's back in onto Alucard. Beck is kind of on the hunt for Snare by the looks of things. And I dare say you might find him. Should be traded by Horus, but it will not be. Beck gets away with 2. And no doubt about it, Nemesis are here to play. They're going to take themselves, surely, this 5th round of the half. Throw a bit of a slap in the face of Vitality.
Big Comics is the GOAT. Very, very obvious. Again, Nemesis playing well with him in the roster. Has to be said, not the first time. Well, Nemesis will squeak it 5-4, considering they were 3-0 down from a clutch, and then completely run over the 2 rounds after that. Makes you wonder what on earth they said in their attack pause to fix it.
I mean, it's also the fact that they're playing with a stand-in as well. Like, in theory, this should be a much more difficult game for them than ordinary. Obviously, you have your things to say about Big Comics and how influential he's been in the times that you've seen him playing, but Raffin is a pretty solid individual, so it's a big name to lose. It doesn't seem to be affecting Nemesis all that much at the moment, but again, these series this season have been pretty close on the behalf of Vitality. They've been to a number of overtimes, like 4 or 5, something like that, and they've only actually dropped 1 of them. So, I'm still not sure that we're necessarily out of the hot water yet for Nemesis. It's a decent half, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves just yet.
Yeah, if Vitality go to overtime in this map, they'll win it invariably. And that just is the. No, whether I've described it before as them trolling a little bit, just maybe not putting as much effort into these games because they just know they're the best team in the league and it's not really a massive test for them. Especially in a group game, right? When they're already so far in front, like, they don't need to put as much effort into this sort of a game in the group as they would into a playoff game, for example. But they always ramp up when needed. If they're behind a little bit, they find an answer, invariably, nearly every single time. So we'll see if that is another factor that comes into play this evening.
Everybody getting back in the lobby. So just a bit of a wait for that. And then we'll be back in game. So it shouldn't be too much longer.
Just need Slayer to jump back into the lobby, and then we'll be ready to go again. Hopefully not too long. There we go. Finally, we've got it all sorted out. Half time. A very, very long time. But that's the nature of the beast. Dipsy will start off the second half well. Already getting an opening pick onto Slayer immediately. So if Nemesis can put their best foot forward here at the beginning of this second half, then Vitality might be in a little bit of bother.
Bother. That is
Oh,
not
bother.
Bosch,
No.
as they say.
Oh, bother.
Yeah, I think I used to love Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh is my goat. One of my goats.
Indeed.
What I will say is, it wouldn't be too surprising at this point, I think, if Vitality were to drop a map here. 5-4, we obviously give them a lot of credit, but I think it's also prudent to mention that their season has been far from perfect. That, however, is perfect for Horus. Flashes onto Comics, dives out the window, gets that kill, doubles down on Comics. Big Comics. Comics and Big Comics. You get the 2-for-1 deal there as Horus. And it's just Beck left alive. Started the round 5v4 for Nemesis, and now 1v4. So something went wrong there.
Yeah, well that is a way to recover things for Vitality immediately, isn't it? Beck is pincered, Horus will take him down, and it is a single man after dropping Slayer early in the round. Now, the question is for Nemesis is what else do they have? Vitality are going to answer back that emphatically. You're going to need a little bit more than just an opening kill. Of course, we often talk quite a bit about teams on the double sniper setup on Eagle Eye. Well, Slayer and Snare, definitely two players you would want on your team in that role, Snare in particular.
Yeah, they're usually pretty handy. Another A attempt, this time obviously from Nemesis as they move on to the attack, but it seems as though the A site between these two teams is going to be the heavily favoured site of the two. Flashes over the top, I guess. 1-2 set up. Thompson hitting all of his shots. 3-player spray down. And makes it look very easy on the initial A defense, and as a result of that, I'm not too sure that we'll be seeing Nemesis too keen to head back to the A site anytime soon.
No, they're going to figure out a way to dislodge Thompson. It could be said that I think in the majority of the game so far, he's been the MVP. I tested alone, I looked at the numbers. So many big kills from him. And a couple of points there, but immediately wall banged out by Snake. Vitality will take the lead very, very quickly in the second half, up to 6-5. change it up with a bit more aggression. The lead back, then we'll try and change it up a little bit. Push Snake into that tower area. Have Snare hold the line. Trade kill in the end to keep it in a 4v4.
He's not really been taken though by Nemesis so far. So I mean, they've still got plenty of time to work with, but be taking a long here. Totson starting to work his way down. He's being overwatched by Snare. It's a really solid two-player setup, but this time maybe the aggressions can head in the direction of B with that kill onto Slayer. We'll see if Nemesis will be audible. They are heading a couple of players in that direction. Alucard looked for by Totson, but not found in the end. We have another round starting to build here for Nemesis.
Yeah, I think if you test Alucard like that, it usually works out for you. Horus trying to answer back. Does find Beck. Run away. Snare's still alive as well, and when he is still up, you always have an opportunity, but it's been spotted out by Alucard, so I think the fact they've got information here will make things very, very difficult for Snare. How's he able to multi-frag from there? Well, while they know where he is. It looks like they might just try and avoid him, though. Realising that Horus could be around about that area as well. You may as well try and go into a bomb site that isn't as defended. Horus is very lucky to be alive with Dipsty pushing through, but eventually decides, look, I'm this low, he knows where I am, I might as well go for a peek to try and catch him off guard. Snare's here too, they found him, even though he finds one. Comnex will trade it, so Nemesis are back on the board, it's 6-6.
6-6, very even. Very similar to a lot of the scorelines that we've seen from Vitality games so far this season. And if I'm a gambling man, I might be looking at the OT already, because it has just been so classic of Vitality for these kinds of games to go to an overtime scoreline. Golden point even in as many cases. But early days still. Both teams needing to find themselves another 3 rounds if that is to be the case.
Yeah, it's almost like Vitality were testing themselves on purpose, right? It's like, let's get ourselves into a close game. Let's try and like add some ever so slightly artificial pressure. Because I think maybe they were cognizant of the fact they wanted to keep the game close. I don't know. But, yeah, like it feels like a little bit of artificial pressure, which then could translate into real pressure for when the going gets tough in tougher games later on in the season, in playoffs and internationally, where they need to have that experience of getting through close games, and what works in these close overtimes as well for them in particular.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know, obviously, but we've seen the conversations around this being a bit of a practice for them, match practice, which makes a lot of sense, and it's looking a little bit better in this round. It's a 4-on-2, very soon to be a 4-on-1. Horus not quite getting the better of Comics, but big Comics even. He wants to chase him down in the end.
The big
finish
variety.
Him off. The big dog.
The big dog. The big variety of the Comics. Alucard is stuck. He's being swarmed by 2 or 3 players. Very well to find the first. He's isolating the fights here pretty well as Alucard, but with Slayer in position, no way you can do much more about that. And Vitality are back in the lead once again. Can they hold it this time to the end of the game? Don't look at the number on top of your screen.
That's my favourite number, though.
Is it really?
Oh, well, what other number would you prefer? Since we're on the topic, you know. Snake gets himself one. I'm intrigued, Trav. I'm intrigued.
No. It's fine. I was going to make a silly joke, that's all. I prefer 6-8 because it's left out, because it's in between 6-9 and 6-7. You know?
7, 8, 9, yeah.
Yeah. Everyone talks about 6-7 and 6-9, no one talks about 6-8, so we give 6-8 its time in the sun.
Why was 6 afraid of 7?
I don't know. Why was 6 afraid of 7?
For 7, 8, 9.
Damn.
Bang.
He's got us.
Yep. I'm pretty, I've been putting that one together for a little while. Either way, seems like Vitality have been trying to put together this half for a little while, and maybe it's starting to come together now. A 5v2 scoreline. So, rather, round. The 7-6 scoreline. About to turn to 8-6, you would think, unless Big Comics has something to say about it. Does get himself a nice double, but realistically speaking, it is a little too much to ask for him to retrieve this round, and so Vitality will trade down effectively, though it did maybe get a little closer than it ought to have.
It was a bit close, you're right, but Vitality did well to drag it over the line. I think Slayer ended the round on 1 HP, quite literally 1 HP. So, it's always a bit of a squeak. Squeaky bum time, as they say. Lots of progress being made here by the trade's looking pretty good. Dipsy gets the all-important bonus there. Horus then tries to advance up, but Dipsy actually recovers for the 3rd kill there. That was really nice. Slayer will find Alucard. There's a glimmer of hope in this 1v2 with 2 players below half health. And there's the one. So all onto Beck in the close angle. If he doesn't hit this immediate headshot, he could be in a bit of trouble. Slayer pushing forward, looking to try and rejig his position. Now, I think it's probably a slightly better angle for Beck, playing out the smoke in the box. It's an unpredictable position, and that's very good experience there from Beck, knowing where to play when you're that low HP in a 1v1.
You're going to need a couple of moments like that, I think, no doubt, for Nemesis if they want to be competitive with Vitality here. They've had a couple of clutches that have gone their way. Part of the reason why this scoreline is as close as it is. The job's not done, certainly. It's not even necessarily really recovered yet for Nemesis either. Vitality could still close it out. Slayer rolled on the timing, hits the shot, but goes for 2 and gives up his life. Now it's Horus's turn, and he's actually dropped the C4, which is going to be an interesting piece of the puzzle. Meanwhile, over on A, another pick goes the way of Vitality, so starting to slip away again from Nemesis as they try to recover a little bit with that kill from Comics. It's Big Comics to drop though as a result of the fight in the middle. The dynamic duo of Comics and Big Comics cannot get it done this time around for Nemesis, so map point on offer Vitality now.
That was either an immediate quickscope, which wasn't visible, or a halfway down the map quickscope. Then the agility got to boot. Very, very nice. Now look at the pace that Vitality are using. Look at the damage they're doing. Slayer's going to fight over the train. Big Comics is very, very low HP. He's got tower control. He doesn't really have space to get that bomb planted. That's the biggest issue. That's going to cause his demise. And probably the demise of Nemesis on their pick of Eagle Eye as well. 10-7 is but 1 Beck away. And Vitality have done well. They started the game 3-0 up with that early round clutch, then they swept Nemesis 2 rounds in a row. But then Nemesis called that tack pause, it fixed things pretty immediately. They got a winning half even at 5-4. But invariably there was not really many ways for Nemesis to string rounds together on their blacklist side. Vitality had been in full control. Snake got the information, and Slayer will tap that head away to confirm map 1 for Vitality, and they enjoyed that one by the looks of it as well.
Yeah, solid performance from them. Again, a couple of trip-ups in a couple of the clutches. Could have maybe been a slight bit cleaner, maybe, an extra round or 2 given over to Nemesis, but I think at the end of the day, no one's really going to be too angry about it. No one's going to really be complaining about it all that much, and Vitality take themselves a map pick on their opponent's map choice, so it's already a pretty good situation for them to be in, leaning towards that 2-0. I don't think I necessarily picked up on anything too egregiously poor from Vitality either, so again, I kind of tie that back into the conversation I was having with you before that match started, that I think Vitality are slowly kind of finding their feet. Obviously, it's been a little bit up and down at the start of the season, but it seems like now they're kind of like getting into their rhythm a little bit. And so, yeah, looking okay. But we'll see if they can 2-0 the series before we get too far down that rabbit hole.
No, true, and I think Nemesis will be a little bit disappointed considering how well they recovered that first half, right? I mean, getting that to a 5-4 lead was great, but then they fell away and Vitality once again put the hammer down when going got tough. And we'll send it over to Cfwl and Penguin to have a chat about it.
Thank you guys, and of course a way for Team Vitality to just shift everything around, and after losing the first half, which actually looked pretty closer to Team Nemesis, I'm sorry, to Team Vitality to win over the first half, you've seen everything turn around to Nemesis, and after that they just woke up and like, yeah, let's get it over with.
Well, yeah, exactly, and especially that if you're talking about the first half, I want to just maybe talk a little bit about the first half, because the first half it went so good in favor of Vitality. It was 3-0, and then we've seen suddenly a tactical pause coming out from Nemesis, and then they came back. Yes, Elfish mentioned this, and I wanted to highlight this. Otherwise, I believe that this tactical pause was very, very crucial for Nemesis. Although Nemesis, yes, lost weight, they lost 10-7, not a big deal. They're playing with their substitute versus Vitality, and then suddenly you're 3-0 down, you take a tactical pause, then you come back. And when they came back, actually, they won the half. They won the half that they were losing 3-0. So if they started the same way, but not with the tactical pause that had to be burned early, I believe that Nemesis, they could have done better. They played the map good. Big Comics, he tried to fill in Raffin's position. I believe it's not easy because Raffin is an entry for Team Nemesis, so he needs to be an entry in order for him to try to kind of match his pace in the game. I've seen some mistakes coming out from Nemesis teams, like there was a round they smoked mid. Nobody was watching mid. I guess it was the round before this one. Nobody from Nemesis was watching mid. I believe it was a miscommunications. It's just an example for the miscommunications that occurred for Nemesis on the first half before they take the tactical pause. Maybe they weren't locked in. Maybe Big Comics weren't just getting into the shape. But after that, we've seen a very good performance coming out from them. However, Vitality, it's just the same Vitality. They're playing super aggressive. They played super fast on the Blacklist side. We've seen fast splits to B side. We've seen fast splits to A side, and also throwing a fake into mid to B, which actually works every time with Vitality and getting the round into their favor. Beck almost clutched this round. He got 2 kills, however, he still lost it. Well played by Vitality. Their global side was quite decent. I knew that they're going to be winning on the global side way easier than the Blacklist side, because if you have a new player on the roster and you're going into the global side, it shouldn't be a problem for you. And this is in the Nemesis case. We're talking about Nemesis case. But if you go to the Blacklist side, of course, it's a big problem, because you need to have utility sync between the team, when to throw your flashes, what flashes and smokes are needed. You need to know every single lineup for this player that you are stepping in instead of him, and also you need to have the better timing versus the enemy team. I believe that these all things will not favor Big Comics, especially versus a team like Vitality.
Yeah, of course, and to back up what you just said, it felt like timing was not their best thing that they were going through. It felt like Vitality are opening a book and like, yeah, bitch one Nemesis. They're going to go mid to A and play with split execution, and they always found a way to crack their A execution. And at some points, it felt like Horus is actually attacking while playing on the GR side. Like, yeah, exactly. It was just to say like that guy was just like, oh, so you're going through the tower. All right, we got one. Where's the second one? Yeah, that's him. It was just like that, an open book, and you're reading pages one after another, and it felt like the second half with Vitality was easier than the first one, even though like they had a pause early on the game, but it felt like it paid off on the first half, but the second one was not their place. But of course, it matters the most that Team Vitality won the first map. Eagle Eye 7-10 on the scoreboard, and I don't know. I mean, Big Comics. I don't wanna threw things at him, but he still needs to find his way to adapt with the roster. Of course, it's like a situational position for them. They're not gonna be always counting on big comics. First game, he did fine on the first half. The second one, it was a bit rough for him since he needs to be the first one to be doing frags, but that was not what happened. Like that, what happened was not what intended.
Yeah, definitely. If you're asking big comics to fill in and step in instead of Raffin versus Vitality, playing Blacklist side, entering the side as well, playing Eagle Eye, one of the most maybe let's say toughest maps when it comes to Blacklist side, because it's very, very, very small and the rotations from the global side are actually very fast. That's why we've seen Horus, the guy MVP in front of us now, he's playing aggressive both sides. We're talking about Blacklist side, also on global side. So it's just a tough situation he's in right now, and he's trying his best. Honestly, I've expected worse, maybe way, way, way worse than that from Team Nemesis based on the start. I'm not talking about because they have a sub or maybe because they had some downfalls in the past games. No, I'm talking about based on what we've seen from the first 3 rounds. The guys were not nowhere to be found, and the fast rounds coming out from Vitality always worked. They split to 8, it works. They go to B side twice, and it also worked. And even Horus, he attacked the city. That means that he took every single spot and area for the take, and then we've seen the tactical pose, and we talked about how crucial and important was it. So Big Comics, it was a tough game for him. Now he has to deal with the devil on his map. Now Vitality gonna be going on sub base, and it's one of the hardest map that Nemesis might be facing versus them.
I'll see how it goes, and the question will be, can Nemesis fight back, or it will be 2-0 for Team Vitality? And to bring us in to see the result, we will head to, of course, Trav and Elfish.
Pew. Maybe this will be one of the easier games for Vitality, mainly due to the fact that Nemesis are playing with Big Comics, right? Even though we have seen him do some great stuff before, and he wasn't a liability in that game that we just saw by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, he played fine. But just the difference in how that activates the roles and the discomfort that will bring to a team. Wouldn't surprise me if this is one of the more comfortable Vitality wins when they go onto their map pick here.
I wouldn't bet on it. I wouldn't bet on it so far this season. I've looked at a lot of maps, a lot of series that Vitality have played, and I've thought, you know what, this should be a pretty clean one. I've even seen them go up something like 7-2 in a map and then it go to overtime. So I don't necessarily have a whole lot of faith in them right now. I have faith in them to win series, certainly, but I don't have faith in them to make it easy for themselves. I think we're, again, probably going to see another reasonably close affair. Maybe it goes, 10-7, 10-8. Maybe it goes OT. I think, obviously, we'd expect Vitality to win it. If not here, then obviously in the third map. But at this stage, whether or not they're going to do it easy, I will wait and see. I agree that they should be picking it up comfortably, but that's just not been the case, unfortunately, for them so far this season. So we'll see what we get as it starts off with a kill for Nemesis.
Yeah, you never know. You never know really what you get from Vitality from a day-to-day basis, from a game-week basis as well. They are unpredictable when it comes to these sort of games which aren't like the critical games. Snake is all the way through, and maybe a little bit annoying for Alucard died like that when he had 2 teammates very close, but Dipsy's done well. He's found himself 2. Ooh, drop down from Totson, could have netted him 2 though. So he's 1, he's now down very low, and Beck finally will find him. That will make things a little bit more comfortable, but Horus, he does have the C4, he's not planting it yet. He does have control of the site, and 2 players pretty low to face.
Not unwinnable if he hits some sharp shots here. I mean, they don't even necessarily have to be super sharp. He doesn't really need headshots, but they'll certainly help. Comics now, the 1v1, taking the fight with Horus, who's just going to cross over to the right side of the silo. 23 seconds. There is an opportunity for Comics to make the wrap. Horus hasn't necessarily read into it yet, but he's got to have the spider senses tingling now based on the timing. Has a little bit of a look, just biding his time as much as possible. Comics really desperate for the fight and gets it in the end. First round is going to go the way of Nemesis. It was a close affair. Good effort by Horus in the 1v2, but not enough this time around.
Yeah, you remember how map 1 went? Vitality got a clutch in round 1 and it set them off and running. Let's see if it does the same for Nemesis here. See if they can get something going. Here we go with aggression off the bat immediately after they win that round. And a lot of damage, a lot of control.
Yeah, it's a good setup for Vitality as well towards A. I mean, they haven't actually gotten into the site, but they very much can, and they are aware of that as well. So they're going to flash over the top and essentially just walk their way in. Really, it was a contact play onto the A site that has won them this round, although the pick over toward locker room definitely does not hurt. Obviously not a foregone conclusion, but a 3v5 is going to inevitably be a pretty tough ask. Try to pull back. Alucard making a good effort of it, gets himself a couple, but he's being flanked by Slayer. Oh, he's actually getting as many kills as he possibly can, but again, doesn't really result in much when you get shot in the back. So, nice try from Alucard, but too much to do.
Yeah, sometimes that's what you have to resign yourself to. Not much you can do in certain situations. You have to forget about it quickly and move on. Snare and Snake both tagged down quite significantly off the back of that. Bomb is going to maneuver itself back in toward lockers now. It's in their way, and it's a lovely grab snare. Able to get the kill, drop down for one more as well into Horus. That's very naughty from Beck, but naughty in a good way. Got himself 2 kills there. Relax things for his team.
Not over yet. There's a little re-aggression into lockers there from Slayer, and he's the kind of guy that's liable to maybe pick up a couple of quick kills to revert this back to a playable state for Vitality. It's not forthcoming at the moment, but they're setting themselves up very much so for a B here. A couple of players over here to defend for Nemesis. If they both go down without a frag, this round can very much switch back on its head. Totson and Snake initially looks like they're in a position maybe to find an entry there, but just does not come. And so Dipsy able to find himself a double and put Nemesis back on top with the 2-1 lead.
Play behind the stairs. They might be pushing up for a second to look for an aggressive early fight. There's someone alone here, and jumping in like that, that's the freest of 3 kills you can give to an opponent. We'll take those every day of the week. Thankfully Totson trades it quickly, but it's only a little bit of a information hop through that nets a 1-for-1. Totson damaged up. Nemesis still not in a bad position.
Dipsy. Yeah, over committing to that fight. Losing his life. Beck's going to go down now as well, overwhelmed on B without any backup, and the responsibility of the retake falls to Comics, who is solo. It's not going to happen. Have a bit of a chat, but he's going to attempt to fight his way through that smoke. It obviously does not work out. So back to 2-2, the even scoreline. Retrieve once again for Vitality. BL side though, so they're going to be wanting to walk away with a little bit of an advantage out of this half. And at the moment, not quite getting that.
It seems like they're just plugging big comics into some regular anchor spots. On site here, and they'll get entried by Horus, but Comics has got 2. He's found Snake and Horus. That's a very good job considering how he was being pressured, and if Slayer drops into this one, he's got 3 players waiting for him. Comics he was blind, just reacted to stimuli. Either way, it's not going to matter for Nemesis here in this round, because Snare is the last one alive. He's not exactly very healthy. Very aggressively forward here, Snare, to try and get 1 kill before I lay it down to the site, but it's not going to happen. And Nemesis will get the lead back once again. The back and forth will continue.
He really had to try, didn't he, to force a 1v1 or get an aggressive pick, something like that. He couldn't just play out the 3v1 standard. He didn't have the HP for that, so good effort, but nothing to come from it. 3-2. Again, we continue with that tit for tat, where Nemesis are the team that are sort of leading from the front. They picked up that opening round, and ever since then, it's just been back and forth. Neither team finding themselves the combination of a couple of rounds to put together. See if Nemesis can change that here. Grab themselves 2 in a row.
Very close to the smoke, and as soon as he bursts through, Dipsy is given no chance at all. Now Comics on site, needs some clean headshots to hold on. The first one's lovely, but the pre-fire trade from Totsin is nice. Quick headshot, control of the A-bomb site. C4's got a long way to go to get there though, and Big Comics, that's a huge kill. That's the C4 dropped on the ground. Snare will trade it quickly. It's going to force Totsin back up the stairs again to try and get a kill back. And it will catch Alucard off guard. So, it looks like they have recovered things just about here. Bex in a 1v3 that is not impossible with the health on Snare and Totsin. But thankfully, Vitality, the main goal of retrieving the package, retrieving the C4, has been completed. Big Comics almost put through a spanner in those works. But been matched up by the works, I'm afraid. Still will hit the shot, and once again, Vitality hit back 3-3.
It's been pretty fair so far. Surely someone's got to put 2 on the board, though. They're going to keep staying locked in the 1-for-1 camp. Vitality this time into the B side, hoping to overwhelm. A couple of players set up though in jail. A cancel call might have been nice here for Vitality, but they're going to commit anyway, and they are going to find the frags they need. So don't you worry about a cancel. This looks to be 2 in a row for Vitality, which we've highlighted they've been hunting for a little while. The fact that they get it here towards the back end of the half is going to put them in a good position to just slightly edge out the half by the looks of things. Maybe a 5-4 lead at halftime, but that would nonetheless be a pretty solid position to be in. Given the circumstances, we'll see what Big Comics can do though. 1v3, low HP players won't come into play though, as Snake has got that one on lock, and Vitality do indeed go to 4.
Could that be the straw that breaks the camel's back in terms of how they push forward in this game, or are they going to stay within 1 throughout the course of it? Wouldn't surprise me. Big Comics is pushing up on the tight angle. What you can see. Yes, that was going to be a free kill. He's going to have to fall down. Horus will jump on him. That's Horus and Snare will push forward. Comics should definitely get that kill. He does. Now Snare has Slayer's support though, pushed through downstairs, and Comics slightly jumps into the open, which makes it a bit more of an easy trade. Snare's got a line in toward the control room as well. Pushed down the stairs for Dipsy, very far shot though, however. That's classic Snare, even the jump in to find Alucard, and that was clean. That's the Snare we know and love.
And here's the chance for Vitality to actually really push this half. It was looking for a minute like it was just going to be a bit 1-for-1, but now chance at a 6-3 lead, which given how this half felt like it was going, would be a really solid scoreline in my opinion for Vitality to nab. It's going to be easier said than done, though, as the exchanges on the way into the sites haven't necessarily been clean. They tried to, again, for a caution to the wind a little bit. Still, you've got Snare pulling it back with a double. And immediately, it looks like it could be another round here on the board for Vitality. C4 is dropped, though, over towards A, and you've got Big Comics defending that behind the smoke. Snare's going to go straight through and just absolutely disrespect him. Works out nicely, leaving back in the clutch. Plan's gone down. Time now working in the favor of Vitality, but Snare gets his head knocked off. Snake might have been spotted out here as well, but just given the fact that Beck is looking a little bit more towards the stairs, I wonder if he actually did see him or not. Still getting tossed over the top. It's a flash. Snake
He doesn't know he's moved.
does cross. Beck, he gets another chance at the fight. Snake is being very, very anti right here. Beck's really trying to close the gap. Inside that smoke now is Snake, fighting, trying to bide his time as best as possible, but another clutch will go the way of Nemesis. So if not for a couple of good clutches, this could have been a really dominant half from Vitality.
Yeah, Nemesis have done okay to keep it relatively close. I mean, that's kind of what we were talking about before, right? With how Nemesis finished the first half of map 1. They did really well to make it a 5-4. Unfortunately now, I think push forward to the finish line. We shall see. But yeah, great cut to end the half to keep them in the conversation. And this first round of the half is going brilliantly. Let's see if they will stare comfortably through the doors. Answer back now from Horus, finally.
Could be an equalizing round again for Nemesis, which would have us tied back up. And right back in classic Vitality Season 2 2026 fashion, I would say, if that ends up being the case. Snake does drop Dipsy. Pulls it back to 3-on-3. Still far from a foregone conclusion here, though. Interesting timing from Alucard to work his way into lockers as well. Totson not quite aware of that. Missed. Well, not quite missed shot, but not fully converted shot. It's going to leave Totson alive over towards the B site for now, although he is severely wounded, and so the pack of Hungry Wolves is starting to make their way in that direction. Nemesis wants to exploit B. Totson's going to go down early. Information. Let's go over to Vitality, but it's not going to matter. Headshot connected from Comics onto Horus, and it's now just Snake solo to try to negotiate this round for Vitality.
Yeah, Vitality did a good job at trying to recover that and almost got it back to an advantageous position. Snake will manage to pick Big Comics, and that was the C4 plant attempt, I believe. So it delays it a little bit longer. Snake is past the angle. Alucard has missed his shot, but he'll make up for it. So no problem in the end. Nemesis will get back up to that 5-5 equal scoreline. Vitality lost numbers very quickly at the beginning of that round. So we'll try and avoid that. Reaction as he tried to be pressured, and Snake will catch Comics making his way through. Before he went down though, so keeps him in the round. Snare's being tagged up as well as Snake. Kind of role reversal from the previous round here.
Yeah, a bit of an advantage for Vitality, but not a massive one, and a lot of time for Nemesis to work here. Got almost 2 minutes on the clock, so they can take their time about trying to find some picks. I'm not sure this position for Big Comics is going to really result in a whole lot. I'm not sure we'll be getting a boost this late into the round for Vitality, but if he holds on to it into the late round, it can be an important position in cutting off rotates. So if you are able to take a site, then it's quite useful, and it will be the case that the A side has actually gone on the way of Nemesis for now. Big Comics just elects to go a little bit too early. And so in the end, Nemesis down to just a couple. They will probably be afforded to plant off of that smoke, but that is wishful thinking to imagine it's going to go any further.
There's some low HP, but Snare's in a banger of a... Oh! I was going to say, Snare's in a banger of a shot onto Dipsy. Alucard hit a banger on the Horus and Snake. Definitely a conversation for a split second, but very than that split second, I'm afraid. Vitality back into the lead again.
Yeah, Snake's in a great spot to have impact early on in the round here. Nobody spotting Infect. Oh, actually in the corner. Not going to be the point of contact. Horus taps away at 2. That's some sharp shots from him. Snare and Snake still here, waiting for the recontest, and they kind of get it. Snare has to try to recover it after Snake did fall, but that's gone pretty swimmingly in the end. A nice setup in the round for Vitality, and it I think should be enough to get them to 7 and start getting within striking distance of closing this series out.
Card is going to be foraging around for a clutch here, and for players in this 1v3. He's got the C4 down on the B-bomb site. It's about now, where does he position himself to give himself the best opportunity to find the opening kill and reposition for another. Sees Snare, so there's information on the big flank. So he's going to focus on Toxin and Slayer first instead. Great quick scope. Alucard always has been great in the clutch. But now he is surrounded, that's the biggest issue, and in the end Toxin will find him. Nice try. I saw the vision. The vision is now gone.
And I think that's the kind of round that maybe a couple of weeks ago goes closer or actually goes to Alucard. You know, I think these are the rounds that, you know, we're seeing the difference actually from Vitality. They are a little bit more switched on. They're not letting the given rounds kind of slip a little bit. They're not dropping clutches quite as much. So starting to you know, speed up into the season slowly but surely. But this series not just done yet. Quite a hefty bit of damage done to Snare at the start of this round is going to be troubling him for the rest of the round at least. Nemesis not looking to accelerate off of the back of it and sort of back to a bit more of a default setup.
Horus gets the information. Good utility usage though. Horus has always been so good at holding this angle. There's one more where that came from. He almost finds all 4 of them. That was beautiful. Classic. Horus up to 13 kills in the game. Leader in the server at the moment. And Snake will give Big Comics no time whatsoever. Speedy push. An 8-5 lead. This is probably attack for Nemesis. And I dare say it's maybe a bit too late.
Never say never, but yeah, I tend to agree. It's come through at an okay time, you know. I mean, they still have the opportunity to kind of like put something together for this map and maybe for this series as well. But it does feel like, you know, maybe Vitality are just on a bit of a different operating level at the moment, and you'll be lucky to be able to pull it back because of that. Now let's just get to have a little bit of a chat. Who's really the one chatting at the moment? I think it might be Kevin, the coach. And, you know, I think you have to sort of empathize with this team a little bit. They would have come into this season after having a pretty good finish at the end of last season and thinking, you know, we're going to be a real competitor. We're going to be one of the top dogs. And I don't know that the season has quite gone to plan for them thus far. Obviously, still very, very early days, but I had high expectations, and I don't know that they've necessarily been met, and especially if they get 0-2 today by Vitality, I think you could continue to use that storyline.
Yeah, I don't disagree. You know, my Nemesis are in the league. They're in an okay position. They haven't played as many games as some of their rivals. 3BL 5-1, Vitality 6-0, Nemesis are 3-1 before this game. But yeah, you still expect them to be in that elite group for sure. But they've got to be concerned, maybe looking over their shoulder somewhat, seeing that TEC are 5th as it stands, not in the elite group, and could overtake them if Anubis have a good result today, which they should. So yeah, could be concerns for Nemesis that they're not. Yeah, sure, they'll be expecting to beat other teams that aren't Vitality. Just so happens they're playing Vitality today, but yeah, with the fact that they're playing with a stand-in, it has to play with a stand-in a bit more over the course of the season. Does it throw them into disarray a bit more often? You never know how things will turn out from season to season. And for example, unKnights and Swamp are having an awful season this time around, and Imperium have actually got a W. So things can change, and Nemesis need to make sure to keep this stuff in that top 4 in future game weeks.
Yeah, that's certainly true. A couple of rounds to play with only for this series. Otherwise, it is going to be Vitalities. So after the tack timeout, what is the adaptation going to be from Nemesis? Similar kind of setup, very default heavy initially. Comics watching for a push out of A. Probably unlikely to be getting that, especially this early on in the round. Snake's happy in the vent. It's always in these sort of unusual positions, these close quarters combat kind of angles. We see him go be the alley player as well. Vitality have got their ethos, that's for sure, and they find themselves a couple of kills at the start of this round off the back of that too. So that was a good one. Bit of a fight back from Beck, but you're going to need more than just the one here. Alucard might be the one to deliver it, though. The swing, you think, should come from Tots, and he's going to hold for a moment and then see if he can find the timing, which proves to be a good decision. The comics could go down here as well, most certainly should be. And even had he not, it would have been traded. So that's a really nice display from Vitality as they get themselves up to series point, and this will be, if they do win it here, probably the cleanest series they've had so far this season.
Shock horror, in a way, as well. I mean, it's come with an asterisk, don't get me wrong, with Nemesis playing with big comics, but still, it's been very impressive in Vitality. Normal service has been resumed somewhat. Snake might go down here, there he will. But Vitality has so much information already, they're trying to push forward, they're getting map control very early. And now it's down to Alucard and Comics to recover things and save the game. Prepared for the Comics push down, but let's go now. Comics is now knows where Slayer is, so all of a sudden the game and the round is still alive. I just really play on Nemesis from here with the health on Horus as well. So maybe they're alive for one more.
I mean, it's a tough retake with Horus being that low. They're going to give it a crack anyway. 23 seconds ticking away. Horus information for Slayer onto Comics, and he gets the headshot onto Alucard as well. Okay, that is one way to close a series out, and that is a little more like it in the Vitality fashion. A clean 2-0 at 10-5 in the second map as well. Subbase is starting to look better and better for them, and most importantly as well, they're able to clean up their opponent's map pick in a reasonably solid score as well. So what I would say there is, like I was saying, probably the cleanest game that we've seen from Vitality so far this season, and as the season ramps up, it does seem as though they are getting better and better. We had certainly a lot of questions in the first couple of weeks, but those are starting to now be alleviated as we kind of dig into the season a little bit more.
Yeah, that's a lot more like the Vitality we know and love, right? I mean, they're winning the clutches, they're winning the close rounds, they're winning the game very, very easily and very quickly. Maybe Nemesis were a little bit below par, mainly because of the standing situation today. So you can, as I said, you can add an asterisk to their performance because of that. But still, I think Vitality, with the way they played, that is the Vitality 2-0 we know can happen, and can happen very quickly as well. Games can get out of hand very quickly when Vitality are on form like that. So, great result. They'll win it 2-0. We've got 2 more BO3s to come, of course, but first, to break down that series, Sekio and Penguin.
Thank you guys, and of course a very quick win that goes to Vitality's book, and now it feels like we're back into the old Vitality, the team that can just run you over in a matter of seconds. 2-0 versus Nemesis. Yes, they have a substitute in, but a big Comics is not a new guy, not a guy that we don't use to watch versus Vitality, but this one, or at least at this time, it went to Vitality's side. First game was a bit closer, but the second one definitely Vitality won it by their own hands.
Yeah, when we talk about sub-base, we mentioned sub-base is gonna be way for Team Nemesis. However, I was also surprised how good Nemesis played first half. I think that these guys, they played very good on the global side. I expected that Vitality will just live forward and will play very aggressive, as we've seen before on Eagle Eye, where they started pushing and splitting multiple times, but Nemesis, they had a good stop into it and they had good reactions to their aggression. However, again, Nemesis, they struggled on the blacklist side, which is quite normal in my opinion, because when you are having a substitute in, and especially that he's a second sniper and he's a mini sniper, he's not a main rifle, and you want him to fill in since so it's just not gonna happen versus Vitality. It might happen versus any other team, but not Vitality, because they already.
I mean, come on. Stop here. Like, it happened before in the upper bracket level. So, I mean, let's not put some stuff on that guy. Like, he's done his part at some point, and like, yeah, it's not panning out well for him for today, at least I would say. But overall, like that guy actually gave Vitality, not Vitality, I'm sorry, gave Nemesis a golden ticket to the grand final, season 1. So, I mean, it's just I had to spread some facts.
Yeah, maybe it's happened that way. However, Vitality, there's still Vitality that we are talking about, and they're still the guys that we are always gonna be favoring when it comes to any other team. They started very slow on the first season, but I believe that Nemesis didn't even play the game today. They just wanted to film just for the sake of they have a game today, not for the sake of trying to get a hard win versus Vitality, because they are having some hard times, especially that there are some emergencies occurred to Raffen, so the big comics have to step in. However, it's just a phase 1 game. I don't think Nemesis will be caring much about that. Also for Vitality, the same. They haven't done it. We haven't seen anything special. The only round that we've seen special from Vitality was the double fence push. Not the, but they sent one vent, one woods. That's the classic round that we've always seen from them before. Other than that, I only see BC and B long split, which is a round I used to do on 2021. So they are just playing very basic gameplay, which actually gives you no chances for error, no room for error, because you don't need to make any errors. You need the enemy team to make an error, especially that they are playing with a substitute.
Yeah, of course, that's the honest truth, the harsh one that Team Nemesis gotta face. Yeah, they had a very rough weekend, like very rough day, I would say, but Big Comics actually stepped in. He tried to do his best. It happened once, but it won't happen twice versus the big dog versus Vitality. And of course, speaking of Vitality, they should be having either Todson or Slayer as their MVP for this game, since those guys, I would say the whole squad been doing pretty good, but those two were just stepping up. And of course, Todson will claim the MVP. And for the whole match MVP, I believe it might be also Todson. Like, that guy been pretty consistent across the few games that we had on today. Only 2, not a lot of stuff here, and it was just a quick 2-0 for Vitality, and a good one, I would say. Like, yeah, that's their last match in the regular split, but it shows us that Vitality, even with low performance, not being able to bring the same energy that they had in the season 1, they finished the season with no losses.
Yeah, well, in my opinion, Vitality is gonna have a quite easy season if you're comparing it into the last season, because last season we have seen TEC, they're having good results. Nemesis was having good results as well. Right now, both of them are starting very slow. Nemesis already having some troubles. So Vitality, if they're gonna be facing a tough opponent, I guess they're gonna be Triple Galaxy. But in my opinion, Triple Galaxy are just maybe ages away of beating Vitality on the playoffs.
Playoffs is another story, I believe. But while we speak here about Vitality, while we speak here about them winning every single best of 3 for the first phase, I believe that we have Snake to top up some stuff here, and I believe we have him on our interview, so he will be popping up here. Yeah, of course, momentarily. Hello Snake, salam alaikum, how you doing?
Hello, alaikum salam, I'm good.
Actually, very happy for us to see you guys pop off today and perform the usual vitality we always see, like mostly in season 1. Would say season 2 been a bit rough for you guys, and we have spoke with you about it, and of course with Horus. But the question for us will be, how did you bring the first game home after what happened in the first half?
Actually, we did a lot of mistakes in the first half. Individually, we played solo in a lot of situations, and we fixed all of those mistakes in the second half, and we played together, and we were confident to win this map because we are confident in practice, and we are winning this map a lot in practice, so I have confidence.
So, I have another one before we hit to Penguin. I'm sorry. Like this one, I really have to ask. How did it feel seeing big comics in the picture after what happened in season 1?
Actually, we are not focusing on what they are changing. We just focus on ourselves, and we don't care about who we are playing. We just play our game, and we read the enemy team before we join the match, and we don't care who we are playing. We just play our game and focus on ourselves.
Classic vitality, Penguin.
Looking at the season right now, in my opinion, if you're watching the West League, definitely you have played every single team right now, and all the teams are having tough times. You're having Nemesis, they're having tough times. TEC are having way tougher times. unKnights might be relegated. Walk me through, how do you see this season competition? Because in my opinion, it is a very fair, low competition based on the other seasons.
To be honest, I think it's every time it's like this every season. Some teams in the end of the season struggle against the top 4 teams every time. So in the beginning of the season they are getting some lose, or they are losing some matches, but in the end of the league they are playing good, and I think it will be the same top 4 as I said before in last interview.
Of course, you're aiming for the same top. Are you sure, like, speaking about the same top 4 we have?
You don't want
a
to
lot
change?
of ups
Yeah.
and downs? Sticking to your words.
It depends about, because Nemesis have 2 tough matches. Next 2 matches for Nemesis is
Yes.
2 tough for them. I think they might lose because they have unKnights and SK. So I don't know. We have to. It's gonna be interesting the next 2 days.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to watch because it's your games.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy is just gonna bring the popcorn, sit with the boys, and on the balcony and watch those games, and they're like, yeah, they should have done this, they should have done that, and I believe you guys are gonna be all logged in for the next couple of days. Of course, thank you, Snake, for your time, and of course,
Congrats.
congratulations on the win. It's been a hard road to bring the 7 wins, but of course, that's what we used to watch you guys doing.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you, Habibi. Of course, that guy is just, I mean, I love him. Of course, Vitality got the 7 wins, but now it will head to another dimension on the platform. We'll say unKnights versus Titan Esports. Those 2 teams been struggling so hard in the past few weeks, but we'll head to a small break and get back to you with game number 2.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad, ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position, does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though, gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will, him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here. Pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one, but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swiggy with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just thought that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, making a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Away those lives for free. What they've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kai's is so blind.
Double kill.
They're just gonna move. The unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. Now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Getting himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own.
Oh, okay. It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the bottom.
Feels a little dicey. We're diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second, the pistol pulled out. That is two really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Saved by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not get complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, 15? What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This
Very disgusting as it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Tipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Where that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that's not good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so that's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it, and that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will stay.
Welcome back to CFWL broadcast. If you are just tuning in, we had a best of 3 between Nemesis and Team Vitality, and it ended up with 2-0 to Vitality, and now we are heading to another banger since we have 2 of the biggest teams, TNC playing versus unKnights, and those 2 teams are in a rough position. And Penguin, I mean, for you, who do you feel that's closer to winning this series?
Well, yeah, as you mentioned, you're right. TC and Knights are both having a very tough start. Let's not say it's a start because we are already finishing phase 1, so that means that they are already having a very tough, not start, a tough season. Let's say TC, they didn't have the casual wins that we expected them to have. Was Anubis, one of them versus 3BL. And also we've seen the surprise versus Imperium when they beat also unKnights. So unKnights also didn't have the best start as well. So it's back and forth who's gonna be even worse during the phase 1. But TC still have the experience. I think they are, yes, they are playing better. Yes, yes, they are playing, no, they're not winning, but they're playing better than season 1. Because what I mean by playing better than season 1, because season 1 they only used to rely on Flex, that he's the only guy that he's second sniping and he has no impact as a rifle for his teammates. And also Kiko didn't have, let's say, his best seasons, the first one.
True.
So it was very tough for TC. However, right now we've seen Kiko just performing way better right now. Flex is flexing his guns more. Yes, I know that they are not. Experience can just cost them this game, and maybe they can just close it on a win. Especially that I've seen that TC they improved in terms of strategic wise, but they need to be more into hitting the shots than just try to get kills.
Of course, it's a bit tough for them and standing right now, and of course that team been always expected to have them in a very top form, and actually seeing them in that spot is pretty off, to be honest. But at the same time, watching what's happening for the other teams is crucial, I would say, in the league itself. Of course, Titan Esports been going back and forth in the results. Kiku stepping in, Line Claw is doing the same thing, Flex play around Flex, that's the way it is for this season, I believe. But at the same time, it's you know, they're in the mid-court right now. We are all expecting them to pop off in the playoffs. That's for them, and for their opponents, unKnights, they're just in a bad spot. I will just say that like that.
Yeah,
like
they're on 7th place
versus Imperium.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not paying off for them.
Well, the lose versus Imperium, what makes it very hard for them. Yes, TC they had rough games, but who they faced? They faced Vitality, they faced 3BL, they faced Anubis, and they lost all of them. So yes, it's a rough start for them, but yet they have some wins to claim. They won, of course, versus Strong Gaming, and they're gonna be probably getting a win versus Imperium. And if they get the win today versus unKnights, that means that they add 2 more into their win, so they will have 3 wins. That means that they will bounce back. But on the other hand, if you look at unKnights, if they lose today, they will still stay on 7th place, even though if Imperium lost. So it's a very tough situation for TC, but it's impossible for unKnights to lose this game.
Whew, yeah, I'm not sure that unKnights got it figured together, but they're still, as a team, been facing some ups and downs. They were always in the picture of being the team that should be participating in international events, but at their current state, it's questionable. Like the first season, they didn't finish in a really good spot to have them participating in EWC, I would say. But at the same time, currently, they are in even worse scenario. Like first season, they got the 4th place.
Yeah.
This one, they are fighting their demons to get
to stay in the
elite
league.
group, I believe. Of course, I'm saying to get to the elite group, and man, like getting to the elite group is still a tough challenge for them. I don't think that they could even do it, but at least going to the playoffs is something should be on their plate for this season.
Well, definitely, exactly. It's as you said, they need to be looking to go to the playoffs because the elite group is not an option for them right now. Otherwise, they need to win all their games and the other teams just lose all their games, which is possibly can happen, but on paper it's not gonna happen. And unKnights today, they will have to show the real face. The guys started very slow because we haven't seen the strategic wise coming out from unKnights yet. They are playing so there is a lot of miscommunications coming out from the guys. LSY are also underperforming this season a bit, and we have expected him to play more. HDZ, Dizane, the two guys that we're looking for as a head-to-head right now, they both need to step up a bit. Also, especially Dizane as well for TC, because we've always seen Dizane as a hyper carry for his teammates, him and Spoxy. However, Spoxy also kind of underperforming, and these are the reasons. I'm talking about the reasons why these both teams are underperforming. So LSY, HDZ from our side, maybe Dizane and Spoxy from the other side. Famous as well. I don't want to say that he's underperforming, but the guy just can't find everything alone. He needs some backup and he needs some help in order for him to stay on the league. 1 to 4, I guess unKnights are, or 1 to 3 on the 7th place. They might be facing another loss today, which will put them in a very, very tough situation. And if they lose today, that means that there are no more elite group for unKnights. They're gonna be starting from the contender group.
Yeah, contender group might be their final spot, and of course after what's happening in the entire league, but at the same time we hope to see them in a better position, since like we can't have international events without Famous. That's the case for me. Like, do your magic, do whatever you can do, but
yeah, you're right.
don't
That's true. That's
get
true.
Famous
It's tough.
out of international.
It's tough.
It's tough to expect any international event without Famous, and it looks like it's even tougher when it comes to prediction. None of us are even expecting unKnights to flinch versus team Titan Esports, and it feels like that the Chinese organization are in a really good spot with those players, of course, still having their faith and like their place to be logged in the EWC and of course internationally, but it looks like those two teams are going to be in a very, very tough situation, tough spot to reach international events. Still, we'll see how it goes. I can say we're still early in the season.
Yeah.
Phase 1 is about to close, but Phase 2 playoffs are what matters the most, and it looks like unKnights, Titan Esports, they gotta figure out the 1s and 2s to close it out. And speaking of closing things out, those two teams have really good sniper players, and if we're speaking about AR, I'm gonna lean a little bit to unKnights since they have Famous. But I don't know, for me it feels like Famous is not Famous anymore. Like, that's not the Famous that we knew. What do you feel about that, Penguin?
Well, definitely, but this is all about his team as well. Yes, Famous is also underperforming, but he's underperforming. That doesn't mean that Famous is not fragging at all. He's one of the best on the KDs, and he's he's on top KDs as well. So that means he's doing his job. Maybe his team needs to step up a bit in order for him to carry more, because he can't just go 1v9 every single game, which is not the case. I'm not saying this is happening, but I'm saying that if he needs to be firing more shots, that his teammates needs to help him. And talking about the map V to the Chinese club, which is DC, going for New Mexico as their pick versus unKnights. unKnights definitely, they always pick the signature map, which is Ankara, and then we're going into an Eagle Eye. Honestly, I expected Eagle Eye first, on Ankara first 100% as the map V2, but now it's gonna be on the decider, which is most likely we can see it. If DC just struggles to close New Mexico, Ankara gonna go for unKnights, and we might be going onto Eagle Eye. Going back to what you've said, yes, they are kind of underperforming, but Famous, my opinion, that he can perform better if his teammates just give him the chance to. And as I mentioned as well, LSY may be underperforming as well. Pietro, you don't need to ask him that much of a kills or maybe rounds, or just need him to track or read the enemy teams, and he will do his job. TSC, I still have question marks for them, but you mentioned unKnights going into international stage. This year, unKnights will have no presence on any international stage, especially the EWC. It's quite impossible for them to go for it.
It feels like a bit impossible, and I like the fact that we are seeing New Mexico from, of course, the quote-unquote LCK, but now Titan Esports. Since I believe the last time they played against each other, it went 10-0 in the favor of LCK, known as Titan Esports. And yeah, and you had the first ace at the last broadcast, you had the first 10-0 in the last broadcast, and I believe, I'm not sure if that's going to be the case here. It should end up on a different story, but New Mexico definitely would be an interesting place to watch.
Shouldn't go like
those
this
teams clash again. Yeah, it should not.
No, it shouldn't go like 10-0 again. Please don't mention this, because I don't think unKnights gonna get 10-0, 10-0 back-to-back on New Mexico. That's criminal if it's gonna happen. And I don't think this is gonna be the case. But the case is that we're gonna be seeing Famous on the Shogun now, so we might be seeing a lot of interesting stuff from unKnights.
Famous in the shotgun, and yeah, we'll see how unKnights play versus Titan Esports. But to see that, we'll head to Elfish and Trav.
Yeah, this is going to be a really curious game, Jordan, because both these two teams are underperforming. Both these two teams are on the same win-loss record in this split. Both these two teams desperately need the W. And I think more so for TEC than unKnights. I'm not too overly surprised that unKnights are in the position they're in. I'm surprised that TEC are in the position they're in. And of course, I'm trying to impress their new organisation as well, moving from LCK. This is a must-win.
Yeah, I agree with you. Obviously, you know, the season at this point is kind of like deadlocked for these two teams, but you, again, kind of have to look at the way that they've both gotten here, and I think that's what the analyst desk is trying to highlight in that, yeah, it's obviously not been great for either of them necessarily, but I think you could definitely make the argument that it's been a little bit worse for unKnights than it has been for TEC, just based on the teams that they've been playing so far in the season. So again, look, this match will obviously tell us quite a lot. There's still, you know, a lot more matches for both teams going throughout this season, regardless of whether or not, you know, they progress up or down in the bracket. But yeah, I think both have had a bit of an awkward start to the season, and both are going to be looking to try to alleviate on some of that pressure with a win today. My suspicion is this will probably be a pretty straightforward one for TEC, but I will be prepared to be proven wrong if unKnights can find their level once again.
Yep, absolutely. And already we've got a triple sniper setup for unKnights immediately off the bat. New Mexico not playing as much. See how that comes into play here. Obviously, it tends to be one that is played between these two teams.
It gets picked up here and there. Normally, notably by the top teams, actually. I mean, it's one that we do see Vitality go towards as well every now and then.
True. The big noisy door will be opened up by Lion Claw. Not going to use it. Wait, push forward on timing, and that timing is beautiful. That's why it can't do a thing. It's not a problem because he's in the open, and HDZ can't even do Lion Claw has taken this round by the scruff of the neck. And not letting go of it. I'm sure he'll get one back. That's probably going to be all she wrote in this one. The Lion Claw has scraped his way to the opening round of this one. I like them seeing him go as aggressive like that for a play like that. Well, knowing the map it is, of course. It's not as egregiously rigorous as it used to be, but still.
I mean, it's a very valuable round as well, isn't it? Obviously, we have to talk about that. The fact that they're on the BL side is, like you say, super important in finding a win in that round. Good news to start things off for TEC. It's obviously not necessarily going to translate into a super clean overall game for them, but it's a good start at this stage. So that's as far as we'll need it to be for now. Again, a nice sort of forward position here. Just trying to see whether or not they can find themselves any kind of opening. But nothing forthcoming just yet. on the behalf of unKnights in terms of peaks. A lot of presence. It's a very default kind of a setup from TEC, but they have a lot of presence around the map at the moment, so I think they could pull the trigger at any moment, and Spoxy here on the Famous will be a really nice opening duel. That's exactly what they were waiting for this whole time, and their patience is rewarded.
Yeah, Famous looking for something, trying to be a bit cheeky of when he decides to push forward. Doesn't work out, I'm afraid. Spoxy too quick on that reaction. Pietro on the corner of the balcony as 3 players come his way. He'd love to get 2. That's why on site, but he gets 0. The site is totally overrun. Spoxy will quick scope Snox as well. Bring him to only 1 kill. And they now know where HDZ is. So, very nice calls early game here from TEC. Not overly complicated, but it's getting the job done.
Yeah, not much that HDZ can do, really. Have a little bit of a look in, but that's just an extra kill easily for Dezane. So, TEC, I mean, you gotta say, very, very good start. 2 rounds on the BL side. Obviously, again, like I reiterated, it doesn't necessarily translate into anything just yet, but if they can keep up this momentum, then, you know, it might be back to the TEC of old, the team we had a lot of positive things to say about in the past when they were sort of formerly known as LCK, had that stint as Gaiman, that wasn't too bad either. But I think, you know, it's been maybe 12 months since we've seen really the peak of this core. Would love to see it return here in 2026. Especially with EWC on the horizon, not too far away now. These teams are going to really be thinking about that and hoping to ramp up. And you can see, you know, the investment from some of the teams. The likes of Nemesis with the boot camp, you know, bringing Beck over into that lineup. And LSY with a very nice sharp shot onto Flex, pre-aimed on that line. And Flex makes the mistake of just jump spotting it. So an easy pick for him there. And unKnights potentially in a position to start thinking about their first round of this series. However, Spoxy pulling one back may have other ideas.
Yeah, first real chance for unKnights. They're actually in a round here. Kind of just been completely blown open as soon as they've seen a sighting from TEC. Through now for LSY, but again we'll get caught as Lion Claw pushes forward, and very pack-based from TEC. Too much manpower into these sites, and the spam from Dezane is way too good. Through the gap in the boxes, and then through the blooming smoke. That's going to be 3-0.
Yeah, that's really bad signs for unKnights. I mean, we obviously, again, kind of had our questions. The analyst desk talked about it, and they said, you know, these unKnights have not really been hitting the level that they would have wanted to for whatever reason. A lot of those individuals kind of going missing where otherwise we would expect to get from them, but, you know, whatever's kind of gluing this team together isn't really sticking. And it seems like that's going to be the case continuing into yet another week. We again kind of had hopes that we might see them start to turn around, but these rounds have, I mean, dare I say, not been super competitive either, Trav. Like, I think that's the other thing. It's like if they were coming down to 1v1s and, you know, maybe some clutches and there was something to sort of say for unKnights, but I think so far it's been a pretty rudimentary 3-0 start for TEC as they've just kind of been going through the motions.
Going through the motions and motions that unKnights can't hit. TEC have got the motion of the ocean, and just been way too good. Every single call they've made, whether it's mid to late round when they were looking to try and take a bomb site, they've just hit the clean entry every single time. There's been no resistance from unKnights whatsoever. And I do wonder that the poor season that unKnights are having, if that is finally a byproduct of it being difficult to crack with all 5 full time.
Yep. It's definitely true. Pietro with some spam through the doors gets Keep going. Now we might start to see a round developing for finally for unKnights, but I think it's a valid point, definitely. The only counter I would have to that would be that, you know, okay, it's one thing to sort of say, okay, well, maybe it doesn't come together as a team, but you'd still want to be sort of seeing something on an individual level from these guys. But I think for the most part, you know, definitely a few of them have been off their mark individually as well in terms of the firepower that they kind of bring to the table or whatnot. So I think that's still a bit of a concern for me that I don't think has really been alleviated, and I don't necessarily think that comes from Team Prac either.
Yeah, I think that's valid.
With a nice clean double.
Yeah, true. I mean, look, watch them just recover this now a little bit. As we started talking smack. Yeah, that was beautiful from Snox to grab 2. You would think that unKnights, though, just knowing how this map is, they probably need all the rounds left in the half to be in a positive position. That's not going to be easy. 5v3. There's one at least. It's a great grab, but Kiko will go down. As an SY moves forward. And the reroute through spawn is all TC really have left in this one.
Not much really put together at the back end there by TEC, which is, of course, of no real surprise. But even just 3 at this stage is already kind of enough to make you feel like they've done what they've needed to do, and anything beyond this is a real bonus. So really, I think you're kind of just looking for one more from TEC for the rest of this half. Which doesn't seem like it's impossible at all. In fact, it seems like very, very possible. Slow start to yet another round. Bit more of a default setup again for TEC. Back to the tried and true, as has very much been the case for them throughout this map so far. Gives Boxy a bit of room to work maybe with that TRG, and of course, at that point, he's liable to give you something.
Or chance given to Flex. Won't be passing up on that. That's why we'll go down. Back of that, TC takes place immediately. Line control will fly through once again. When line control flies through, he's got at least 2 teammates with him every single time. Need a famous moment.
Shots.
2, I'm afraid. And then Slops will go down to the lane. Caps down the final 2. TC do well. Back up to a 2-round lead again.
Very good stuff from them. Like I said, you really only want one more from them, but they might get more than that. It's just famous. Kind of tucked in the corner here. TEC going to bypass that for now. LSY is waiting for that same jump spot, but not going to be getting it this time. TEC have learned their lesson. Still over the top here in LSY and Famous to try to defend. There's a good shot from LSY. Famous, though, will be cleared. LSY on that site to find himself falling. That's another really nice take from TEC.
Wow.
Zane for the triple on the entry. TEC, I mean, I think it's fair to say, are kind of wiping the floor with unKnights at the moment. Remember, this is the BL side that they're doing this on. It's really starting to become a bit of a problem for unKnights at this point. I just think this is obviously by far from what they need to be putting together on the map, but beyond that also just not even really anything too exciting of note.
Starting to get a bit of a problem. I think it's been a problem for a hot minute, I would say.
For an entire season, you're probably right, but
yeah, it's Yeah, TC are just doing a great job right now of keeping it simple, but really, really effective. Like, as soon as they find an opening, they'll take it with like 3 or 4 players even. And unKnights cannot hold on to that. They do not have the firepower or the positioning to be in a good position to stop them in this entire half, really. So those 2 rounds in a row that have changed things slightly. They're trying to fight right here by leaping their way in, but that's not going to work either because there's a default play, default setup. But in the end, Lion Claw will peek into the open, so actually will net unKnights a 2-for-1 on this occasion.
Yeah, got to use that to put together another round. I think they definitely need to get 2 to finish off this half if they're to even be in the conversation, really. That seems pretty wishful thinking still, given the way that TEC have been playing, that they should put these last 2 together, but got to give it a crack. See if they can even get this 1 first before we get too far ahead of ourselves. And A-side very much under pressure here. Kiko finds an entry. Then all of a sudden, you start to get a bit worried. HTC, head's going to get popped off. Pietro, good for the trade. That could have been a little scary for a second there. But even still, Plant should be going down here for TEC. Time will be starting to work in their favor if they do put it down. And a very winnable 3-on-2, although the encroachment starting to come through for unKnights before the Plant's gone down. Did have me worried for a sec. And that, however, is a good coverage from Pietro. TEC just didn't give themselves enough time to try to get a post plant there.
Yeah, there wasn't much time to clear out anything either. Clear every single angle, and they were already being inside. Encroached upon. Works well. Pietro gets the all-important kill there just to make sure things are dead set. Can they manage to grind a 4th out of this half? Even if they do, we don't think it's going to be enough, but still.
Well, it would be something. It would be enough to maybe at least make for a somewhat more competitive looking map. Slow and steady wins the race as far as TEC are concerned, though. Snox needs to be a little bit careful with his positioning. You've got a couple of TEC players there, so he's liable to fall if a fight does occur. May not even get himself 1, which is a real problem. A-side under some serious pressure here. Flex is going to come in through the smoke and get the better of Pietro in the back. That's another easy take for TEC. HTC does not opt to put the pace into this round, but waits for Famous, and in the end, that's not a bad decision. 3-on-3, the plan's gone down, but TEC have not been given the opportunity, haven't been given the time to set up really properly in this post plan. So unKnights have still got control of the site for now, and all they have to do is clear alley. Zane and Spoxy are going to try and stave them away from that. Spoxy missing his opening shot, and that'll be the end of both of them, as unKnights do at least recover 5-4. Like I said, that gives them a little bit of something to play with, but still got a long way to go.
That's the first example in the final round of the first half of unKnights finding a way to counter that fast TEC move. And sure, they didn't stop them before they got the bomb planted, they didn't stop them before they got into an after plant. They managed to retake one finally. And just because of having a little bit more aggressive positioning, able to pick one off, and that put them back into an even standpoint again, and they knew they were all pinned in one certain position. There was no uncertainty of where they were playing from. Famous does a great job of clearing them all up. TEC almost once got that 6th round and a half by doing pretty much the same thing they've done in the entire half. Great spray down here for Lion Claw. He's got Dezane's help as well, despite Snox getting the opening kill. This one feels done. And there's 6. So I wouldn't be expecting to see that be the only example of that sort of a hold from TEC in the second half.
Yeah, 100% have to really see whether or not we get a real acceleration in the second half from TEC. I think that's going to be the next thing. Because, you know, if they go on to just completely swarm this half, then it was all kind of a moot point whether or not unKnights got themselves 3 or 4 or what have you. Kiko does manage to get the 1-for-1 there. Calls across a bit of assistance. Zane, but might have to actually come into play because LSY has picked himself up one as well. A lot of picks happening in this round. A bit back and forth. And it's unKnights that have come off better for it for now. So maybe the map's BL-sided.
Who knew? unKnights probably saw how TEC played that first half. They're thinking to themselves, look, we know how to do that. Let's play it that way ourselves. Let's see if it works out for us. First round didn't. Second round might very well be. Here's Lion Claw again. He's can't so far. Can he multi? He can't, but Spoxy took HDZ in the meantime. 1v1.
Big 1v1 as well for Spoxy to win. Could be the nail in the coffin for unKnights, and he does have the health advantage. I think he's also got the positional advantage as well. Snock's going to try and plant, and he will plant safe, but Spoxy on the line. He missed the shot. That was such a freebie for him. Still, he'll get a second chance at it and won't make the same mistake twice. TEC going to be up to 7. And this is starting to come crashing down around unKnights. TEC's map pick of New Mexico. They know what they're going to get into by picking this map, having to start on the BL side, and they make no mistake about it.
Oh, that's why he needs to make more moves like that happen. Kiko wants to try and reface this to recover things, but there are 2 players on the stairs that if he went anywhere near that, it would be round done and him probably out of contention. Can TEC recover another one from a deficit?
I suspect it's possible. 5-on-4. Not going to be the end of the world. Particularly if you've got Spoxy spotting here in the middle. You can put together a good shot or 2. Not going to count it over and done with just yet. Zane's in a nice position to have an impact here as well. Just sort of edging behind that smoke. Gets just the one. Spoxy had fallen back into the B-side in that meanwhile. Now it's really on the shoulders of Lion Claw, but Famous up close and personal will put him down. So, the setup initially wasn't too bad for TEC. They rotated off of it. unKnights capitalizing on that. It looks like unKnights are going to go to 5.
That's something. Shotgun on Famous working nicely. HZ will find Spoxy to put an end to that one. In the gap at 2 for now. Actually goes back and switches from the shotgun to the HK after he didn't get any success playing up close.
And that's something a little bit different here. It looks to be an A split. Multiple players there to defend, and that's good coverage from Kiko. Kind of keeps Flux alive. LSY misses his initial chance at an entry, but somehow goes unnoticed for 2-3 now, and it gets a 4K. Oh my word. LSY was just completely ignored by the entire team of TEC. He was shooting backs and sides the whole time. I don't know how he went amiss, but Spoxy, puts it down. It was a highlight that was almost perfect from LSY, but he just needed one more and couldn't quite get it. So it will still be around for TEC.
I'm afraid he met the final boss in Spoxy. Spoxy that doesn't usually let that happen. Here's our picture-in-picture replay. Great production value. Shout out for that. That was beautiful. Great to see that again. Spoxy said no, I'm afraid. He so often does in those close rounds.
Yeah, would have been a very nice highlight for LSY. He was definitely feeling it, hitting everything, but just not to be this time around at least. Well, back into it. We have to see whether or not unKnights can recover mentally and on the scoreboard from what has been displayed so far today. It's been a solid day at the office so far for TEC. Dezane set up here in middle. Just going to hear those doors opening, so that's going to prompt a bit of a rotation over to B. It's quite a light A defense. Dezane's got quite a job to do here. If he loses middle, A is pretty much done. Dezane, though, he's clean up onto HDZ and has a chance at a fight for a couple more. Finds the 2K, and with Flex locking down Ali on A, this round looks like a sure thing to go the way of TEC, unless maybe LSY can repeat his heroics. It's a swing in from a couple. Man, he's hitting his shots right now. Stop swinging this guy solo. Oh, stop swinging this guy solo. You cannot keep doing this, Kiko. Luckily, again, there as the insurance fund, TEC have got to stop disrespecting LSY, otherwise, eventually, he's going to win one of these.
But yeah, I mean, that's 2 rounds in a row now where we've just seen him pop off. Given the opportunity, looking incredibly dangerous. Unfortunately, it's not been a popular thing to see over the course of the season. And also, unfortunately, it's very likely that it's going to be in vain. Here comes the push through. Today, Flex and Line will all hold on. There's a response from Famous and HDZ. Brings it back into a 2v2. Spoxy once again is on the scene though, and he could have good timing. Repositioning back behind the boxes. Famous is sort of looking at this. HDZ together. Good reaction. Shot. Famous thinks he can swing, but he cannot. And once again, it's a 1v1. We've had a couple in a row. Can Kiko close the game? Here and now, he sees HTC on site, trying to close him down, or will hit the headshot. All the close rounds go TEC's way. That could have so easily been such a closer map, but the favourites to win it, especially after the first half, do complete it.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, 10-5, I think reasonably representative of where that game kind of felt like it was, you know. I mean, and it's 10-5 as well, bearing in mind that TEC start on the attack, which is typically a side that's quite hard to get rounds on. I think overall a very solid display from them, and we have to again ask those questions for unKnights. I mean, short of even a couple of those nice clutch rounds or attempted clutch rounds from LSY, that second half didn't even look close either. So realistically speaking, I think, yeah, the crosshair is very much in the direction of unKnights, and obviously, you know, we've still got a whole series yet to play here, potentially another 2 maps for them to recover things on, but not a particularly impressive performance to start things off. So what have the panel got to say about it? Let's find out as we head back over there.
To be honest, I agree with you, Elfish. It felt a bit weird to see the first half, how it pan out for team Nemesis, not Nemesis, For unKnights, I'm sorry about that. After what happened, like, yeah, unKnights should have got more rounds in their pocket. They should have done a little bit better, at least, I would say. On the second half, it felt like they were lacking a lot, but LSY, that guy, been almost the anchor for them, like the guy who almost turned the things around, but didn't pan out as they expected, I would say.
Yeah, well, just pointing out to the first half, of course, if you're playing on the global side on New Mexico and you just get 5 rounds or 4 rounds, that's a nightmare for you. Especially if you are playing a team versus a team like TSC, because they're not gonna give you chances when they are on the global side. But if you look how they played on the Blacklist side, honestly, I liked how they did the executions. It shows the work that they did. This is the first round I exactly wanted to talk about. Look at the split coming out from mid. Lineflow just leading the charge single-handedly from water after taking down LSY as a first blood and then pushing into a side, meeting his teammates with Ali and mid control as well. This shows how good the guys practiced this round and how good they prepared for such executions, which made it very, very tough for team unKnights to be able to get back into the game. And also not this round only. We've seen also at multiple times they are controlling water only for the sake of pressure. They didn't want to push it, but only for the sake of pressure. They opened the door only for the sake of pressure, and then instantly we've seen them capitalizing on mid. The mid executions then became an ease part for Team TSC, which secured for them at least 2 rounds in mid because of such pressure and let's say presence in water. So in my opinion, TSC, they came here, they are prepared. They are not the team that's casually winning the games right now with their experience or with their aim only, because we mentioned that TC and Vitality were the teams that usually go into the game and just try to kill the enemy teams without just showing any of their strategies. But now they showed us that they can execute, that they have some good sync strategies, and they did get the wins of get the rounds over the Blacklist side, which actually shaped the global side on their side.
Yeah, I want to also say something else, that we have seen unKnights grab a lot of strats, change in weapons, a change in setups when they were in the GR side, and yeah, we have never seen Famous play on shotgun. It was like a small portion of time that we saw that, like, yeah, can he bring the shotgun up? Well, the answer is no. But on the other side, like TEC are just finding a way to close their rounds. Even like they had the triple sniper setup, it didn't pan out. They go with the triple riflers, and guys, can't you remember Famous on the shotgun? What did he do? Like, he was a beast on it. So just give that guy a shotgun, and you know how he's gonna close everything on your side. But that wasn't the case on the other side. Titan Esports is just like, yeah, Flex giving us information. The Zane is running, gunning everybody, and the rest of the team finding some really perfect shots. It felt like the synergy is there. It felt like the team is where it should be. They're like Titan Esports, they should have not like dropped all of those rounds, all of those games, but it's good to be back, I would say. On their behalf, of course, the Zane will be the MVP of this game. That man was multi-fragging everywhere.
Well, yeah, and we asked Zane to step up, and yeah, now he is 1.9 KD. He did a very good job, and also LSY from unKnights as well. The guy just tried to clutch multiple runs, and he was very close of doing it and just flipping the rounds to his teammates, getting multi-frags and trying to hold on with his teammates. However, it wasn't enough from his side. I wanted also to mention that TEC, not only they try to execute, not only to try to play aggressive versus them, they read team unKnights very well. So maybe we haven't seen Famous on shotgun, and actually we don't see the bolt shotgun. Maybe we've seen Famous doing it one time, but I don't think you're gonna be seeing the bolt shotgun again. He should have used the semi-automatic shotgun, which is the AA Buster shotgun, maybe on the alley, just like how we've seen Snake, is using the shotgun, and anybody else using the shotgun to close alley, because we've seen a lot of splits coming out from Team TEC on the shotgun. So you could have just shut down this area. Maybe you try to play passively on water, you try to jiggle for information, jump spot for information, play from the B house or my A house, I'm sorry, and try to be a bit passive on water so you can have a lot of pressure on the alley. On the other hand, it didn't happen. Yes, unKnights changed it a lot, but they didn't just actually change the core problem of the New Mexico on the Blacklist side.
Yeah, they still got the same problems, same stuff that they need to fix, but now New Mexico is yesterday's news, and now we are heading to map number 2, and the question will be is, for me, will just unKnights find a way to turn back the game to get us a full best of 3 to see them go for full distance? That's something I would love to see. Like, it feels like unKnights are in a very bad spot that we should not be seeing them at. It's just things are not going as they should, and I don't know, they might be actually going, I mean, yes, they
Might
are
get
going
relegated.
to contenders group, and yeah, I'm sorry to say that, but like, yeah, they might be relegated even though they have a really stacked roster. I don't know how can they manage to drop all of those stuff and be in the contender group. That was a thing, and now they might be relegated.
Well, if you look at unKnights, let's compare unKnights to any other team. For example, Nemesis, they had a rough start as well. TC, they have a rough start. They're still having the rough start, by the way, TC. If you're asking, if you're comparing them for any other team, they had a rough start. Also Vitality. But look at the teams, other teams, they are just improving. They are playing better now. They are having some better games. So maybe that's what we're not seeing on unKnights. That's what makes their case very, very, very hard.
They might need to add up some hours in practice, but the question for me will be, will unKnights throw the towel and just leave everything hanging, or will they fight for another day? And of course, to bring us in, we'll go to Elfish and Trap.
This game day has been suspiciously comfortable and easy so far, so I reckon unKnights know that map 1 was not going to be one that's going to be in their wheelhouse whatsoever. They knew they were going to get beat there. There's going to be a lot of focus for them here on map 2, and I do think we might see map 3, but they do need to bounce back pretty hard and pretty fast.
Yeah, look, I mean, I see where you're coming from, definitely, but I would have to say I think this season, unKnights have really not filled me with a whole lot of confidence at all.
Yeah.
So I'm actually really leaning on the 2-0 hype train here. I know we are moving into unKnights map pick, so you can give it the benefit of the doubt because of that, but from my perspective, yeah, I just don't think unKnights have been very impressive at all this season, and I just haven't seen anything today necessarily that would really indicate that that's going to turn around. Obviously, LSY individually was very nice, but that was just 2 rounds, and realistically speaking, that's not going to be enough to get you through a series, especially against, like if we were talking, maybe that result came from Imperium, or it came from, I don't know, even maybe like a 3BL or a Swamp or something like that, I'd go, okay, maybe, you know what I mean? But like, I think TEC is just one of those teams that they are such a strong team historically that, you have to have faith in them, I would say, in this instance, and that's where I'm going to put my money behind. So I'm going TEC 2-0. Let's see.
Fair enough. I'm just seeing that TEC haven't had a great season either so far. I was just thinking, yeah, like it's still a possibility for me. These two teams kind of in a similar position. Either way, TEC will want this one done and dusted, and we have to have a nice early night. Let's see what we've got as we start off Ankara. Ankara Messi.
Well, it's going to be a quick one into the A side here for TEC. Flying tries to barrel over the defense, get through good for a couple, and a heavy setup, which seems to be unKnights maybe reading into TEC very nicely. It's going to be too much for them to get past. So that A site offensive has not panned out. It seemed like maybe just out of the spawn call, really. We're just going to have an A execute. We're not going to do anything else, but I think TEC are going to have to get a little bit more tricky than that to win this map.
Yeah, and I think they were a little bit hard done by with that take. I think it went pretty okay, and you can guarantee that Pietro won't get 4 kills every single time on that side hold.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So, yeah, Pietro just had a very, very good round there. Especially the opening 3. The opening 3 were pretty much perfect, but as you said, the reinforcements were definitely in position, so we'll give unKnights going to down for that one. Going for a similar play once again, and this time it's Stocks to hold on for 2. Nemesis is now going to leap in for a bit of information, but the same was ready for that face, and this time they peek Pietro a little bit differently, which catches him off guard. Nade kill comes flying in towards Zane. But Spoxy got the trade. The madness is a 1v1. Bit whiffy from Spoxy, but thankfully LSY is not hitting as hard as he did in the previous map, and he'll get away with the clutch.
Yeah, I mean, even Spoxy not having his cleanest kill is still going to be good enough to close those kinds of rounds out. So, all said and done, nice response from TEC, right back into the conversation. And it doesn't take them too long to get there. So, happy with the proceedings thus far. And HCZ starting off this round, he's going to have something to say for himself. But TEC still looking to try to barrel their way maybe into A here. A couple of players that are ready to defend. So grenade over towards B. I'm not sure that's really fooling anyone necessarily, but unKnights keeping 3 players set up towards B. What's the timing going to look like on the hit here, especially if it's not going down the vent to flex? That's an unlikely goal, obviously, for flex to win. And a good kill again for Pietro. Still recoverable here for TEC. They find another kill quickly, but that is not going to happen. All on the shoulders now of Fox to try to clutch out 1v4s. Too much to ask. Second up for unKnights.
They're not looking too bad here. They're already looking way more serviceable than it looked on New Mexico, as you'd expect from unKnights. So if all their individuals can start playing as well as they are, maybe some of the previous seasons' form of unKnights can start to show up again. Pietro's playing as well as this, and Famous works his way back into the game. LSY keeps up a little bit of something from map 1. Could be a one-off, but could be the one-off required to get us into a map 3 to give them any sort of chance. You do never know.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, it's true, but unKnights got 2-0'd by Vitality last week. They got 2-0'd by 3BL last week. They got 2-0'd by Imperium last week.
Yeah, that's the bad one, obviously, yeah.
So, none of those are particularly fantastic scorelines. They did drop Ankara 13-12 to Vitality as well, I must say. So they did get close with Vitality on this map, but still not sure that their recent track record has been too fantastic, and TEC looking good to potentially pick this round up. They've got it into a 3v5. Push out from Snox. Snox gets his timing wrong here. He'll go down, but just checks it in time. So that's the end of another unKnights player. I don't actually hate that pick from Snox, or that pick attempt. I think that's fine from him in the 3v5 to be going for something like that, but evidently not exactly what they needed.
Yeah, look, if you don't go for things like that, then you're never going to recover rounds, you're never going to win rounds from any sort of deficit, right, when it comes to the numbers. So I totally get it. Himself, but it's making a very quick finish. 2-2 it is. unKnights will try and avoid losing players early, so they're not forced into those moves again.
Yeah, not easy though. Not some sharpies on the side of TEC, but double sniper setup for unKnights. You typically want to be seeing them be the ones to kind of like find the picks on a more regular basis at the start of these rounds, particularly because they're on the GR side. Not necessarily been the case. TEC once again, just going to try and challenge that A side. They're really trying to break down the door, but the holds have generally been pretty good. I mean, these executes are just not really working out for TEC. Flex is going to try and recover, can't quite fully confirm that kill onto Famous. Had he done so, this round blue-white back open, but a 1v3 will be chased down by white. So no real success, no significant success on this A site thus far, I would say, for TEC. Sure, they've had some rounds, but the A executes themselves, I think, need to be shelved.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. It's been very, very comfortable for unKnights on those holds ever since round 1, where the first take looked okay, but then Pietro got 4 kills. And it's like, oh, okay then. What can you do about that? Maybe they thought the same as me, thinking, well, Pietro's not going to get 4 kills every single time. But as you can see, even variances. Can you pluralize that word? Not sure. Different variants of the site takes haven't been working either. So, yeah, I don't disagree with your point. There's an ice cream man outside right now.
Oh, how good would some ice cream be? I'm always down for ice cream.
Not bad in 31-degree weather at 7:30 p.m.
13-degree weather at 4:45 a.m. I take ice cream anytime. Famous and LSY get their ice cream, but so did Dane and Lionclaw. And Lionclaw got a double scoop apparently. 2k for him. Back to a 2-on-2. Has quietly been putting together a pretty good map for himself individually here. 8-3 and is alive in the clutch. So not going to count unKnights out of this one just yet. TEC have got some smokes up, but I wonder if they don't want to commit to the plant. There's going to be the push forward here from Pietro to try to look for some information. Snox to join him. Spoxy spotted out as well. Another round going to be going the way of unKnights here. TEC just kind of getting caught lacking, I guess, caught stagnating. And unKnights being the proactive team, getting away with it.
Do you have any unusual ice cream likes and dislikes, or are you literally very vanilla?
I can be vanilla, to be fair. I tend to go for like the caramel flavors. Famous looking a little bit caramelly himself, as they say. A nice little 2k there. But yeah, I mean, nothing really much for this round, I'd say. So yeah, I think, you know, some sort of caramelly, butterscotchy type flavors. Typically,
Okay.
if that's on offer, that's what I'll go for. We have this one here. I don't know if you guys have it over there. It was called Hokey Pokey. And it's like basically sort of vanilla ice cream with like crunchy butterscotch bits in it, and that's quite nice. I'm a
Right.
big fan of that one. But my palate has
didn't know that
changed.
one. Yeah, I mean, our palates do change as we grow older, that's for sure. I think when it comes to ice cream, I do like a good like berry ice cream, whether it's like blueberry, raspberry, strawberry, or whatever.
Yes.
The other day when it was really, really hot and I was out for a bit of exercise, I came back and I had a strawberry ice lolly, melted it in the microwave for 5 seconds on top of like vanilla ice cream, and that was goated. That was excuse me. That was absolutely goated. But I also do like sorbet as well, and mango and lemon sorbet, sign me up. I could live on that stuff.
Yeah, man, I can definitely get behind that. Really, any kind of ice cream, I'm kind of happy to get behind, frankly speaking. It's hard to go wrong most of the time.
Usually.
Things seem to be going a little wrong for TEC on this attack, though, of Ankara, I will say, as we kind of start to get into a position where unKnights are really pretty comfortable here now. 5-2 is where we're going to find ourselves, and we're really not seeing a whole lot of pizzazz out of TEC. You do have to get a little bit concerned now.
Yeah.
As
yeah,
you say,
I
maybe
agree.
it's towards the fifth, or the third, I should say.
The fifth. Too many BO5s in memory. Yeah, this is not too great, and this is absolutely the right time for attack pause for TEC as well. That one was a walk in the park on a nice 32-degree UK summer afternoon. And maybe for map 2, it's a bit more, yeah, more uncomfortable, maybe a bit chilly, maybe hoodie weather, even though that's comfortable, you know what I mean.
Yeah, it depends who you ask, really. Some people aren't fans of the old hoodie weather, I imagine.
This is the sort of time in the morning when you go out for a run.
Actually, I've already been for a run. I went
you?
before we started today. I did have to wake up early for it, by the ways of waking up at 10:30 p.m. So, yeah, it was quite cold, and it actually is raining as well. And it started raining about 5 minutes into my run, and I was like, here I am. It's, you know, it was almost midnight. Let's say it was like 11:30. Started raining. It's like 10 degrees, and I'm like, this is not that fun, but you know, at least I showed up.
You made it work.
Yeah,
you made it work, and that's what matters.
exactly.
What matters to you. You know, you've done the job, even if it was a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. You know, I've been a little bit lazy with it, with the running. Not lazy. Like I've still been running like twice a week usually, but just haven't been going for like long runs. It's hard at night.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to be out that long, and
Yeah.
it's not that nice. So.
I need to do a bit of cardio as well soon. Lost my touch a little bit.
Get amongst it.
When it comes to the cardio, might play a bit of squash. That gets the cardio going.
Does.
Back underway after the tech. I should say TAC for TEC. I looked at the letters TEC and said tech just out loud. Classic brain. So it's got the Vepper out. Don't see that too often.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what he's going to get up to with that. Looks to be a pretty good spot to have it in. It seems like really TEC don't have a whole lot in the wheelhouse apart from A hits, and I think Scott might be on for a good couple of kills right here. Geeko does trade him out. Good smart though. Now it's on to Famous. Needs to hit a couple of headshots, and he's going to have an easy time of getting one in the back of the Zane's. Foxy just way too late to save his teammates, but is there quickly enough to pull this back into a 2-on-1. He's had a few scenarios where he's tried to clutch these rounds out and hasn't had too much success. Maybe this is the one that he can put together.
Well, there's one man you'd want to be in this position. It is Mr. Spoxy. How many clutches have we seen him pull off that are borderline impossible over the years in CFWL? Unfortunately for him, he's looking to try and find a frag outside of the site first, and I think he's now found where LSY is. At least he's found where he is without taking any damage, though. Thing is, HDZ is creeping to the side, and that might be unpredictable. It certainly is. Easy kill for him. And unKnights, 6 on the board in the first half. This is very, very solid at the moment. I'll be delighted with this recovery.
You know, I suppose this is going a long way to kind of exposing the weaknesses of TEC as well, right? Like, you know, we have been, I think, down a little bit on unKnights quite a lot in this series, and that's by virtue of how that first map played out. But now we have to start to ask some questions of TEC, and you know, you even sort of raised that concern at the very start of the series, where you said, you know, both teams have been a little bit poor this season, and I think TEC are again kind of showing some of that weakness. This was not the kind of result you would have seen from them 12 months ago, 24 months ago, when they were known as LCK in Gaiman. They would have been cleaning house against a team that was in 7th place in the league. But yeah, it's looking like they're getting a bit dumpstered on map 2.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, there were times where the individual ability of this 5 were very much a match for Vitality. Easily.
Yeah.
And it just hasn't worked that way for quite a while now, especially this season. And if they're to miss out on the elite group, that would be a surprise for sure. Which I think they already have they? Am I going crazy? I think it would mean Anubis would have to lose. Anubis would have to lose to Imperium maybe to make it like for them to get back into the elite group. We'll have to see if that's the case. But still, point remains of them just like not being the team they once were, and it's a shame because you know, if they have. Oh, hang on, Lion Claw's got a good play here. That should pretty much secure this afterplan for this first before I get into my secondary point. And sets us down. So Yeah, I think as we go into the second half, I think TEC, they're in a state where if this season goes poorly for them and they don't make a run, like, as I say, through the contender group, if they are to play in the contender group and then into the playoffs, we could be looking at, for the first time, this team kind of needing to make significant changes.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. It's a surprise, obviously, to even be having a conversation about this, because this was like, it felt like one of those teams that was going to be a forever. You know what I mean? Like you look at them, and when they're at the peak of their powers, and it's the same as maybe Vitality as well. You kind of go, well, in some way, shape, or form, we're going to be able to see that team still be up there for the majority of, you know, the future. But that's just not how it always tends to be. I mean, you go back and you kind of remember like the days of where, for example, GV Esports was a top team. You know, and they kind of, a lot of those players kind of fell off and found themselves in various sort of teams, you know. Same thing could definitely happen here for TEC. I don't know that, you know, anyone necessarily wants that to be the case, but I think it's a valid talking point at this stage. This has certainly been the worst performance we've seen from TEC. Rankings-wise, in terms of an overall standing position, almost ever, it feels like. You know, I can't remember the last time I saw them outside of, at worst, maybe the top three, and fairly consistently placed top three as well, where it was like, okay, these three teams are clearly better than everybody else. It's just a question of where all of them are going to sit in relation to one another. But that's a far cry from where TEC are at the moment. And they've got some recovering to do in this second half if they want to start to turn that narrative around a little bit. Not only the narrative, but also this map, of course. And if they can pick this map up, they can find themselves a 2-0. You know, they can start to kind of like right this season a little bit more, but it's definitely not been clean yet again. And may still need a third map. So interesting conversation you brought up there for sure.
Yeah, it's like, look, all good things have to come to an end. Even Vitality's reign will come to an end at some point of this league. You know, nothing lasts forever. So, you know, it makes you wonder like what the future of it's going to be and the future of these players, especially with TEC in the current position they're in. As you say, like with the GV players who all split up and went to different teams pretty much. You know, I think Snox was on GV, right? I'm not going crazy. He was one of the GV players.
Sounds right. Yeah.
I think I'm right with that one. Yeah, like it could very, very easily happen to TEC. And then they just all become irrelevant, like you said. And this first round of the second half is going unKnights' way as well. Good pick from Famous, good grab from HTZ. They're going to rotate all the way around to the edge. Cleared out as well. Even on the fade away there for Famous. He finds Line Claw. This round should be over.
See what Flex can do on the flank, but just not sharp enough to find those opening picks. Now a duel against Pietro is going to go his way as well. Spoxy, if he could chime in with a quick trade onto Famous, he could make it doable, but yeah, again, and this is kind of tying back into that previous conversation, you know, a bit of that X factor gone from TEC in relation to those kinds of rounds. You know, previously we would very much see, like, if Flex gets 2 there, Spoxy's gonna get that trade onto Famous, bring it to the 1v1 and probably win that. That's what used to happen, but that's not really been the case. Is it an individual thing? Is it a team thing? I don't know, but a little bit in that respect. It's hurting TEC for sure. This round has not started well either, with Spoxy out of the picture early on in the piece. So we may be seeing that inevitable third map after all. 8-3 is very much on the cards with an opening pick here for unKnights into yet another round.
Yeah, I mean, the desk, Penguin very much said it's a possibility that we could see Eagle Eye, just with the way the veto has panned out. You thought in particular that TEC would still have too much for unKnights considering the season they've had, but yeah, I mean, we had kind of a lock for TEC with map 1, but map 2 is looking like even more of a lock at the moment for unKnights. Look at Famous, he suddenly turned up again. That's a very, very clean headshot as he rounds the corner onto Flex. 3 kills away from bringing it back to a 5-round lead. An 8-3. Famous is just running all around the map, finding duels to his heart's content. Finally traded by Lionclaw, but once again, TEC don't have control of the bomb sites. And that is why A has been taken. They're also at a disadvantage once again. This one seems cooked.
Yeah, I'll just say get it over and done with at this point, you know, like I agree. This map feels like it's probably a little bit too far gone now for TEC. Scoreline has blown out, probably a little too far. Unless they can maybe put together a retake here. 14 seconds, somehow they've got it. No, what? I mean, out of all the rounds to pick up, that's the round that they're going to win.
Insane.
It doesn't make sense to me, but they do manage to overwhelm. They do manage to get that fourth, and with that, maybe they give themselves a little bit of something to think about and hope for going forward, but quite a recovery going to be required, so it's not really going to get me that excited just yet until I see a little bit more.
Oh yeah, of course. That is something that can gear a team up, right? You can activate them mentally as well as individually with their just pure skill. Someone from behind, they're like, oh dear. We are staring 3-8 in the face right now. But they punched that face. Straight out the bar.
Which you can do sometimes if you just get punched in the face.
Yep. But they need to compound that. It can't just be a flash in the pan, like I like to say. It needs to be a proper, well-cooked meal. And they're still 3 rounds behind.
And default back over to the A site here for unKnights, it would seem. See how that's going to be tested. Flex gets his util out on a good timing, but he's got that TRG, so he's going to need the riflers down at the bottom of the site to have some impact here as well. That will not happen. Kiko just got run over and is dead as well. The Zane coming into the fight a little bit too little too late. The positioning was good. They had the players where they needed them, but the shots are just not connecting for TEC. Still, it's back to a 2-on-2. Spoxy and Lionclaw. It's not impossible for them to win this, particularly with a shot there from Spoxy, and now it's on to HDC. He should get traded, he won't. And unKnights have another.
Wow. We're seeing some of the pitfalls of these two teams, I feel like, in this match. We're seeing why maybe they're in the position they are in the league. That's an incredible pick from Pietro to start the round as well. Through that gap, through the doors. Flex out already. And TEC have already recovered a round from this sort of situation. Lionclaw is now tagged down as well. But the Knights, if you think about the only round that TEC have won, with that incredible retake out of the blue, out of literally nowhere. If the Knights get up to 9 here, then it will only be a flash in the pan for TEC, like I was describing. 5v4 to get to 9-4.
Certainly a winnable one for us. He's going to be very cheeky. Somebody needs to be watching that. You've got 5 guys there. Maybe it doesn't matter in the end, though, as the A entry is hit cleanly by Famous. Dezane's going to be backed up by Lionclaw. They are kind of pushed out of the site. This is going to come down to maybe Spoxy coming into play as well. He's around the back. There's all sorts of shenanigans happening here. Famous is on the lurk as well. Dezane's pushed his way through the smoke. Falls Spoxy. He's now been spotted out. 9 on the cards here now for unKnights. Surely nothing Spoxy can do about it. HTC should keep his head down. Goes for a little bit of a pick. Wants to take the fight to Spoxy. Gets it over the line. 9-4. unKnights threatening Eagle Eye, and I think we're almost there.
Yeah, they're all over them right now. They are all over them. Even the rounds where TC have had a chance, which have been few and far between, it has to be said. They've not really gone their way. That one A-site retake from TEC is all they really have to shout about. And that was a round that shouldn't have been theirs anyway. In that 2v3. All of a sudden, unKnights are one round away from winning their map of Ankara more convincingly than TEC won New Mexico, would you believe? Even those shots not being hit for Spoxy.
Yeah.
You'd never see that go awry even a few weeks ago.
Well, gonna have to start hitting some of them. Maybe next map, if TEC wants to win this game. Famous 1-for-1 onto Spoxy. Not the end of the world for either of these teams. Doesn't really open this up all that much either. TEC happy to hold and wait. Famous can be that X factor once again. Sort of being the point man in through middle. Waiting for the rest of the team to join up. There's only 30 seconds left here, but the decision looks to be a good one, with Flex being the only defender towards B, and the only angle that he is watching is the one that unKnights are not going towards. So they are going to contact their way into B. They have really threaded the needle, and there's nothing Flex can really do about it. He's going to be smoked off now. Plan's going to go down. DZ picks up Lion Claw as well as he tries to rotate his way into the site. That is just supreme timing from unKnights, and you're right, they might get themselves an even cleaner scoreline here on map 2 than what we saw on map 1, which is ridiculous to me. Zane,
it really is,
and Kiko have to try to keep it alive.
It really is insane. We've seen a 2v3 retake already from Zane and Kiko and TC in this game. We need to make this one happen right now. But they only got 14 seconds left, and HTZ is going to say no to that. It's all down to the leaping Zane, and even though he finds one kill, LSY will hold on. And unKnights, got to give them all the credit in the world there. To get it done more cleanly, like you said, than New Mexico, for you know, how good they've looked. I mean, that is ridiculous. That is truly ridiculous. And look, I thought there was a great chance at a third map here. You weren't as convinced. I didn't think it was going to be as convincing as that, though, to get to a third map. I thought we'd at least be going to like a 10-8 or a 10-7 or something like that. That was a complete like antithesis of what we've seen from unKnights this season. That is like the unKnights from the previous split.
Yeah, look, I mean, I've got to say, at least it's nice to see a bit of a recovery from unKnights. That's their first win in the last week. I mean, they didn't win a single map last week, so it's got to be a nice little bit of a recovery from. See if they can finish it off, though, right? Like, I think they're still obviously desperate for a series win. Like, a map win is nice, but we will still walk away from this series and kind of say, it doesn't really matter if they end up losing it. So let's see if unKnights can close it when they do come back for map 3. Before then, obviously, we have to go and have a chat to our analyst desk, so we'll hand it back over to them for now.
A go wait to get back on the track, and of course that's their first win, or at least like a first sit win in the past two, the past week, and this one, of course, as we kick off this week. unKnights, they had a pretty hard first game. Second game it felt like they flipped the script and they changed everything around them. They got this win. 10-4 on the scoreboard is just something you don't see a lot versus TEC.
Well, I would honestly go against. Not against, but maybe I'm not gonna go what as Elfish and Trav said, because I think that this win, just because TC played very, very poor map, and they had a very, very poor map pressure and they had a very, 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 very poor individual skills that I wouldn't. If I watched this game maybe last season, I wouldn't say that this is DC. If you just hide the names, I would say definitely this is a top, tier 2 team when it comes to the aiming. Because yeah, if you look at, I would just want, if you want to check the round, just check the last round. Check the last round, only the last round. Check how Spoxy missed 2 clear headshots, not headshots, shots on 2 players. They were swinging in the underpass that the prime Spoxy would maybe get a collateral kill versus them, or maybe just 2-tap them with the USP or the tool or whatever. I'm not saying that TC are playing very bad on in this series, but this map in particular, we haven't seen the individual skills from Team TC, and we haven't seen any strategic wise. Even though the blacklist side, they kept executing into a side, which is Ankara right now. That's how it is played. You push aside, you try to rush it, you try to have kind of let's say splits into the side, and still you are not winning. Even though when HDZ was holding the sniper in a side and you push versus a sniper in a side, that's a dream for the blacklist team. Yet we haven't seen TC doing it. So my opinion, the win went for unKnights. It's not because unKnights they claim back their position, or maybe that's the unKnights we are looking for, or maybe that's unKnights came back. Hey guys, unKnights is the same. It's TEC just played way in a poor performance in this map in particular, because they had a very good start on their own map pick. However, Eagle Eye, both teams, they know how to play Eagle Eye. So we're gonna be seeing it's either unKnights actually coming back, or it's just TEC gonna get the win, and probably we're gonna be seeing unKnights in the relegations also.
I agree with you at a certain point that it felt like Spoxy been missing a lot of shots on the TRG, and it was not paying off for the team, like whiffing a couple of shots. Yeah, that sometimes happens to players, but clear shots, like when you have full body exposed, head of course intact, that was a bit weird for me. And yeah, I will double down on what he said, but at the same time I can't take credit from the guys from unKnights. Of course, I've seen Uncle Famous throwing some really good shots and most of the game, so I'll probably give him that. And of course, the whole team been finding a way to manage to turn some stuff around. Of course, it's still not what we expected from TEC. It felt like unKnights got a little bit of best of them, but I will say it's a little bit of a mix of both. Like Famous stepped up and TEC stepped down, so it's just like that. Like, it's exactly 6-7.
That's 6-7. It's exactly like what you said. It's maybe we've seen a good performance, maybe a slightly better performance from unKnights than the first map, and also I said that the whole Titan Esports roster just underperformed. If you look at their KDs, without even looking at the KDs, if you watch the game, you'll know that all of them were going to be under 1 KD, except for Lineclaw, which is 1.09, doesn't actually mean anything. On the other hand, look at HDZ is 2.17, Patch is 1.33, Famous is above 1 as well. That's why it's exactly 1. It's only stocks for underperforming this map. So that's why you know you're going to be seeing unKnights winning after this downperforming team from TEC. However, TEC, they have a big chance of just getting back. They have Eagle Eye, one of their best maps, the map that they like a lot, and the map they used to pick. If you look at the ban and picks ongoing on season 1, I guess 80% of their picks was Eagle Eye. Even though if they lose it, they pick it versus TBL, and sometimes they lose it. They pick the versus Anubis in the lower bracket playoffs, and they still lost it. But yet they kept picking Eagle Eye. Now it's going to be their turn. They're going to be playing on this map, and unKnights going to have a lot of troubles. But if unKnights gets the win over Titan Esports, I think Titan might not make it to the elite group if they continue to struggle. But if Titan Esports get the win, unKnights might be facing might be facing the relegation and might be relegated.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Relegated or getting to relegation part is still something to get to know, of course, after this week ends. And of course, for today's match, MVP will go to HDZ. We still got another game in our pocket. And let me tell you something about Eagle Eye. You have mentioned it, like they keep picking it and they keep losing it. That's not a good sign, of course. On the other half, HDZ and LSY been stepping up way so hard on the sniper performance, so that's another red flag for Titan Esports. So we'll see how it goes. Will it be unKnights finding a way to turn things around, or Titan Esports will close it out? Of course, that's a story to tell after what we will see on the third map, but I believe after what happened today, like, you need your snipers to be in the right mindset to clear everything, to clear angles, and to get the easy shots. I'm not asking for a lot when it comes to TEC, but of course, TEC unKnights, the story will continue. But for me, I still got a question. Can they even close it? I don't know. We'll see. So for you, Penguin, for you, if you are gonna pick 2 snipers to play alongside you on this map, who should they be?
Snare and Slayer, definitely. Slayer is just the guy that I'm gonna put him on the hotel, and Snare I'm gonna put him on the site, and that's it. I win the map. I just try to go maybe hang out in mid with the other teammates and let the guys do their work. Definitely they are just 2 core snipers. Actually lately, looking at the hotel players, because if you are playing Eagle Eye, you need a sniper on the hotel. If you watch Hunt, he's doing very good job as well. So maybe if I want to change Slayer, I will put Hunt instead and go for Snare on the A side.
He's always going for like the big dogs, but of course this is not the case for today's game. We still got another match to be broadcasted from unKnights and TEC, so we'll head to a small break and get back to you with game number 3. Welcome back to the broadcast, and of course, unKnights versus Team Titans Esports. We are going to the full distant map number 3 between both of them. And of course, as we have mentioned, we have some really skilled sniper players in this map. And of course, between both of those two teams, we have seen the Turkish fans being way too aggressive with their teams. Like, guys, you need to close this one out. We need to see you back in the elite group, and unKnights are struggling in their position for the whole tournament itself. So a lot of questions, and yeah, we need some answers between those two. I believe we will see a banger of a series, a banger of a third game. Hopefully they all really perform in this situation. So I believe our casters are ready, the players are ready, so we'll head to Travan Elfish.
Well, I said from minute 1 when we came into this series, both these teams in a similar position desperately need a W. And we've kind of seen the best and worst of both of them. Sure, both of them won their own pick. And sometimes you'd expect in Crossfire for teams who have picked a map, them to be experts on it and for them to win it as cleanly as they did. But that's not doesn't really tend to be how it works. So the fact that those two maps were so clean was impressive. But as Penguin pointed out about TEC's performance on Ankara, they were kind of nowhere individually. It was okay from an unKnights. They exploited it well, but TEC disappeared. And on Eagle Eye, much more even map between these two. Jordan, this is as I said, was about to mention what I said at the beginning of the series. It's a must-win, and now it comes down to one map.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were even kind of saying that during the game as well, though, were we not? Like looking at some of those clutches, there was the 2K that Flex got, and then Spoxy comes and misses a shot, and I sort of said, like, this is the kind of round that they used to win, but they're not hitting those shots, they're not winning those kinds of rounds anymore. We are on the Eagle Eye, like you say, a bit more middle ground in theory as a decider match, but what is the one quintessential map that you always associated with this lineup, with this TEC team? It was Eagle Eye. So if you're going to have a decider map anywhere, I don't think you're too mad about the fact that it's here on Eagle Eye. I think they're very, very comfortable coming onto this, and well, out of the gates, they're showing exactly why on this BL side.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. SDK, whatever you want to call them, they love playing this map. Pietro's doing a very good job of staying alive here. Surely he'll eventually be found, and yes, he does get found, but not before his own and Spoxy are both down to sub 20 HP between the two of them, which is a bit dangerous, a bit scary, a bit spooky. But TEC do confirm it in the end. Yes, it is going to be a nice thing for TEC to have this map. I think if they end up losing it, then that is when red alert, the big red button can be pressed. Because if they end up losing their home pick, which they've played and used at such a great level over the years, and go down 1-4, knowing they're going to have to play the contender group, it's like, okay, we'll play out this season, we'll see what we've got on the recovery, but this is incredibly underwhelming and disappointing. Once again, this is a nice pick from Flex. Once again, it comes when they go to a new org, which is not how you want to be performing when you're trying to impress new employers, put it that way.
Yeah, 100%, and obviously, the EWC slot is going to be an important piece of the puzzle for all of these Crossfire teams, and I haven't done the math or anything like that, but finishing 7th or wherever in the season is probably not a great indication that you're going to be going to EWC, even if you've got Season 1 points to speak to. Pietro doing a good job of recovering this round, can't stand up to Spoxy to finish it off. It's going to fall to LSY, but as we've seen, he's generally pretty good for it in the clutch, so I'm not going to count him out of this one at all. He wasn't able to pull things off in a couple of those clutch rounds he had on New Mexico, but 1v2 certainly feels doable with the shots that he's been hitting so far today.
Oh, a little bit spooky there with... That's why finding Flex immediately to try and push together on that one. Rather than planting, just setting up, they look to try and go for the kill. It works. It's another 1v1 victory. Grabbed just in time. So 2-0 start for Titan Esports Club.
similar kind of vibe to the way that they started on New Mexico, which can only be bad news, you would think, for unKnights. We'll wait and see. unKnights, they tried something a little bit more aggressive at the start of this map, but as you can tell, that didn't work out, and it's gone back to a very, very much more reserved approach from them. So nothing happening in the first minute of this round at all. And these are the kinds of rounds where you kind of have a very good argument for reducing the round timer, I think.
Yeah, mate. I mean, every time we do a game day together,
gotta bring it up one time. Yeah,
gotta bring it up one time. Because like there are aspects of this game which I really feel like are good to watch if you just had these small things ironed out, which could avoid these situations, right? By the way, this is a crazy round. Spoxy, oh, he's gonna make it work for himself as well. The second kill there was clean. That was a very, very messy round for that A-site tech. I mean, that was back and forth all the way. Spoxy probably had no right to connect that final headshot on the second player. He leapt onto the first one, and usually that instant trade does come through. It's very unlikely. I would say 8 times out of 10, Spoxy loses that 1v1. 2 out of 10. Brilliantly.
Shots!
but then again, it is Spoxy. If it's not back, then you know maybe that 8 out of 10 turns to 5 out of 10 or 4 out of 10. Just noting the clutch prowess that he had a couple of years ago. Dezane leading the charge here into the big side of TEC. I mean, they are once again kind of flexing their muscles. We had a lot of questions on Ankara, not so many here on Eagle Eye. unKnights immediately going to be calling the tactical timeout. They recognize that they're in a little bit of a spot of bother, and I can 100% empathize with that because this is not looking good for them at the moment. TEC are rolling over them. It's the same kind of vibe as what we got on New Mexico. Like I said, from the outset, those rounds picking up really, really quickly for TEC. And you have to wonder if unKnights have won a map for no reason. You know, they pick up that last map, they take us to map 3, and then it seems like it's all kind of just fallen apart.
We've seen it being recovered before, though, where you might get a clean start like this, but then the tac pause comes in, and the team that called the tac pause gets three or four rounds in a row. Not sure if this is going to work this time, though, with how good TEC had been looking. Sure, the first couple of rounds looked like they were close when it came to the numbers. There was 1-1v1 and I think 1-1v2. But never mind, they were both 1v1s. I tell a lie. Just the thing is, both 1v1s were very, very heavily favoured 1v1s for TEC with the way they played the trade game. The third one wasn't favoured to Spoxy. He managed to hit a pretty sick clutch to grab it. But still, even though all 3 rounds have been clutches, it does feel like TEC have been in somewhat control.
Very much so. Well, unKnights have had their time. So what have they come up with? It's tough to maybe deal with a little bit of extra firepower that we're getting through from TEC on this map. Some of that X Factor is back.
Yeah, I miss it. Because when this TEC team, mostly when they were called LCK, and they weren't bad when they were gaming Gladiators either, but when they were called LCK, it was actually incredibly impressive just how good this squad was. With how they were able to punch up in this league to often be top 2, more often than not. Not so much anymore. Maybe the pressure is starting to get to them a little bit. So Lion Claw's reaction there, even though they're 3-0 up at the start of this game. It's obviously very hot around Europe at the moment. So probably easy to get a bit stressed and a bit hot and bothered in that way. See Spoxy wiping his face there.
I mean, how common is it to have air conditioning over there? Because like
Not
you
in
would
the
not find
UK.
a house. You would not find a single house in Australia now that does not have aircon.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Total sense. Thing is, like, UK... excuse me. UK houses are built to retain heat, especially
Right.
in the lofts, right? For wintertime. UK houses have never been built with cooling in mind. And that is why everyone in the UK, either one, doesn't have AC, or two, complains about how hot it is when we get to these sort of temperatures. We've touched the hottest ever recorded temperature in June in the UK today.
Wow.
In Norfolk. 37.3 degrees Celsius. And yeah, sure, that's a byproduct of global warming and all this other rubbish, right? Unfortunately, which is plaguing the world. But yeah, like the UK houses aren't built for heat, and AC because of that in the UK is rare. I'm very, very fortunate to be one of the lucky few which has AC, and I'll tell you what, it's good that I do, because in this weather, working, it would be like I'd be getting ill. I mean, I'm ill now, but that's due to traveling. I'd be getting I'd get heat sickness or some shit from like this room being nearly 40 Celsius probably if I didn't have AC.
Yeah,
because of like it being near the loft and it being 35 Celsius out. So it's very uncommon in the UK. I'm one of the lucky few, but there's the reason why you don't see it that much.
Have to maybe start changing the building codes a little bit, but unKnights need to be changing things up. They're down 4-0 already, and they've already lost the opening pick in this round too. So that attack timeout might not be so useful based on how things are playing out at the moment. Quick push through towards the B site for TEC, and they are just rolling with a lot of confidence at the moment, aren't they? There's really roll their way through onto the site. They barrel their way through that defense, and what timeout? Basically, is the question that TEC has asked.
Yeah, and obviously they don't have one for the rest of the game. I hope at some point TEC need to call one, but for them to need to call one, they're going to need unKnights are going to need to start winning rounds. And right now, nothing is going their way. Recovery, 10% trying to take up into his own hands, he so often does. He's found 3, but Lineclaw puts a stop to the madness. The fight around tower eventually, eventually goes the way of TEC, but look at the damage. It's such a little touch for LSY, and he will find it. He knew the damage done, and that will be the answer for unKnights. 3 kills from Famous. It was recovered by Lineclaw. The extra damage from LSY will close it.
Well, a little bit of a recovery. How much? Let's see. Round is really not going to put together a half, obviously, for unKnights, so they do need a little bit more on that. Very slow approach from TEC, very slow approach from unKnights in this one. Nice territory taken by Snox, and honestly, he could potentially stand to actually push this a little bit. He might have asked for LSY to come across as a result of maybe wanting to do so. They're not going to opt for it just yet. But I think they could definitely make a move in the mid-round here with the space they've taken outside of B.
Yeah, they pushed them back a long way. You can see they're just playing very default right now, our unKnights. Foxy is now going to throw his utility and they're forward as a group. On the clock, and the arm of HDD is sticking out. It's a great match from Spoxy, but Famous is here again. And Famous has started to activate the unKnights. 2 quick kills, but Dezena doing more of that madness. Sox recovers the kill eventually, but Spoxy has another clutch in his hands. A bit more difficult perhaps than the one he had earlier, because this time he doesn't have the bomb.
And only 30 seconds to work with as well, and a pretty ridiculous crossfire to try to break. This would have to be a few missed shots, I'd say, unKnights to win this one as far as Spoxy's concerned, and that's just not going to happen this time around. So 2 on the board now for unKnights. A little bit of a recovery being put together. It was, you know, fairly meaningless with one round. Now it's starting to become a little more meaningful with this second round putting some kind of scoreboard pressure on, but I think unKnights really do need to kind of push for 4 in this half. Obviously, it's a tough ask, you know, to go 4 straight, but take that 4th, take some momentum into the second half. And at that point, maybe a conversation still to be had about the second half, but for now, it's TEC very much still in control, even though a couple of quick rounds have gone the way of unKnights.
Yeah, and personally, I would favour TEC quite a lot more on the global risk side anyway. So, just knowing how Spoxy and Flex play with those snipers on the global risk side is something that you feel like you can rely on very often. Sure, we've seen those games go awry for them this season, but today, you can just feel pretty confident in that, I would say. If unKnights don't get more than 2, then they're in trouble. 4 is needed, I would say. You had 2 very quick maps in this series. Both teams taking their own map pick. I'm no surprise if we get a map 3, which is a similar scoreline, but TEC are trying to make that a factor, trying to make that reality. Spoxy 2 quick entries, very nicely done. 10 seconds to go, insane. There's 2. Spoxy now can't afford to miss a shot, but he did. He made up for it with the pistol. So, Thomas, even though he's putting his best foot forward in this first half, it has to be said, he's had, what, 3 multi-kills, or all of his 8 kills, that almost contributed to 3 separate rounds. Unfortunately, it's not going to be that third, I don't think. HGZ great quick slip on the first, and in the end, he did get the second, but unfortunately for him, Flex was rounding on him from the flank. So, 6-2 confirmed.
It's the first piece of the puzzle for TEC. Cancel this recovery attempt from unKnights, and now it's time to put them down. 7-2 in the first half would be a really dominant display and almost impossible to come back from. That is very much on offer for TEC right now. Quite a hefty chunk of damage done to Spoxy at the start of this round, though, is going to be somewhat of a cause for concern. So I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself, but maybe still something to be made of this round for unKnights at this stage. HDZ also copying a bit of a beating, so some of that recovery in tow right now for TEC in the round. It's another pretty slow approach on the behalf of both teams, to be fair. Just trying to work the picks with the TRG, nothing forthcoming. Time starting to tick away now, and for TEC, they're going to look to push the issue. Famous found himself 2, but so does the Zane. The response is swift and evident.
Oh, wow. Yeah, HGZ given no chance by Lion Claw either, but Stocks is recovering. Good job. Now it's only Flex remaining, and it looks like Stocks and LSY are just deciding, look, whatever we do, let's not split up and give him 1v1s. Flex does have the C4, we'll get it planted immediately. And his 2 opponents are on the wrong side of the map as it stands. What can Flex do about this? Snox and SY will now make their way forward. Flex needs to make sure he doesn't get caught in the window. I think he's going to hear them coming and trampling through now. Thing is, they can have just one player stick that defuse and the other player perhaps look around for where Flex is playing from. And that's what they're going to be doing. And that's why he's going to be holding it, and in the end, doesn't matter because Snox is going to hit that shot either way. So, nothing doing for Flex. But it is still a 6-3 half for TC as they go over to their favoured side.
Could be better, could be worse. I think 6-3, you'll take it, particularly after that last map. A couple of claps in there from Dezane. Wants to get the job done nice and easily here in the third map. And once again, see if Titan Esports Club can get themselves back on the right track. You know, I think it's been talked about to death really at this point, but the season has been a bit awkward for them. They've still got time to kind of figure that out, and importantly, they've got time before EWC to figure that out as well, because if this is the Titan that's going to rock up at an international event, I don't think they're going to be as threatening as they have been in the past, and frankly, they've not ever really been an incredibly threatening team internationally at all, really. So definitely got some work to do to try to improve upon that. And yeah, if you can't even solidly do well in your own domestic tournaments, then I don't think the expectations are going to be very high going into the internationals. But for now, that is something to be concerned about in the future.
Yeah. This is the present. One final half left in this series, with TC pretty much in full control. Can unKnights say anything about that to start the half? Well, one thing I can tell you is that Famous has had a brilliant map. They might only have 3 rounds on the board, but I'm pretty sure every single round he's played in this map where he's gotten a kill, he's multi-killed, multi-fragged. And that is the Famous of old.
Very much is so. How much is it going to help them out in this round, though? A quick pick back from Flex and set up to continue to try and mount this defense on B. Oh, he's getting a bit antsy. He wants some information. Oh, just going to tuck himself in the sniper's nest. It's a bit of a one-and-done position here for Flex. Needs to hit his shot and will not. So that will be the end of him and probably the end of the round as well, because that B site's just so easy to overwhelm. Maybe Spoxy and Kiko can put something together. They can be pretty handy in the clutch in their own right, but we'll wait and see.
Hello. We'll get caught up. Pietro will make sure Kiko goes no further. And Spoxy found by Snark. So, step 1, which was a necessity for unKnights, is complete to start the second half well. You see a lot of bullets through the boxes as they push forward.
Kind of like to see unKnights make a bit of a recovery here. I think, you know, this map has felt like it's been a little bit of a foregone conclusion, but the scoreline's just kind of pulled a little bit closer. It's not that far out of the realms of the possibility that unKnights could put something together here. So 4 to 6, see what they can do. Flex again having impact with the TRG in hand.
Headshots! Double kill!
Oh, shot. Here comes Famous. Lovely strafe tap there. Brings it back into a 3v3. It does definitely look like unKnights don't want to go down without a fight. Map control has been gained here by TEC then, a lot of information. They've already pushed through from behind. It's now no secret whatsoever that they're going to have to retake B. Thing is, unKnights can set up pretty solidly in this after plan. Famous could even tap a few here at long range. He now knows what's coming. Nico and Dezane both coming from this position. Another example of Famous just being impossible to stop when he gets going. Beautifully done. Another quick double. As I said, Famous is only dealing in multi-frags in this map so far. First half, they might have only won 3 rounds, but I think in all 3 rounds they won, he got a multi-kill, and in 1 round they lost, he even got a multi-kill. And he's looking great in the second half here as well.
He's willing and dealing.
What you want to see.
That is indeed what you want to see. And then again, it might go a long way in pulling this one back a little bit for unKnights. 5-6 scoreline again, starting to get a little bit closer. I think, you know, TEC have reason to start getting a little bit worried about things now. Flex has been pretty handy with that TRG in hand, so he keeps trying to make something happen. I'm sure at some point one of those opening picks is going to get converted into a round or 2. Slow approach from unKnights, happy to take their time about things here. That's obviously giving time for TEC to take a little bit of space. And Flex again finds an opening pick. I mean, he has just been so pivotal in these rounds for TEC.
Let's see if they can win one on the global risk side now, though. He's now going to decide to fall back with it. Not totally. That's what Flex does. He plays all these different positions around this B-long area, this long lane. He does get one more. He's stuck in the corner. He's done a very, very good job. This time, even though he knew he was going to die, he's taken 3 with him.
Famous alive in the clutch. Never know what can happen here. One for Famous. Kiko down. So, not quite going to come together this time around for unKnights. TEC will pull themselves back for a 2-round lead. You have to say that is still leaving it a little bit open, obviously. Let's just need to pick this next round up, keep it competitive, keep it close. If it balloons out any further, then that's when we will start to get a little bit worried. Now, a bit more pressure over towards the B-long area.
They've been allowed to take it this time. Flex hasn't fought for that as long as he has previously.
I suppose he's feeling it may become a little bit too telegraphed, a bit too one-dimensional if he keeps trying to take a forward position. Even though he's having success with it, you can't do it every round. Eventually, you are going to get punished for it.
Oh, here we go. Who's going to win this one? Oh, it's going to be TEC. Zane in the end getting 3 there, I think. He'll help out on the last. That's the one thing that you can never predict if you're unKnights. Talking about how Flex gave up that position on the map, you then don't know what's around the corner in the position when they just pounced on them as soon as they came up, as a group as well.
Shots!
Walking forward in this round. Getro on the rotate, catches one. Actually, probably could have caught 2, but just not sharp enough to pick up Zane there. That might have been a pivotal point in the round that could have brought unKnights back into it. It's not as if they're out of it necessarily, but they're certainly not in control of it right now. Spoxy coming across to see if he can hold on to this B site. Hasn't been spotted just yet, though. His barrel might be poking around the corner. Doesn't seem to matter. Picks one up. HDZ spotted out there by Kiko. Doesn't quite get the kill, but information is important regardless. He's going to bring Kiko rotating his way forward to catch HDZ in a close range fight. Not the kind of engagement that HDZ really wants there. So this round has slowly slipped away from unKnights. Just like this map, there has been definitely occasional instances where this has looked doable, but now it's really all on the shoulders of Snox to keep it alive. 9 would be on the board for TEC if he doesn't pull off the clutch, but of course he hits both shots, and unKnights stay in the conversation. They are up to 6. TEC denied map point, denied series point.
Something to shout about yet. The replay of the Snox play on the side of your screen as well. It's unfortunate that the second player jumping in was completely destroyed as he was jumping in. Poor timing on that. And already in the following round, they've lost the zone, they've lost Ryan Claw. They're all over the B bomb site. Foxy and Kiko have got a lot of work to do to try and bring it back, but that's a lovely second kill from Kiko, and I think he knows where HDZ's running off to. I think he may have heard him. That's a bomb dropped on B, by the way. The C4 is all on its own, and HDZ and Pietro are nowhere near it.
Spoxy also nowhere near it. Nobody's near the bomb. They don't need to play the objective. It's all about the kills, apparently. And to be fair to Spoxy, he's probably not got a huge amount of awareness as to whether or not that bomb has been retrieved. But he's starting to make his way across now, and his timing doesn't look too bad at all. This is where that sixth sense starts to come into play that we talk about, but his positioning not good. And he's just run down, so nothing he could really do there.
Surely they gave up a bit of an audio cue there. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. While they were moving up, maybe it was either way. 7-8. Lion Claw now trying to hold on to be long again, but it's only a 1-for-1. And Knights really are brawling their way back into this. Firstly, the Snox 1v2, and now that previous round as well. Not exactly clean. But they're not going quietly. As I said, it's a very important series for both these two teams, both struggling in the league, both needing a W. We're very close to finding out who that W will go to.
Yeah, I mean, at this moment, the jury really is out. I think you will probably still put money on it being TEC, but it's by no means been easy for them. Even this round, favorable, but not necessarily a guarantee at this stage.
Even in the 4v3, it doesn't feel, as you say, all that comfortable, knowing how these rounds have been recovered before. And again, it looks like B is going to be the focal point. Thankfully for TEC, Flex is set up this time. They'll miss the opening shot. Tag down low. Fox is now on the scene, but they've given up the space to allow unKnights to plant the bomb. Thankfully, Flex will make up for it with a flick on HDZ. Pietro needs to activate now in some way. He doesn't know... Well, now he will know that there's no one coming from that position, but he's going to need to find a kill from somewhere very quickly. Help out. Snox on site. There's the one, but Snox being lost in that process. They're going to have one player holding a defuse and two players looking to try and fight Pietro. That's exactly what they do. And finally, slightly overdue, but TEC are up to 9.
unKnights, by the looks of things, taking a tech. Never mind, not attack. I mean, I think unKnights already used their attack timeout, didn't they? But I don't think
they
TEC have.
I think LSY needed to call it because I think I just saw him sprint away from his PC in an urgent way. So maybe that's something he needs to deal with IRL.
The doorbell rang, maybe?
Could be that.
Delivery. What is it that usually pulls you out of a gaming session if you're in the middle of something? Normally for me it's the doorbell.
Doorbell, food,
phone call.
Phone call.
I don't answer the phone, to be fair, too much, unless I'm expecting a call. I just kind of let it ring out.
Me neither. Me neither. Usually it's like spam saying your bank details have been hacked or something.
Yeah.
When they haven't. But yeah, I reckon it's probably like a delivery or something that he needs to grab before. Maybe he's ordered food and he needs to collect it and take it in before he finishes the game. And it's annoyingly... There he is. Annoyingly come right now before the end of the game. Maybe he needed to let a family member in or something like that. Who knows?
Yeah, whatever it was, in theory, shouldn't take too long to get back into the game. It's just a shame that it's happened in what might have been the last round of the map. Kind of brings a little bit of the wind out of the sail.
Got one more series to come after this. Reminder, Anubis versus Imperium. We are expecting Anubis to win that one relatively comfortably, but Imperium do have a W this season.
Yeah, Anubis have been a bit of an interesting concept as well. I think they've definitely had some really good moments. So I would say I do think that they should be picking it up, like you say, but this doesn't always end up being the case. Anubis are a bit of an up and down team sometimes.
And an up and down round here once again for TEC. They think to themselves, look, they're just taking the tech. Maybe they're going to be jumping into the round and be feeling a little bit unprepared after that. They weren't. The aggression does not pay off. 4v2 off the bat for our Knights to try and get to the final round of regulation.
I don't think they're going to have too much difficulty in this round, but then again, I've seen some stranger things happen in this game, so not going to count my chickens just yet.
Yeah, this one should be totally fine, right? This for TC with Flex and Zane, they will obviously go for it, but I feel like this is just time now to talk about the final round of round. How to finish the game.
Yeah. You definitely go for it though. You definitely see if you can, find a pick to get you back into it. Seem to be eventuating though, obviously. Zane's now solo. He's got one, but nothing to get really excited about there at all. So, on top of that, tactical timeout too. So, I mean, TEC taking advantage of every possible opportunity they can get to talk about how to close this series out, because they recognize how important it's going to be. And look, I do think kind of does have to be said that even if they do close it out, if you get such a close win against unKnights, who are sitting in 7th place, who have only ever beaten one other team so far this season as TEC, you're probably still looking at this and saying, maybe it wasn't quite as clean as we wanted it to be.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be exactly enamored with how close it was. Especially considering how poor they played on map 2. Like, we were talking about how our Knights look good.
They've had their moments, for sure.
And they exploited TEC underperforming, which is totally right. But I think, like, without a shadow of a doubt, as Penguin put on the desk, TEC will be more in their own heads of how they performed there, especially on map 2, than them thinking, Okay, unKnights blew us out the server. So, yeah, concerning.
Yeah, concerning is a fair way of putting it. I have to have a look at the EWC points. Not sure if they're actually listed on Liquipedia or not at the moment, but
I didn't find them when I looked.
yeah, I suspect that TEC are probably still in a pretty reasonable spot to qualify, but be interesting to see, you know, if they do poorly here this season, and maybe someone like Anubis, for example, who had some points from last season.
Oh my goodness.
Comes through with a good result. Maybe this round in that regard. unKnights get themselves a 1-1 to get in with a plan. TEC are fast on the retake so far. The exchange is not a bad one for unKnights, though. They can hold on to this. Snox looking solid. Flying Claws just full center. What is going on here, mate? Now I'm in the 1v1 against LSY. He's going to put that flash out on the line. Misses a couple of opening shots, but Dezane clutches it out for the team. And by God, was that a little bit too close for comfort for TEC. You can see a few sighs of relief, but they will take this 10-8. They will take the series in 3.
Oh, that was a crazy final round. I mean, Snox got so far through so quickly, and none of TEC seemed to be ready for that whatsoever. The pace of that was totally unexpected. And in the end, the fact they recovered that round and won it in the 1v1, actually impressive, because that one looked like it was going to overtime for sure with the positional control. As you said, you know, once Lion Claw threw himself in to the Lion's Den, ironically, yeah, it looked like it was done. But Dezane clutched up, and he played that clutch brilliantly as well, dancing from like the left side of the girder to the other. So, yeah, that was very, very close. I think I wouldn't be surprised if TC, with this result, with this W, are just relieved. They're not happy about it, they're only relieved, because with the situation they're in, as I said before the game started, I think they needed it a little bit more than unKnights did. So, yeah, we'll have to see what the panel have to say about it, though, to summarise the series.
Yeah, of course, it felt a bit rough for them, Trav, and I believe that they are relieved. At least they got a win, and that will help their spot, and the, of course, and the seedings overall. TEC, they still need to find more wins in the upcoming days to get closer and closer to secure their spot in the elite group, or at least to smell the elite group. How does it feel and how does it look? And for me, it was a bit far for them, but this win, I mean, a win is a win, but at the final part, I would say that they have not shown us what would we be expecting out of this team.
Yeah, as they said, they might be, TC, as you also mentioned, TC might be relieved, but definitely I'm pretty sure that they are sometimes, if they're gonna watch this game, they'll get upset with some rounds that they throw. Maybe some silly mistakes that they did, some miscommunication that happened between the team. However, I like how TC started the game as well. It reminds me of New Mexico. They started very strong on the Blacklist side. They got 6 rounds. It was 5-0 in favor of TC. And then tactical timeout came from unKnights. They tried to come back, 5-1, 5-2, then 6-2, 6-3. Okay, 63. Talking about that was 5-0. It's not that bad half coming up from the guys from unKnights. However, when we switch to Globalist side, I feel that TC, they kind of lacked a lot of things. One of them is they lack the first blood. Always, every time unKnights on the Blacklist side, not every time, they do a heavy damage into TC, or they get 1 kill, and they make TC positions uncomfortable, and they can't just adapt per se. So unKnights, that they try to use the slow gameplay into their favor, and I believe that if you're playing slow, that's the best case scenario for you, is to get the first blood, try to capitalize on it, and try to just run through the sides while you're having the numbers advantage.
Yeah, of course, at least they got the win out of this game. Of course, winning versus unKnights was a tough challenge, and it felt like it's so close to get to overtime, but At the final points, Linclo just made what's important. He secured the win, he secured the kills, and got Titan this win, which is a full distance versus, I would say, a rusty unKnights. But a win is a win after all. Titans, they need to work hard to even get closer to the elite group, and also keep in mind they need to win the remaining 2 games that they have versus Imperium and versus Nemesis, which will be a pretty hard one to collect, and also they need to pray for the downfall of Anubis. So if Anubis win the remaining 2 games, I believe they will still stay in the of course elite group, and Titan Esports will be in the contenders group. So we have a lot of big names in the contenders group, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to mention. That yes, TSC they didn't show us the decent performance that we expected them to. Especially that we know that unKnights are not having the best days. However, W is a W, win is a win. As Trav said, both of the teams needed this W, and it was TSC who came out with it, and they need to build up on it, because if they drop one more game and Anubis get the double wins that they're going to be having, one of them is versus Imperium today, that means that TSC will have to play from the contender group. And yes, of course, they will not get relegated. It's the relegation might go for unKnights, but I believe that if they just fall one more time, they will have to go from the contender group. And by the way, this is the first time we see TSC or LCK or this roster having such hard time, because if it was the same let's say system as last year, that means that Titan Esports could have just passed the playoffs, and they just could have missed it.
Of course, like I remember the old system, only top 4 make it to the playoffs, but of course they are having a really good way to turn back into their own spot, like the plays that we used to see at TECN. Of course, we have Zane as the match MVP, since he's been throwing some punches here and there and making sure that they complete and collect their win.
Yeah, Dizane had a very good games. I mentioned the stream that Dizane needed to step up, and he came here stepping up also again in the both, let's say, both maps that they won. He was the key factor. Spoxy as well. We asked him to step up, because this deadly duo, when they are playing and they are just performing, when they are killing, when they are hitting their shots, there is nobody can match TEC, and that's how they always showed us in the past seasons. Yes, they might be going through a downfall, but definitely they will come back one day.
Of course, and I believe as we speak here, we might be having a small interview with Linclo in a couple of seconds, and whenever he's ready, we are ready, and we are waiting to have what the team actually have to say. And of course, hello Linclo, how are you doing?
Hello guys, how are you guys?
Hello.
Oh, good. I just have one question. First of all, congrats on the win. It's like we always see you in the top 1 category, the team that always be fighting for the title. This season been very rough for you guys, but how does it feel winning, and what would you love to say to your audience and your fans?
Well, at some point when you play so many matches and we are already in the league for so long, it's obvious that at some point you are going to have a weaker season. I mean, for sure, right now it's not possible to say what's going to be the end result. We didn't start really well. I mean, there were 2 matches that we could for sure win. Against Vitality and Anubis, it was really close. But of course, this win feels great. I mean, unKnights is always a tough opponent. They are also in a tough position this season. So grabbing this win is really important for us.
Yeah, exactly. You mentioned that unKnights also having a downfall, and you mentioned yourself that you guys maybe will have I don't want to say it's going to be a weaker season, but you can't have always the same performance. But I want you to maybe walk us through what did you guys talk about, because going into the your tactical pose on the last map, because it was 9-8 and you guys had a very good start, 5-0. Then suddenly we've seen unKnights coming back, and then you guys have to pull your tactical timeout in the last round, and the Zane clutch that you almost also missed it and went overtime. So walk me through what did you guys discuss, how you guys just let us through your tactical pose.
I mean, I think the tactical pause is the same for every team. like you think a bit about what is working for them, what do you think they will do, and what is your plan for the round, and that's it. I mean, you have to make a decision. Like, it's only one round left. I mean, some teams prefer to surprise, other teams prefer to gamble a bit, other teams prefer to play basic. I mean, we just made a decision, and the decision that round was to put a side stronger than the other one.
Did you expect them going mid to be fast?
We were aware that was a possibility, yes.
You'll love to see it, of course. Congrats on the win, and we hope to see you guys in a better spot. Of course, you still have two tough opponents, and hope to see you, of course, winning tomorrow and the day after.
Congrats, man.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, man, for your time. Yeah, it was a quick interview, and like I love the fact that he's keeping it real. Like, yeah, sometimes when you're competing for a longer time, you might have an off season, like, of course, a weaker season or a season that's not what you could be expecting. But of course, that was for Titans Esports. Now we have the coming up another Egyptian derby between Imperium and Team Anubis. So we'll head to a small break and get back to you with game number 3.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zenith rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, a minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Done to the early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it?
He's
these players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
See if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot, needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the box.
Feels a little dicey. Diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
So West Foxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will somehow survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, Kane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taking matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, you know, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn, trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double too, so that's the bomb drop. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will set
Welcome back to CFWL, and of course for today we had two amazing matches, and now we're heading to our last one, which is another Egyptian derby between Anubis and Imperium. And for this time, Imperium are not the last placeholder for the league. They have one win, and Anubis are in their way to stay in the elite group. So it's not gonna be an easy challenge. It will be a tough one for both sides. It's always the derby. The team that matters is the one who got the best mental when it comes to execution, of course, and playing the game.
Well, definitely, yeah, that's a quite hard matchup. People who are watching, maybe they will think, okay, Anubis should be having the upper hand and it should be an easy game for them. Yes, on paper, Anubis is a team that you're looking forward to see more from them. After their upset versus TC, we've seen a very good performance from them. Also versus Swamp Gaming, they had a very good series. They I say that they were almost losing to Swamp Gaming, but their mental resilience and their high individual skills, especially from Gainer and Muffin, just secured the game from them. We've seen good executions, good teamwork. The guys were doing very, very well when it comes to executions and utility usage. So Anubis is the team that, on paper, I would bet that they will have an easy game versus Imperium. But if we compare Imperium to the last season, no, I don't think Anubis is gonna just walk away easily with it. The things that's making me want to see more from Anubis is that Muffin is still in his prime. He was not a one-season wonder, because last season he was one of the best. He was on top 3 when it comes to the skills, aims, individual skills, and everything. But now he's still on the top 5 at least. looking at Gainer as well, he's reshaping a bit. He's trying to play with his new role, and he's also performing very well. He claimed double times MVP, which is a big step up for himself, and that was what we expecting from him, because Gainer is a superstar, and he used to be one of the best players on Knights when he was playing there. So that's why I'm saying Anubis on paper they have the upper hand. Individual skills is there, executions tactical wise is there. They have a coach that makes the game plan and strategies for them, and also Gainer, their star MVP, is just stepping up when it needs the most.
I agree with you, but on the flip, on the script, I would say that you have a team like Imperium. They have been struggling for a long time, and when Laz stepped in, it felt like a different structure for the team. And of course, the team itself, yeah, they don't have the coach, but they have the grit. They have what it's like, the personality of a challenger. They're trying their best to get in their best shape. They're winning rounds. They're winning games, I would say. But when it comes to the bigger picture, Imperium, I mean, I wouldn't say that they're in a really good spot, but at least they're trying to stay away from getting relegated. And if they can capture a win for today, for tomorrow, for any day, that will be their luckiest day in the world.
Yeah, if they can get this win, definitely we will no longer see Imperium getting relegated. Otherwise, we need to see unKnights upsetting one of the hardest teams that they're gonna play against next. I talked about Anubis and their key points and maybe their strength points and how good they play together as a team. But now Imperium, I wanted to mention that Imperium first season they were just trying to get together, trying to get into the West League games. It was the first time for most of the guys, of course not Hosam. Now they are together for a while. They played the relegation together and they were down 0-2 and they also made some comebacks. Played the season, went in season 2 first game versus Vitality. Everybody said it's an easy game for Vitality. Yes, Vitality won 2-0, but it was only 2 rounds difference between both teams. Versus 3BL, they did a very good job as well. I guess they were one of the toughest teams that 3BL have ever met, and their performance versus, of course, unKnights when they get the win as well. It's all some good games that they showed this season that makes me think that these guys can still upset Anubis and they will make a good run versus them, because it's not going to be an easy game versus Anubis. And we said this versus 3BL as well. When Egyptian players meet, it's not about who's better than who. It's about the mental between both teams. It's about who's going to be sticking to his game plan, who's going to make less mistakes, and then it comes to your execution, strat-wise, and everything. So the games, when it's Egyptians, maybe 5 Egyptians versus 5 Egyptians, it is always should be a close games because they know how each other plays. Hosam was the ex-IGL for Anubis. He knows how things are going in Anubis, and also these guys, they scream together and they play together a lot.
Of course, I agree with you. Also, something to add up, that he was part of Anubis. He played with Yusuf, the coach of Anubis, of course. And on the other side, he is the man who caught Imperium together and who formed everything with them. For me, it feels like Imperium, in their current form, they should be able to take it to a 3-mapper. We'll see how it goes. But of course, before going to that part, we'll see the head-to-head between Doom and Damp. It feels like the stats are pretty close between both of them.
Yeah.
But Doom got a little bit of advantage in some stuff. And on the other hand, Imperium, they are in their best form. If they can bring down Anubis to 3-mapper, if they can win a series versus Anubis, this will be a shocker to everyone.
Yeah, it's gonna be a shocker for, let's say, unKnights first, TEC as well. If they get the win, TEC might not get affected. They will be happy definitely that one of those 2 teams will go down, but I believe that they would love that Imperium wins because they lost to Anubis, so they wanna just slow down Anubis a bit, because if Anubis wins, they get one more win, and then they got the Swamp Gaming win, and already they got the TEC win, so they will have some wins. Also, if you look at Nemesis, Nemesis has 3 wins. Anubis right now they have 2. If they win versus Imperium, they will have 3 as well. So definitely the loss for Anubis benefits the teams that are underperforming this season. Imperium will try to slow them down, but if you are an unKnights fan, definitely you would love that. You should see Imperium falling down because you don't want to get relegated. You want to see them falling down. So when you meet them again, or maybe when they play in phase 2, they beat them and they go up to the contender group and they catch on the playoffs. So that's why this game is very important for both sides.
Of course, and anything can happen. Still, keep that in mind. You have 10 Egyptians. You have a Fiesta style that might bring us into some kind of rounds. We all know how anything can happen between 10 Egyptian players, and
Exactly.
of course the map V2 will give us another detailed eye to bring us, or like to just look how can they really close this game up. Of course, between those players, between everything that's happening for today, I believe that's a really good way to close the stream with this best of 3.
Yeah, to close it, imagine if Imperium wins. Then you'll have a lot of teams that's having 2 wins now. It's gonna be TSC, it's gonna be Anubis, it's gonna be Imperium, and it's gonna be the fight of sets. Who's having better sets? Definitely Imperium is not having the best of sets at all because but their win was 2-0, so it's not bad. I mean, it's a lot of things complicated for them, so it's good. It's
A
gonna
lot
be
of
good
things
if
to
Imperium wins.
calculate.
Yeah, it's gonna be good if Imperium wins, so that we don't know until the last maybe game who's gonna be on the contender group and who's gonna be on the elite group. Of course, we know that 3BL and Vitality they secured the spots. We're talking about the other 2 spots from elite group and all the contender group, because from gaming, yes, they will secure the last place unless we've seen a very good performance from them in the last 2 games, which is I don't think is gonna happen. It's gonna be very, very, very tough.
Of course, and it will be very tough to think how it will go, but I believe we all have figured it out, and we're all voting for Anubis. Is like the team been here since 2018, 2019, something like that. They've been around the block for a long time, and we've seen a lot of talent
7 years, yeah.
and get together in Anubis. So we'll see how this pan out for Anubis. Of course, when it comes to those teams, I believe we might be seeing a little bit of I don't know, aggressive play style. When it comes to a team like Imperium, when it comes to Anubis, they have really good firepower. And of course, if you banned like the maps that conclude the sniper, of course they have Anubis 2 sniper setup. When it comes to Imperium, I believe they have the same thing. So if you remove the snipers, we have a lot of riflers to be filling the place. So we'll see how it goes between those 2 teams. And when you see 2 Egyptian teams, you should be expecting sub-base. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, but Anubis, I don't think they play sub-base, and if Anubis plays sub-base, that's a full int. Let's say that's gonna be a full int from Anubis, because going versus Imperium and sub-base, it's gonna be hard. And Anubis, they banned new compound, because last time we have seen Anubis's new compound, it was not the best at all. If you remember, it was versus One Gaming when they won only because of Gainer and Muffin, and they almost lost to them. They're gonna pick Ankara. It's either gonna be Black Widow. The V2 is biased around Anubis, definitely, of course, because Ankara favors the double sniper setup. Black Widow as well favors the double sniper setup. If Anubis gets the first win, they will have 2 chances of closing. A weaker one on sub base, a very, very, very strong one on Black Widow. I like how Anubis managed to let's say pick and ban this V2, because they are trying to go for the wide maps, for the big maps, for the maps that they will get benefit from Muffin, from Dirty, and from the rifles as well.
Totally agree with you. Also, to back it up, sub-base is like not their best suit, but at the same time they know that new compound is better for Imperium. So they just said like, guys, let's cut the chase, remove new compound and play in sub-base. You gotta face them in one of those 2. So they would rather play in sub-base, that they actually managed to win this season, better than going into new compound that they know that their setups, everything is not the best of the changes. They didn't look the same on new compound, so it's better to play it safe than sorry. New compound out, sub base in, but of course you still have the Ankara, you still have the Black Widow for the long shots, and man, we should all just stay here, bring some pen and paper and start watching and taking notes. How will those sniper find their opening with all of those good stuff that we might see in this game? For me, I will be waiting for you, Ankara. How can you expect the playstyle that we might be seeing from Anubis?
Well, Anubis usually starts very strong, very strong. They get the first 2-3 rounds, maybe 4 rounds, and then if there is a tactical push from the enemy team, they use it. I'm not saying that this is what is going to happen, but usually I see a very strong performance from Anubis on the beginning, so I would love to see the same from them.
I would love to see the same from Anubis, but of course, versus a tough opponent, anything can happen. So to bring the action to see what actually gonna be the case and what's gonna be the answer for Imperium and Anubis, will head to Trav and Elfish. Oh no.
One more game, and I think for Imperium, usually in previous seasons we've seen how they've played and thought, yeah, everyone's going to run over this team. They've got to win this season. They've got to win this season. That's why I'm not like 100% counting them out of maybe getting this one into a third map or something like that. But Anubis, it still should be a should, put it that way. It still should be that word.
I mean, what I will say about having watched Imperium for the last couple of weeks is they've actually quietly impressed me, and I think, I've sort of said as much in some of the matches that we've been watching them play. I agree with what you're saying in that, previously they have been a team that we'd look at and say they're a freebie, basically. But I think this is a different lineup this season, or at least in terms of the level that they bring. It's a very different kind of look. They play a smarter brand of the game. I definitely have some faith in that lineup to, if not do a whole lot this season necessarily, if they kind of stick together, you can tell that they've got a bit of an understanding of where they want to be and where they want to go. So I definitely think there is something in that Imperium lineup that is probably more impressive than what we have come to expect from them in previous seasons. We know that Anubis is one of those teams as well that really can be very, very high highs, as we saw a couple of seasons ago where they took a top 2 placing, and then very low lows, as we saw in the previous season. And I think for Anubis, this season has been a bit of a renaissance in a sense. Gain has been really, really impressive for this lineup. I think Noor coming in as the new IGL as well for Anubis has been a pretty good change in my mind, but we'll see how they line up against Imperium, who have been on a hot streak themselves. Doom with a 3K to start off the proceedings, and a grenade over the top here should probably finish off Jaguar, if not at least bring him down low. Dirty can't quite catch up with Damp, but Noor gets himself the double. So Doom and Noor combining to start that one off. A pretty impressive start to the series. Very explosive out of both of these teams.
Yeah, I don't think I've covered an Anubis game this season. I just, off the top of my head, I don't remember covering Noor before, so I reckon this is a first for me. And you remember, Jordan, all the games we've covered historically with all the different teams Gainer has been on? I've always been high on Gainer. I've always said how good he can be in this league and how consistent he can be and how much of a nuisance he is for any team that faces him, right? So it's good to hear that he's keeping that up.
Oh, he very much is keeping it up. I think he's been the standout for this team, certainly, but he's been, honestly, even one of the standout individuals for the season as a whole, in my mind. I think he's been really, really sharp. So I suspect we're probably going to be seeing some pretty good moments from him again today. And I hope so, too, for your sake.
Yeah, keeps my narrative accurate. Anubis off to the flying start, with Doom leaping into that triple kill. Slightly slower approach for Imperium in round 2. As you're tied up.
Dirty just kind of floating around in no man's land here. Every chance that he gets picked off on an awkward timing, Love to see it, but indeed will go down. Does at least grab himself one before he falls. Muffin still up on that site. Frapsy starting to put a little bit of that pressure on as well, but on that swing, Laz will take him down. No problems at all. Immediately you start to see a bit of a resurgence from Imperium. Like I said, they're not a bad team. They have some good fundamentals. They're in a pretty decent spot themselves this season, I think, relative to the expectations. And now we're into a 2-on-2 post plant, which feels very winnable for them.
Obviously taking an aggressive line. Tapped the first immediately, but Gainer was very quick on that trade. Now a 1v1. Bobbing up and down is Laz, but you can see these quick scopes, he can Gainer opportunities. It takes a very, very long time to close it out, but he does. So I'll give him his fair dues on that one. We're even at 1 apiece to start this one. And Anubis know that they can't afford to drop this game, because if they win, so if they lose, then they know for sure that they could get overtaken into that elite group. If they win, they're in a much better position.
100%. It has been an okay season, I think, for Anubis, but importantly, they've got a lot to recover from. For transgressions in the previous, Dirty and Muffin have been a pretty good coordinated pairing, and they get themselves down into a 3v2. Nexlon and Damp in an interesting position here to actually maybe make something happen. They're sort of in the middle of the map. Time's not really too favorable for them. Obviously working against them. But Cfwl also maybe just outside of GR spawn, so going to be harder to retrieve, but Noor's going to go down on A, and that will relieve some pressure, though Doom's come across to a pretty good position to try to clutch this one out, I would say.
Yeah, he knows where the C4 is, I'm pretty sure. So he's not unknown about that, but thankfully for Imperium, Damp will clear him very quickly. You can see the reaction in the player cam. Happy about that one. You know that one could have gone awry. I'll be happy to avoid that possibility.
Double kill.
Dirty, but quick reface from Jaguar in middle. So 2 for 2. Immediate 3v3.
Laz, good kill. Onto a Muffin. And Imperium, once again, going to be causing a bit of a headache here for Anubis. It's Gainer and Dirty, now just Dirty. That will have to try and salvage what is becoming a bit of a wreckage of a round. 2-on-1 for him. An opportunity presents itself. Damp getting a little bit too overeager for that fight. Laz now stuck in the 1v1, just wants to tuck. Taps on Dirty. If he hits the shot, he wins the round, but he doesn't. Laz will shut it down. Imperium up to 3.
Good start. Important question, Jordan. Has Laz casted Laz yet?
He has. No, I don't know if he's... Maybe he hasn't casted Laz, but he was definitely on the desk for Laz.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Close enough.
It was quite excited because in that particular game, Laz actually played very well.
Ah,
and I was saying Laz is the GOAT. But it was a different Laz to the Laz that he thought I was lazzing about. If you catch my drift.
Using lazzing is like a... Is it a verb? I don't remember what word names are.
Verb is a doing word, yes.
Okay, I was right. Good. I remember.
Yes, but Laz was certainly lazzing. Gainer and Muffin, certainly Gainer in particular.
Gainer.
A lot of work done in that round, so a little bit of a resurgence nicely from Anubis there. They kind of fell off the pace a little bit, but starting to pick back up here. Akara, their map pick, so they will be wanting to try and put something together here, I dare say.
through the smoke, and Nemesis will start the round up against Dirty. Muffin then drops to the next long too. Nor and Gainer are having to force the issue to try and recover things. 3v3 has been found, but they have given up quite a lot of space in other portions of the map to find that recovery. Anubis are aware of that fact, and the Imperium are aware that space is available. The B plant should be coming through in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, 3 on 3. Not the worst spot to be in. There's that player that you spoke about starting to get put down on the floor. So time now ticking in the favor of Imperium, and they picked up another kill. Which is going to start to concern Anubis. It's Gainer out of the picture. He has been a really pivotal piece of their puzzle of late. Love how this is looking for Anubis. They almost line up for Damp. He's got one, and then the second anyway. And so another round on the board for Imperium. And this is where I have to turn the conversation in your direction, Trav. I mean, surely what you're seeing from them now is starting to impress you, right? Imperium, they're not the team of the last season where they were just a free win. They are actually genuinely not a bad shout at all.
No, they're not the Whipping Boys anymore. We haven't really had a team in the CFWL like last season where you could just pretty much guarantee the fact that the improvement here is incredibly obvious. Time has helped with that, for sure. But also the individuals have started playing a bit better too. I mean, Jaguar had a very, very poor season individually last season. He's looking a bit better this season as well. And even though, don't necessarily need him to be the hard fragger, it didn't help things. So, and now, of course, unfortunately, that leaves it to a different team to be the team to be the big boys, and that's Swamp this season. So,
yeah, it's not the first time for them, unfortunately.
No, that is true. Just because of location and ping and stuff, right? It's always been difficult for them in this league.
Yeah.
Famous played for them, right? I remember that correctly.
He did. Yeah.
Used to always have the conversation in previous seasons when we had different production, right? Like, what server is it on? Is it NA or EU servers or whatever? Yeah. Always trying to gauge who has the slight advantage. Often we see Swamp go 3 maps because they'd farm on the NA servers.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, not much happening for them at the moment, but we go back into the swing of things here for Imperium, who are down to just a couple of players. Damp as well, also getting tagged up pretty substantially, so that's not going to help his cause, but they do have a pretty open B site where they can maybe start to think about putting something together here. We can get the plant down. 24 seconds. Not a huge concern for them at this stage.
Anubis will get away with it. Oh, goodness. I can't tell you how many coughing fits I've had over the last map and a half. Very sad.
I haven't heard a single one of them, so you're doing well.
Yeah, I'm doing a wonderful job of muting and unmuting. It's stressful, I can't lie, but I'm making it work. That's all that matters.
I'm impressed. That is indeed. I'm very impressed with your prowess thus far.
Alright. We've got one more series to finish off, and then I can cough myself to sleep in peace.
You know what? I'm actually reading a book about... Have you ever read The Stand by Stephen King?
I've heard of it, but I've not read it.
Yeah, and there's so many chapters about people coughing. And like, now I'm living that life.
What the hell? Crazy.
Anyway,
oh my god, kill feed just got filled with orange. My word. That was so quick. Imperium got a little bit angry in one round, and Dirty will go 2. Damp will round on his position. and clean him up. So Imperium will guarantee a lead on the half. Doom has got a angle to find Frapsy, but he might need a second. Hopefully Moore's going to grab that second for him, but Damp took the kill on Doom in the end. So again, a free open B-bomb site. Again, a plant comes through relatively quickly. Again, it was fully blinded up by that flash that came through as well. Next on in the tight right corner, unpredictable, a bit wider to catch Dirty off guard. Good job. And Gaina's too far away. Imperium are going to end this half with a 6-3 lead on the Blacklist side as well.
Hold on.
Gaina wins these. I can't lie. I've seen many a Gaina clutch. But they're playing it quite well by wasting time. And look at the dance around the site here by Nexlon. Nice try from Gaina, but he always felt like Nexlon when he made that move to the left, as we saw it from Gaina's POV, that he'd got that under lock and key.
Yeah. I mean, Gaina, like you said, he is liable to win those kinds of rounds. So 15 seconds on the clock, 2 players within shooting distance. I'm always going to give him the benefit of the doubt. This time, though, not quite coming together. And Anubis and Kara also not really coming together. I think if Imperium get this over the line, yeah, you can definitely start to think about the implications of a series loss for Anubis, because it is very possible. But to convert on things in the second half here, perhaps he gets a real chance against Gaina, doubles down onto Doom. I don't know how he gets away with 2 there. Probably shouldn't have even gotten 1. He has. And now we're into a 3-on-3 with Nexlon still kind of holding on to the side. So Anubis denied entry for now. The rotation starting to come through. Anubis are just in all sorts. Dam's going to pick up this line if Jaguar does go down, and Muffin might just get traded. He was spotted. It's a 1v1 though. And so Damp, not keen to take that fight, will return back to safety for the moment. Swing's going to come through for Muffin. He really wants to clear things out.
Look how patient he's playing. Makes total sense as well. Wants Muffin to make the move first, make a decision on where to plant from, and then he can work forward and try and find him. Sniper v Sniper, TRG versus TRG, and Muffin will get a really, really important round for his team to set them off and running in this second half. 4-6, you can see Muffin's reaction. He knows how important that was. I'm not going crazy, right? I mean, we've covered a couple of seasons, a couple of years of Crossfire. Jaguar and Damp used to be Anubis players, right?
Jaguar definitely was, and I believe you're right in saying Damp was as well. Yes.
Okay, good.
It's hard to remember because there are a lot of changes that happen in seasons.
I've just associated those two with Anubis historically, so I just wanted to double check to make sure my brain was right in remembering that.
I believe you are correct.
So yeah, it is cool to see these players are playing against each other instead, and it makes you wonder. Obviously, it's not the first time these two teams have played against each other because we had the first split of the season, right, in 2026.
Yeah.
But it makes you wonder, like, what kind of mind games and what kind of things that Anubis are doing, where they think to themselves, "Oh, will Jaguar and Damp remember this?" and vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're probably far removed enough now that maybe the strategies are different and the idea, but it could be like down to like individual clutch tendencies and stuff like that you may be able to read into it a little bit. So I think there might be some value, definitely. But yeah, I mean, this Anubis is certainly a very different look than the one that Jaguar and Damp would have been involved in. Gaina's here now, Noah's here now. Dirty might have even been on TBI at that time as well, so that will be a little far removed, but we'll still see how this pans out. Perhaps he's picked himself up the 1, and there's a bit of a offensive headed in the direction of B. Laz looks like he's holding his trigger finger for multi-kill. He can only get himself the 1. One's not quite enough to lock down the site, but the rotation in from Jaguar, if he would have got that kill, it could have been a different story. Imperium, though, are going to lose another round by the looks of things. Nexlon to try to clutch it out, but he'll be shot in the side by Muffin. And so that will be the end of that for him and for Imperium. And the gap is very much starting to close. It was a good start to this map and series for Imperium. But the deeper we go, the more concerning this is starting to look, and the more likely it seems that maybe we are going to get Anubis returning back into the fold as winners.
Back to within one. Perhaps see a Nexlon playing together on the A-bomb site. Dirty trying to creep forward to find a line of a player manoeuvring around on the site itself, but he won't get lucky for now. C4's going to be picked up and is going to be taken back to kind of join up in there with a couple of teammates. Jaguar does see Muffin there, I believe. Does some damage. But no deaths taken yet. It looks like a sort of a split in towards B is the plan. But there's a lot of support here for Imperium to hold them at bay.
Frapsy, does he go through the window? Muffin's waiting for him. Decides not to. Making his way forward. A bit of spot bottom here. Frapsy turns on him, but it's a 1-for-1. Still, exchanges across the board, even at this stage. Laz on the side. Tough to find his way forward, but Anubis doing a great job of just bouncing off of one another. Doom and Noor. I have to say, this BL side is looking very, very threatening, very good so far from Anubis. I like the way they're working in tandem, and Imperium just don't seem to be able to handle it at the moment.
Often that can happen, right? Even though Imperium have been improving this season, I'm now seeing that with my own eyes. It can happen when Anubis are on their blacklist side, that their tactics can just be that step above, and even though some maps might be slightly global risk-sided, it can just... You can just be better and look better on blacklist because you've got examples of that right here. Dirty and Muffin and charge into a good nade from down. That actually finds Muffin, but Dirty's going to find Jaguar to confirm the plant. So 3v2, damage done. This does not seem like a likely retake.
No, certainly not. And Damp's going to fall as well. So that'll be another one. And yeah, it's probably about time for a timeout here. See Imperium wanting to have a bit of a chat. I don't know if they have a coach. I've never seen a coach in any of these conversations for them, so I'm going to go ahead and assume that they don't have one, which will make these kinds of moments a little bit tougher for them. So they've come up with the answers themselves.
I do like the Imperium logo, by the way. Is that slightly different from last split, or is it the same? I can't remember.
If not the exact same, I think it's very similar.
Okay.
Can't really recall, but I think it's similar enough.
I like it.
Well, it's good that you like it. I'll make sure to pass that on to the team if I speak to them.
Okay. Are you saying you don't share the same view?
Oh, I mean, I don't mind it. I've got nothing against it.
Okay.
It's kind of neither here nor there to me, to be honest. Who's got the best logo?
Go on.
Let me have a look at the logos again.
I feel like you're the sort of person that doesn't give
I don't really
a toss about logos.
It's not a big deal necessarily. I'm kind of partial to 3BL. I don't know if It's just meant to be a dude. Is it a specific dude? I'm not sure.
Specific dude.
Could be something to do with, like, obviously it's an Egyptian team, right? So could be an Egyptian person or god or I don't know, something that I'm supposed to know, which I don't. But I think it looks cool.
Uncultured, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Tac pause sorted. I think we're getting back underway very shortly. Here we go. Can Anubis complete their recovery?
I think so. I think the way they're looking at the moment on this BL side would very much give me the indication that they're going to close this out here. But I could be wrong, and I could be prepared to be proven wrong. If Imperium find a way off the back of that timeout to put something together, that's a good start from Nexlon. Doom and Dirty, again, just too clean on the entry. I mean, Anubis are getting away with a little bit too much on these opening kills. And Imperium once again have to fight their way back from a deficit, which they have been unable to do thus far in the second half. Plant's not down just yet, but should be shortly. Imperium are going to try and push their way forward. That's caught Anubis off guard for a second, but they've still got the numbers there, and that's the issue. If that's an even numbers scenario, you're now in a 1v1. But because it's not, and you've traded equally, Anubis still looking pretty comfortable to close this round out. Yeah. And obviously very low.
I don't mind how they went about it though. Like, they wanted to try and make something happen before Anubis set up in an afterplant. I think that was the right way to go about it, rather than just sit back and let them take all the space and take all the angles. I prefer to see teams try and make something happen than just basically resigning themselves and consigning themselves to a round loss. Either way, it doesn't work. And Anubis are 8-6. Muffin's looking like he's having a great time. Maybe he ingested a blueberry muffin before this game went live.
Possibly.
He's pumped up. And Anubis are two ahead and 2 away from map 1.
I don't suspect it's going to take them too long to get there as well, the way they've been going. It's been very, very clean. Gainer waiting for a push. I mean, interesting setup for Imperium, obviously, with some numbers towards B this time around. Slow and steady wins the race as far as these two teams are concerned. Anubis are starting to make their way forward now. 1 minute and 12 seconds left on the clock. And it's going to be an A hit. Only the 2 players here from Imperium to defend. It's going to be a flash over into middle as well. Perhaps he might have thought that there was some attention happening in mid courtesy of Compass position. I'm not sure, but now C4's been spotted. The trouble is, it's only Nexlon to defend, and he tries to push his way back into the site, which will prove to be a bit too much to deal with. So, response again from Anubis is a swift one.
Yeah, Doom getting the second kill was the big factor. Nexlon on site, Gainer's now a lot of damage into Laz. He can finish it off as well, he will. He'll find Damp too. And Anubis have absolutely swept this second half. Imperium have not found anything on their global risk side, which is unusual for Ankara. It's not like the most heavy global risk map in the pool, obviously, but
No.
to not find one round is still unusual. Anubis have been flawless.
Yeah, I think it speaks a little bit more to Anubis really than it does to Imperium here. I think in general,
agree.
We've probably seen just a very good second half here from Anubis. Pretty okay on these various maps, but having a little bit more of a difficult time now. And another good start from Anubis. So it looks like the map might about end here in a very comfortable display from Anubis.
Yeah, I think the favourites are getting this one done relatively comfortably. PB3, not a done deal just yet. It's a winner here and now. One will be planted by Muffin. Nora's pushing up close. Let's see if I can focus my state of mind and not cough for the rest of this play-by-play in these 30 seconds. Nor, close range on now the left corner. He switched corners, perhaps he's pushing up close. Try and make this retake happen, just straight into the crosshair. They're not able to trade him that cleanly until Damp taps one. Muffin is kind of stuck up there though, and they've next on found Doom in the meantime. So, there we go. There's a bit of legs left to this map, maybe. And Imperium, it's taken them a very, very long time. But finally, they'll get their first global risk round. Perhaps, unfortunately, when it's a bit too late.
Well, you know, only another 2 required. It's certainly not out of the realms of possibility to imagine that they could get this done. So, maybe I'm not going to quite call it too late just yet. Either way, it's been a pretty good contest between Anubis and Imperium, which I'd like to hope that Anubis came prepared for, you know.
Yeah.
Should have been watching the Imperium games of late and should have been pretty aware that this was a team that was putting numbers on the board. Next on, you know, forward position on A. He's got that USP in hand, and he is going to have quite a number of bodies thrown at him in a second. Gainer and Doom, the 2 that are going to be sent on the entry duty. A grenade there as well to soften him up, but he still hits the headshot onto Gainer. So, one in that position, not too bad, particularly if perhaps he's able to double down here, which he can. And Anubis losing their heads a little bit now as things start to come together for Imperium. Nice pop flash forward there to help Jaguar out with that kill onto Muffin. And Dirty is in the 1v3. And like you said, maybe it's a little bit too late, but maybe it's not.
Yeah, no C4 makes this an impossibility for Dirty. Hoping he's going to get one freebie on the long-range line. Jamp's now seen him and tagged him. It's a tag, but no frag. But that frag is about to come through. And there we go. There'll be no lag on the frag. Damp will get the kill.
As a poet.
And Anubis now, they know the situation. That's why they're calling attack. They've got 1 chance left.
Well, very similar vibes to TEC in that last series, in the very last round, calling themselves the attack to try to figure things out. Obviously, were able to do so there, but that was down to a nice clutch from Dezane, so wouldn't necessarily say it necessarily came down to the conversation quite as much as just a good bit of individual firepower.
Perhaps he's stretching his legs, but he'll be back in his seat in about 15 seconds, I'd imagine. We're going to be jumping back in to see if this one goes to overtime.
Well, should be getting back in a sec. Looks good now. See if Anubis can do it here and now, if we're going to require our first OT of the evening. It's a surprise, honestly, that we haven't quite got there yet.
That is actually very true.
A few close maps.
I'm the curse, usually. Today's been alright.
It's true. Well, it's not done yet.
That is very true.
Very isolated defense here. 2-3 split, so neither side really going to be able to assist one another.
Yeah, this setup is very site heavy for Imperium. They've got 3 on A itself, 2 on B itself, all pretty much in the same position.
I mean, you'd have to back
in a
your
little circle.
retake, right? Like, you're backing the fact that you're going to hold the site enough and get like a couple of kills, and then you're backing your retake. Because there's surely no way that you're completely holding a site with just the 2 people or just the 3 people. With no assisting util coming over the top, no reinforcements coming through.
First duel though. Oh, what a reaction from Dirty onto Laz. That's quick. They're choosing the right bomb site as well. They're choosing the site with 2 players rather than 3. Rotation instantly very quick. They don't know Dampers on site yet. He's taking some damage to grenades. Like they're going to just finish him off. It won't. He's 1 XP. He's ready to run it down. Buffy helps out toward Jaguar. Just like that. Blink your eye. They take their time, they go for a slower move, they pick the correct bomb site, every single kill falls into place. That was an impressive end to the map for Anubis.
I think you really have to question that timing from Lads to make the push there. Obviously, he's getting a bit scared, you know, he's kind of looking for information, but like if that's the setup that you've decided to go for, if you've chosen to go for a 3-2 setup, you have to stick with that 3-2 setup at that point in time. Even if he gets info, even if he says, oh, there's no one here, you're not rotating in time to assist the other side. Like, it doesn't really... I think if that's the way that you want to play that round, you have to have a different setup. You have to have, you know, maybe someone out in mid, someone watching this and that. Like, you can't be just going for a miscellaneous push with like 30 seconds left in the round or whatever it was. Doesn't really matter. You know, if that's the decision you've made to have that kind of setup, you can't get scared halfway through and just decide to go looking for info, because inherently that's what's going to happen, unfortunately. And you know,
you've sorry to cut over you, but yeah, you've made your call, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, you have to, what's the saying? Like, lie in the bed that you've made for yourself or something like that.
Reap what you sow.
Yeah. Basically, it's exactly that. So, yeah, they made a mistake by moving when they shouldn't have, and it's cost them at the very last, which is a bit of a shame. We'll see if Penguin shares our views on the desk with Sekio.
I love the fact that Trav just, let's see what Penguin is, and Sekio like, he's gonna be around here, so it doesn't matter. Anyways, I would say really good thing that Anis managed to just go through what happened after the first half, and of course, the final round was Imperium not giving the correct information, or like the enough information to help them reaching this really good spot, or like at least to try to get into overtime. But we'll see how it goes from there.
Well, yeah, I mean, a very good start for Imperium, 6-3 in the first half, especially that we know that Ankara is a blacklist-sided map. Slow start from Anubis, not as expected, because I mentioned that Anubis usually start very strong, but maybe the side effects just got them and he couldn't get the rounds that they needed. However, it's good for them that they didn't take the tactical pause, because what I'm gonna say that after 6 rounds in a row from Anubis, they finally lost the first round. It was a retake coming out from Imperium, and then the tactical timeout came from Anubis. They decided to they're gonna be playing it very slow, which is the basic play style for Anubis, in my opinion. Nothing changed. However, they picked the right side, as Trav said. We've seen Imperium what they did. They stacked a side and they played 2 on the side. They played a super defensive setup. We call it a super defensive setup that you are playing on sides. You're not playing on the information. After that, we've seen a slow push coming out from Anubis into the underpass, and they caught Laz off guard. I want to talk about the checking from Laz shouldn't be very deep. You guys had 3 guys stacking a side, 2 guys stacking a side. What you should have done is one of the A side guys should have pushed the tunnels into the further of the A long and check everything for the teammates. Because even though if this guy died, there are still 2 other guys on the side. That's the first option. Second option is you let Laz just have a small check into the underpass, not pushing it, because he checks nobody, he goes back. That's it. He can recheck again after maybe 10 seconds. Other than that, if you're pushing underpass in the late round and you face the guys that like what Anubis did, this will cost you the round because you will have no rotation for the guys from your side. And also, let me continue. It was first round rotation, and there will no be rotation from the guys from a side, and also the other guys on the side is just isolated and he will instantly die.
Well, yeah, of course that was the case, and it feels like Anubis found a really good way to just close this map out, even though that the first half was a different story. Like, it felt like, as I've mentioned, this map is a blacklist sided map. They got 6 rounds on the first half, which is pretty good, and they need to upgrade their defensive mechanism, their defensive playstyle. It needs to be fixed, I would say, from Imperium side. And of course 10-8 is something really good, but on the other hand, you would see the score, like the breakdown. You see 1, 2, 3, 6 rounds intact for Anubis. Like, he had no chance. He took the timeout, you brought 2 rounds, and then you just lost it all. Imperium, they made a really good run in the first map, but I will say the second one should be a different one. And of course, for this game, we'll pick Doom as the MVP. It's totally understandable. He got some really high percentage in kill rate, and of course in headshots. He's been around for most of the time, and of course he's given a really good information, or I would say a good read. That thing I don't think that we can see on the broadcast, but I believe we'll hear it from the players. They woke as a unit, and Anubis, they just found a way to break Imperiums out and to collect the final pieces to grab the first one. And of course that was for the first map. Now we are heading to sub-base, which is communication is the key, and through what we have seen from Imperium on the second of course second part of the game, it felt like
big miscommunications
is like enough. Yeah, of course they don't have it intact, but we'll see how it pans out in sub-base.
Well, if you're having 6-3 lead on Ankara, which is quite big for you to be going on the blacklist side, and then suddenly you just fall 6 rounds in a row, then you're gonna be going into blacklist now. Into global side on sub-base, because basically Imperium played a very, very bad global side on Ankara. Now you're gonna be going on sub-base, which, if I'm gonna be calling Ankara is 65% or 60% blacklist side, then definitely I'm going for sub-base as 70% blacklist side. So how are you going to be playing on sub-base with this miscommunication on the global side, and the mis-aims, and maybe probably the bad retakes coming out for you? It's going to be very, very tough for Imperium. I know that Anubis don't play sub-base, but they are in a very, very shaky shape right now, Imperium.
Of course they are in a very shaky shape, and they need to I wouldn't say Imperium, Anubis need to capitalize on the lack of communication that we see from Imperium. This might be the key for them to win in sub-base, and of course a team like Anubis should have never went this far in the first place. Of course in the first map, the 10-8 is a pretty hard one to accumulate, but at the same time you are going to subbase. A map that you have played, you have a really good experience on the map. It's not the best when it comes to score, but it's doable. And since they are, I believe they're starting in the blacklist side.
Yeah, Anubis is going to be starting on the blacklist side, yes. Anubis will go on the blacklist side, yeah.
So you have a little bit of an advantage that you need to capitalize. You need to just strike A, play on the wooden doors, have some split execution, make this Imperium team suffer. Will that be the case? We'll see. Or will the Imperium have some really good setups to play with? It's all about time.
Well, yeah, it's exactly when Anubis is starting on the blacklist side, that means that we are definitely going to be asking them to win the half, not only 5-4, maybe 6-3, which is as we seen from Imperium. So it's not easy, it's not hard. Anubis can do it, and let's see what they can do.
Of course, yeah. Well, I believe that our teams are ready, and I believe our casters are also. So we'll head to Elfish, and yeah, what else do we have? Oh yeah, we have Trav. Just kidding.
You're going to make me have a coughing fit live on broadcast, bro. This could be the final map of the day. This could be the final map of the day coming in. And we'll have to see how it's going to go. Because I think, from what you said to me, Jordan, from what you've seen from Imperium, from what I've seen today, they're not bad. They've improved so much from what I've seen from them in the previous season. However, the issue remains, as Penguin was talking about, 6 straight rounds. If you want to win a game of Crossfire at this level, you can't afford to lose 6 straight rounds at any point.
100%.
Right? So,
yeah.
Look,
I mean, obviously a few things you can dive into there. I'm going to pick up on the fact that, yeah, Imperium are definitely a good enough team to still cause a bit of a ruckus in here. We know they like the sub base. I don't think it's impossible to imagine that they might be able to push this one through to a third. So let's just have a look and see what we're going to get. I would still obviously have Anubis as the favorites to win this series if it does go through to Black Widow, but I don't think Imperium are necessarily going to be pushovers here. So we have to see if Anubis can put in the hard yards, and that's a great start from Frapsy. You know, these guys are pretty sharp. They have some good strategy sometimes as well. And Anubis, who are supposedly required to do well on this BL side, haven't started so well.
yeah, opening pick onto Dirty. And this is the Imperium pick, as we've been touching on. So there's definitely a chance that this might not be the final map of the day, but Anubis do play some occasionally too, so it's not going to be a massive mismatch. Temple missed that shot onto, I think it was Muffin, crossing the line. Gainer will go leaves Jaguar a chance to be baited in. Finally, he'll be traded, but it could be a little bit too late with how many players are rotated in. It's a good kill on Laz, next one, Muffin will get caught as well. So, very clean start.
Yeah, you've got to remember that Imperium, you know, they've been a bit up and down on this map as well, so it is kind of hard to gauge exactly where we are going to end up, but we've got, you know, a pretty close score against Vitality on this map, which I think we would all agree is a pretty good map for Vitality. But it was also in week 1, so, you know, what was the relative level of Vitality at that point? Not the best, necessarily. And then they kind of got a bit rolled by 3DL on it as well, so it has been very much up and down, but, you know, if they're a bit more up than down today, then they could really cause a bit of a ruckus and, yeah, get the better of Anubis. And, you know, it's a good start, picking up that opening round, I should say, of the map. And 4v4 for this one. Leave it open to interpretation. Go either way at this stage. Gainer's in a very solid spot, having progressed through the vents already. Yeah, you can tell Gainer wants to drop down.
He will now, and he's seen Laz, and he knows where the fight's coming, and unfortunately for Laz, it is very much a favoured fight for Gainer. He's got the angle already, he's got the crosshair placement already. Instant headshot guaranteed. Devils get caught by no one moving forward. That's a lovely shot from Gainer. Oh, sometimes the way he plays is kind of irresistible.
No, yeah, no, with a big, nice spray down, but even Adigon down there, Muffin had that one on lock for sure, so pretty immediate recovery from Anubis. Obviously, we've got quite a long half ahead here for Anubis. They do need to put together quite a number of rounds, so it's, I'm not going to say it's an uphill battle in the sense that it's going to be hard, but it's going to mean it does require not quite perfection, but a very, very solid half out from them. Given that they are starting on the BL side and they did lose that opening round, you know, there's already a notch in the book of Imperium.
Jaguar with the elevated position on the girders. Is that going to net him one kill? They're going to line up. It's taken them a while to get those two, but with Nexlon finding Gainer, shouldn't be too much of a problem. Finn has found Nexlon now. He's going down two. Recovery. Papsino needs to spin around, and he's going to spin around. It's a very quick recovery to find Dirty as well. Imperium have two first.
Yeah, I think that was the case as well on the opening map, so don't know that it's necessarily anything to get super duper concerned about just yet for Anubis, but then they are on the sort of less fortunate side, Imperium, so being up on rounds is a very good sign for them. Looks like Anubis might get some wood control here, though the smoke is forcing an Nexlon back away. Gainer, I think has been relatively quiet compared to what we'd seen from him over the last couple of weeks so far today, so we'll hope to see him popping off at some point. Early days, of course, in the series, could still go quite the distance.
Shots!
Good entry from Gainer again. Showing what he's made of.
Usually when he's good for one, he's good for two as well.
True.
So,
and there it is. 3? Anyone for a third? Gainer for 3! That's what I do when I see someone throw a grenade that I know is going to land for a kill, knowing they're like 1 HP. It's like, for 3! Woo! Like a basketball. Rapsy will push and find Gainer in the end, so not for 3, only for a 2-pointer. But still a 4v3 in the retake. It should be fine. Ever lower. There's the wallbang kill from Laz through the box on Doom. He's found one more. Dirty needs to make sure he stays alive for a bit longer. Time is getting tight, but you know what? They're going to find all the kills. And actually, there's not much time needed to be wasted. They had plenty of time. So Imperium find a, I believe, it was a 3v4 retake, which shouldn't have happened.
not if you're Anubis, but if you're Imperium, you're pretty happy with it. There's no doubt about that. They are quietly putting together a pretty good GR side here. They've already kind of hit the pass score in my mind, and anything beyond this is going to be a bit of a bonus. So this requires a pretty serious lock-in from the Anubis boys to start to come back online. Sure, granted, some of these rounds, you know, maybe weren't winnable, but some of them definitely were. And they will feel a bit disappointed with how they've been able to put numbers up on the scoreboard here in this map. Imperium's map pick though, so we do have to expect some pretty good resistance from them.
Good grab from Damp. Muffin down early. And Anubis is going to be disappointed with only having one round on the board so far.
Take shots!
Oh, Damp actually found one before Noir got the kill. But when Noir did, he just opened up the map a little bit more and allowed a second frag to come through. Anubis have another advantage, but they need to close this one, and again they've lost 30. Gainer is going to push forward. Now they're going to use utility to try and block them off. They do have the C4, so they'll get it planted. He couldn't hold on to a 4v3. Can they hold on to a 2v2?
Well, the time is working in their favor, and it has been for a little while now as well. It was a nice fast plant. It's taken a bit for Imperium to rotate their players into position, so still got a decent amount of time for this retake, but spotted out, and Laz just deletes both. I mean, it's not even a real contest there at all. Imperium are well on their way to getting themselves up to a very sizable first half lead here.
Yeah, I Anubis just can't hold on to the B-bomb side. I know it's a site that's very possible to retake, but, I mean, for it to happen twice in a row is not going too well for them. Not really any tradability for some of their setups they're using. A very, very fast 2-for-2 for these two teams toward the control area. See all the X's on the minimap. This is one that Anubis needs. They've already wrestled it back by equalising that fight. If they're to lose this one and go down 5-1, alarm bells. 4-2 is doable. They're going to push down the stairs now and toward A. The setup for Imperium is very good. Doesn't matter if you get shot in the face though. Perhaps he's now going to be in the open. Nothing will run him down too. Laz is caught in toward heaven. He should be about to go down in a matter of seconds. This nade could be a three-pointer. It does even more damage and it keeps him stuck in that corner ever more. There's a way in. Nor would have flanked him anyway. Nothing will get the tap. Great round from Muffin. Great entry down toward A. And he gets a second finally.
Yeah, the recovery is in effect, but for how long will it last? That's the big question here for Anubis. You can't just be putting one round together here and there on the BL side and expecting that to be enough. So, you need to probably win the half out from here. If not, at least get to 4. Might be easier said than done. But so far so good for this round. Haven't lost a player just yet. Imperium keen to take a bit of space, though, towards Wood. Contingent of Anubis players moving into the locker room. Muffin gets a nice entry on to Damp, so that's the start what is now needed as Anubis start to roll their way through the B site. It's just Frapsy left alive. It's a turn of events that we might not have expected a couple of rounds ago, but that was a very clean-looking round for Anubis.
Just imagine what it could have been if they had held on to the 2v2 and the 4v3. Imperium would only have 2 rounds right now. And Anubis would be up to 5. They'd be in full control. As it is, they're still 1 round behind. Oh, look at the pace. Gainer, the Gainer we want to see. You said invariably when he gets 1 kill, he gets 2. Almost managed to tap down one of the players in toward the control room. So the observation room, whatever they want to call it. One player can come through now. chance to hold on to a site again, this time in a 5v4. A little bit of a difference. Gainer charging through for that pick. Muffin's going to go down to Damp, and now it's all about how Anubis set themselves up.
In the spot to make a difference here. Frames the first kill on the last. Dirty is there to help him out before getting traded down, but Jaguar finds 3. 8 seconds, he has to find this final fight against Noor. I don't think it's going to matter whether he gets the kill or not at this point. The time has run dry. That will be another round for Anubis.
Just. Yeah, it was a well noticed by Noor at the end there, just to make sure to hide for as long as possible. Jaguar does a great job to even give himself a chance, but not to be on this occasion. A fast move for Anubis down toward the stairs toward A. Some sort of the snipers going for the pick. It does cause like an extra reinforcement around the A side of the map for Imperium, but you can tell Anubis have fallen away from that pretty quickly.
They're going to walk right into Jaguar. Nice round in the previous. This time though, he only gets the opportunity to go 1 for 1. Not going to be enough. Anubis rolling their way through the B site once again. It's a similar kind of story. There's only so much you can do when Anubis do get rolling. So that is nice from them. Half-time swap. 5-4 the lead for Anubis. It's a bit of a recovery. It's probably not the half that they wanted, to be fair, but it is theoretically enough. Since they have good GR side.
Let's see if they can hold on. Get this game 1 in 2. Part of me does think we've got one more on Black Widow to come, but you never know.
This first round will tell us a lot. First round of the half. Big setup from Imperium. They are smoked off. You've got 2 players defending A, which is not necessarily standard. Normally it might just be one anchoring the site, and we'll see how it works out. You think Anubis should get a few here, and they do. That is the power of the 2-player setup. They trained 3 for 2. The crossfire was good. Jaguar, however, picks up one on the rotate through B. And this round is opened back up once again. Muffin looks like he wants to sort of jiggle around and see if he can fight Jaguar here. There's the flank coming through from Doom as well. It was a good setup initially, but just that kill on the rotate is where this round is kind of opened back up.
Yeah, Anubis won't be unhappy with where they held on initially, but the fact it's got to this point is now very awkward for them. Sure, Damp and Jaguar both sub 50 HP. Maybe Damp is exactly 50 HP, looking at that bar. Yeah, this is going to be still defending, making a play. Perfect drop in behind. That could not have been better. Doom is now all alone, and Damp is actually 51. He's going to play a good position. Doom gets caught trying to get into the site. And Imperium find a way to recover things. That did not seem likely when Anubis held onto the A stairs so comfortably. But the recovery, the extra layers they had to that play for Imperium worked quite well.
5-5 the score. Even as it can be. First map went 10-8. Second map very much heading in that direction as well. So Imperium can put together another BL round here. Fight their way into Wood, and Noor is going to try and get aggressive this time around, which just ends up being a mistake. Frapsy knocks him over. It does cost a lot of Frapsy's HP, so as he scales his way into the A site here, he's an easy cleanup for the rotators of Anubis. But that's still going to be... Muffin watching over towards B. Imperium, still a minute and a half on the clock. They've got a lot of time. And not going anywhere too quickly after the initial exchange played out.
Here comes the push. No, it's been too long for this world in this position. No, there you go. Easily ran down by Jaguar. Never seemed like he was going to be able to hold on for anything more than a bit of damage, and he didn't even get that on this occasion. Maybe try and make a play, but it's straight into Jaguar. It's going to be Imperium taking the lead. And, you know, we do remember last season, when Imperium were having their horrid winless run. They were always relatively decent at some nights. And the reason they've picked it again here... There's the reason they've picked it again here. You know, Penguins always mentioned that Egyptian teams are good on this map. Obviously we've got two Egyptian teams here, but Imperium is something they had in their locker for sure, even when they're on their worst form. And maybe now they can dictate the pace. They're going to be in a bit more control. Anubis will throw an attack for good reason.
Yeah, this is time to sort of switch on. Otherwise, we are most certainly going to a map 3. And Anubis are a team that's not shy of long series. They have, I think, over the last 2 years, probably been the team that has gone to the most third maps and the most long maps as well. I remember some previous seasons where it just felt like it was an impossibility for them to turn things around when they started to go poorly. Even this season, had a long 3 mapper against TEC. Had a reasonably long 3 mapper against Nemesis last week as well, although there have been a couple of 2-0s in the mix as well. They were able to 2-0 Swamp. They lost 2-0 to 3BL and Vitality as well, though. So oftentimes if they're going to get the win, it is going to be going the distance.
That Damp's got some guns.
Yeah?
Yeah. I saw that little stretch there. Been working out.
Love to see it.
I see the muscles. Do we know that Imperium is an actual organization? Are they supported?
I don't know.
They're not. Okay. We've been chimed in for information and they said no. So for that reason, I'm going to make my point. I like the fact they've got jerseys. They've got shirts with the team name on them. I think that's cool.
Yeah.
You don't see many teams that don't have a name shirts and jerseys with their own name on it, especially at this level. So
valid. Yep.
I like that. And a very good recovery from Anubis immediately after the attack pause. They held on very quickly with a bit of extra aggression.
Yeah. It's what you need to be seeing, really. Taking that pause and then losing that next round. Otherwise, things get a bit awkward. Got no time to talk, and your mental is broken, and you're starting to lose more rounds. It's just going to be bad all round. Dampier could make this one a little bit expensive and a little bit difficult. A couple of players already haven't gone down. A minute and a half to go. I mean, it's going to be mentally taxing if they do end up dropping another player here. Damp from downtown, though, will lose his life to Gainer. So crisis averted, but they were very low on HP. Could have definitely been something in that one. If Damp had gotten rolling.
Here we go. We're going for the fight in toward the control room again. This time it goes the way of Imperium. 2, tries to recover things, but he's going to be leapt on by Nexlon. Not quite sure how Dirty managed to stay alive there. I love him trying to make a move, but he should probably go down too. There we go. Imperium. They're going to go straight back into the lead. They've been quite good at those aggressive fights and toward B main.
Just going to send 3 players toward A to start this round. Expecting A offensive, and they're going to get it in the form of Nexlon, who just deletes Dirty. Anubis pushing their way into middle. This is not looking good at all. They're trying to scramble their way back across to try to defend A, but they have been overwhelmed. Imperium are looking way too
This is messy. This is real messy from Anubis all of a sudden. That round was just like reeking of desperation with the plays they were choosing to make for me. Look how quick this one's going down as well. Suddenly, 2:06 on the clock, 2v2. Couldn't have been quicker. Dirty once again coming from behind the side, but I don't think that's going to last too long. Again, he's in a position which isn't really favoured for him. Now Gainer needs to come up clutch, but he's being waited for, being waited on, and now he's been shown the door by the waiter, which is Frapsy. How quick has this gone from 6-6 to 9-6? It's like it's been blink of an eye.
Imperium turned it on. Imperium good hit. Oh my god, I can't believe they've won that round that easily. They have walked into the setup of Anubis and just deleted them. They don't care. That's fine. We're going to map 3. Imperium.
Apparently we are. That is crazy, mate. I mean, look, you said to me, you weren't lying that Imperium have impressed you more this season, the games you've seen. I can see it with my own eyes now. I can absolutely see it.
Yes.
And I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I think they definitely got more of a vim and a vigour to them with how they just go about their play. Last season, it felt like they're just going through the motions. They did well to obviously win through the Open Leagues, CFOL, I think it is, to get back into CFWL. And now they're proving that they deserve to be here. So fair play to them. We've got one more map to see who closes out the series and who closes out the day as a winner. But first, back to the main man, Sekio and Penguin.
Alright. Thank you, man. Thank you, Strav. And like, so 1-0, and yeah, good way for Imperium to turn the tables around. And of course, I mean, how could I say, like, thanks Strav, the best caster in the entire world, to give us the mic and the speech. And for you, Penguin, how did it feel for Imperium to just own the first half versus Anubis and then just close the game their way?
Well, yeah, Imperium, I mean, they have a very good sub base. That's why I said before the map veto, I said if Anubis just pretends that we're playing Imperium, let's just go and play sub base, they're gonna get smashed and they're gonna get knocked out, and they are just not good in sub base, and they have to kinda, maybe let's say, you have to admit that they are not even close to become an average team on sub base because of their play style. And talking about how they play the maps, they play the maps slow. And sub base right now needs to be played very fast. Just watch how Vitality plays sub base, how maybe TC used to play sub base, but not that good much now. Maybe how 3BL playing sub base. They play fast, they play based on control, they play aggressive. Not on Blacklist side, by the way. I'm not looking even close to Blacklist side, because if you play slow on Blacklist side, that's not very good on sub base. I'm talking about global side. Only global side. It needs to be played fast, it needs to be played very aggressive. You need to deny information. You need to deny some existence on the map. I haven't seen any of these from Anubis. On the other hand, just left Imperium playing very, very, very free on all of the map, on quad boxes, on woods. You've seen the last 2 rounds, they finished on a blink of an eye because that's how sub-base been played. So Anubis, good practice for them. That they know that sub-base is not the kind of a map that they can, at least for now, I'm talking for now, on phase 1, they didn't well prepare for it. We've said it also before that we don't see the very good sub-base from them, but now they're going to be going on Black Widow, and I like how they play on Black Widow. It's completely the opposite of sub-base. Yeah, exactly. The struggle, the struggle on sub-base is just, the struggle on sub-base is just because of the double sniper. But in Black Widow, it shouldn't be like that.
Yeah, of course, to double up on the Black Widow thing, they, I'm speaking of Anubis, they have really good double sniper setup, and of course, their core team plays around that. Of course, their IGL have been also known to be fragging in those kind of situations, so this might be their best case scenario to just find a way to close this series. That's for Anubis, but for me, I would say that Imperium been showing off their skills even in the first map. It was pretty close, not till of course the Anubis went to Imperium actually make the upset, but Anubis found a way to solve the puzzle. Second game, it was forward Imperium. Pose, no pose, Imperium will take it, but for me, I believe that we will see a different approach for the third game. They don't have what it, I won't say they don't have what it takes, but they don't have the enough utility to play with a double sniper setup or maybe triple sniper setup.
Well, I've talked about Anubis, how they play sub-base is below average for me. That's I mean, as an audience, it's just not the sub-base that I want to watch in a million days. But if we're talking about Black Widow, that's the Black Widow I want to watch from them. They play Black Widow very good. I feel that they can play versus top tier teams on Black Widow the way they play it. Yes, we haven't seen much Black Widow from them, but the way their snipers play Black Widow is just insane. One of them just knows how to go and pick and be just very annoying on bridge, and the other just is a guy that he can chill on along, chill on barracks, just take control, easy control for him, try to pick one by one. So they know how to control the map and the sites on Black Widow, unlike sub-base, which they can't contest for quad boxes, neither the wood doors on sub-base. So looking at the set summary, I mean, I wanted to mention also Doom. We wanted Doom maybe to kind of step up a bit on such games, but on sub-base, it's a map that they don't usually play. I would love to see them more playing onto Black Widow. However, when it comes to Black Widow, we're definitely going to be seeing a lot of Doom, because Doom plays actually the EBR, and he goes with the guns that will give you the mid pressure. If you have an EBR, you would just put this guy, crush in, try to go take cut control, try to be the guy who is also trying to control for mid, contest for mid, and get the kills through the doors with the EBR. So Doom will do good pressure on mid. He will fit his role on Black Widow, unlike sub-base. We haven't seen much impact from him, and Noor is a good IGL also on Black Widow. Yes, I know that I'm a bit biased around Anubis, that they might be winning Black Widow. It's just, I think that Black Widow is the oldest map on the esports scene, so definitely the experience should step in and get the W for Anubis.
Agreed with you, and the oldest map not to be changed, and of course, for that to be intact, of course, to watch the game, we'll head to a small break and get back to you. And we are back with the final game in the entire day. With us here we have Imperium versus Anubis. A way to close the stream. Black Widow will be the map. We're waiting for the snipers to have their muzzle ready, since this game will be a blaze that I believe we'll see a lot of blood from those snipers. But of course, before we head into the game, Penguin, do you want to change anything for your decision? Who's winning, Anubis, Imperium? So are you sticking to Anubis or are you changing to Imperium?
It's hard. Imperium did good on some phase, man. You're getting me out. I mean, that's a hard question, but I will say Anubis because of the experience, as I mentioned. So I'll stick to Anubis. I will trust the process. I'll trust the snipers, and I hope I'm right.
Yeah, I mean, it's so obvious you're an Anubis fan, and like we have seen that across the years through your play-ins. Like that guy been throwing rounds to Anubis while he was playing, just saying. But of course, that's not the case for today. But for our final match, we'll head to the dynamic duo, the best duo in the entire esports history, Trav and Elfish. Back to you guys.
What's Jordan done to be included in this duo, man? I
Just
mean,
the
I'm the one that's having fun with this play today. Jordan's been sitting idly by, dude. Like, come on, we shouldn't be. We should be going back and forth between us two only. Joking aside, I get to save my voice after this map is over, and I'll be saved. But who will win the game and who will feel like they've saved themselves today? Because I mentioned before the series got underway, Anubis need this one to stay in the elite group, because you know, if you lose a game to a series to Imperium, you probably, even though Imperium are better this season, you probably don't deserve to be in the elite group, right? And they're right on the cusp right now.
I think that's a valid point, to be honest, Trav. Who will save Trav? That's the real question I have today, you know, because this is a man who he's struggling. He's dying. You guys don't even know it, but he is having the worst day of his entire life, and he's being forced to cast more and more and more Crossfire by both Anubis and Imperium, and neither of them will give him the respite. Well, maybe somebody can win this map nice and quick for him. We'll see. I have my doubts, but we'll see whether or not Black Widow leans in the favor of Anubis or Imperium. We know Anubis love to have that double sniper setup. It is a very sniper-centric matchup, so I will be expecting big things.
Okay, here we go. Deep breath. My vocal cords are still alive, which is the most important thing. What do these two teams have on Black Widow? I think I'll be a widow after this game's done.
Not sure that that's possible, but yeah.
No, I know. It's not like I have a wife, so.
Isn't a widow when you're the wife that gets left
I think it is. I think it is, Loki.
What's the male version of that? A widower?
Not a clue.
No, a widow.
Not a clue.
I can't remember.
I'm not well versed in that knowledge, I'm afraid.
Let me get on the Googles.
The Googles will tell you.
I feel like I know it, but it's now 8 AM in the morning and I've been up all night, so my brain's not working. Yeah,
well,
it's a widower. A male equivalent of widow is a widower.
I just missed the Unlucky.
You always have to err on the side of caution, as they say.
Yes, absolutely. And that works very well. Well played. Push through in the underpass for Anubis. Quite a lot of progress has been made, actually, up into that part of the map. And they have the Muffin lurk through long as well. There's a smoke on the corner that he can play around. And Muffin will try to pop through as soon as his teammates make his way up the bridge, and he finds Laz in that smoke. Like, well, I'll say like he isn't there, but he definitely isn't there anymore. Beautifully done. Rapsy tries to make a play, only gets one. Kano manages to try and drag him in the meantime, and Damp has been seen. He's been deleted by Dirty. And that is a very nice start for Anubis.
Oh, you take those. Contest on long. Frapsy and Nexon, being that there's only two of them, aren't going to stick around for that fight. They might have stuck around if there was a third player there with them, but not the case if there's only going to be two. It's just not really contestable when you've only got the duo. You need that extra player to dump the util over. So more of a reserved approach again from both teams. Another slow start to the round. Starts it well, but immediately traded back down by Gainer. So 4-on-4. Defense starting to be split, although Nexlon in a position to cause a bit of a ruckus. Dirty was completely disregarding that possibility. He's gone flying into short and flying into a headshot. Immediately out of the gates, Imperium are looking to make amends for that last round. Gainer is activating in the mid-round though, and this is where Gainer, as an individual, could have a massive impact. If he keeps his timing, he will get a kill for sure. His aim is on point at the moment, and Doom uses that distraction to grab the kill onto Damp. Gainer spots out Fraps as well. Surely wins the duel. He does, and that is the power of Gainer in the mid-round.
He's so good, isn't he? He's so good. He can just pop up and make these things happen invariably at his own free will, whenever he wants it. He's sort of a legend like that. I would say he's a CFWL legend. He's like a. I would say Gainer is like the cult hero of CFWL because it's not like he's, you know, ever been in one of the top teams. He's very, very good. He's like one of those players that you can't.
Lunchbox.
Exactly. One of those players that you can't hate, I feel like. Good trade there onto Laz as well after Muffin got taken down.
Yeah, another 4-on-4. We saw Anubis kind of put it together in the last round. It was maybe a couple of holes left in the defense by Imperium. Ooh, he spots out Nexlon. Nexlon spots him. Neither really wanting to have a bar of it, which makes quite a bit of sense. Patience a virtue for Damp, who's watching and waiting. And he is going to have some work to do. The push is coming in his direction. Noor needs to find a good timing onto Nexlon as well. Just pulls his crosshair away from short for a moment, and that allows Anubis to try to cross their way forward. Damp falls as well. Noor, this is very smart from him. Just biding the time, and Nexlon gets shot in the back. That is beautiful from Noor. Frapsy and Jaguar trying to push their way across. Gainer isolated in the 1v1 here, but you can back him to win those kinds of duels most days of the week, and Frapsy will be shot in the back by Gainer. This is the Gainer map that we have been waiting for.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. He's been having a good series across the day so far, but Gainer has started to ramp up, and Imperium know they need to call attack here just to stall him. Literally, that's it. I feel like obviously they're going to be talking about a couple of strats here and there, but it's mostly to stop the Gainer momentum, I feel like, at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know. There's only so much you can really do, I would say. But it's going to drag things out a little bit. Gainer's looking pretty happy. You can see he's got a big smile on his face. Chatting a lot. Feeling good. Don't know that there's a whole lot really for Anubis to actually chat about. But by the way, Muffin up again. We were talking about that a lot last week. Every single time out. Muffin's out. Almost out of there. It's gone again. Gone with the wind. But he's back. Just in time.
Back in the seat. We'll see it from the POV of Dirty, of course. In his background. What's that? What that big black box is?
I think it's a
on the
server.
wall.
I reckon it's a server or like network related thing.
Because
That's what it
it's
looks
obviously
like.
not a... It's too big for a PC. It's not a TV because we're not in 1990.
Yeah.
So yeah, I reckon it could be a server. I think you're right. So it's also too big for like an aircon unit.
All right, back in. 3-0 the score. Anubis doing a very good job. And Muffin's going to continue that good job. So Imperium timeout is potentially disrupted. You come up with a plan of 5 players, not 4. The plan maybe was just Jaguar kill everybody. Eventually, he is run over, but he's done enough to make this a real talking point now. This was not looking like a round that should go their way, but immediate response from him individually making a big difference. And Anubis will lose their first round. I don't know if that necessarily comes from the attack timeout, frankly. I think more of that is just from a piece of individual brilliance that you're not necessarily going to be able to replicate every day.
True. Great pick from Muffin. That was not an easy one, but he made it look safe. He's managed to find Frapsy too. Damp tag down. You now know where Damp's playing from, so they can just launch their way in, just like that. He's definitely rammed over.
Yeah, it's a great response from Anubis. They do the same thing twice, and they sort of throw caution to the wind. They say to Jaguar, well, you can't do it again. We're going to win this game. And Jaguar wasn't even there to defend this time around. This time, the result is so much different. So I love that from Anubis, just stamping their mark back again after Imperium start to feel like they can rejoin that conversation. Which evidently was a mistake on their part.
Alright, Imperium, we need you to make this first half competitive. You're going to have a chance in this one. Nora and Doom are set up and ready to go. And now they make their move. Nothing to make some rotation. And Unslope's just as Jaguar on the corner, unfortunately, but he's able to react well. And then Doom and Dirty where flags happen, and look at that. I mean, that could not have gone better. The Imperium, they've already used their attack pause. They're in trouble.
Very much so. Jaguar, the sole defender, over towards the box room. They're changing things up. Oh no, excellent there as well. And Jaguar spamming through the smoke, gets Noah. I mean, it feels like he's the only one that is doing anything at the moment. Which can't really say would be a very good feeling for Imperium, but they've at least got themselves a 5-on-4. And that is something. It's kind of slowed the progress down of Anubis as well, hasn't it? They have to figure out what plan B is. They have to do it pretty quickly. Might just be try to hit the B site once again and let Doom late lurk through middle, but I don't think that's going to work with the setup that Imperium have got here. Got numbers. Short of some miraculous entries, we're really not going to be seeing much.
We never know. Anubis have that in their locker, that's for sure. But having 3 players on this bomb site has been very difficult. There's the first, though. Like we were saying. And Anubis don't need to rush into this. They've still got a whole 40 seconds after Muffin got that pick. So they can take their time, regroup, and go in now. There's Jaguar. Once again, Jaguar does a good job of holding for a multi-kill around that box room position. In comes Gainer, in comes Dirty. A second on the fly in, on the leap. And now, Damp versus Gainer in the 1v1. And Gainer, you'd invariably trust in him to make the right play. But Damp has got a hell of a lot of experience as well. These two players will, of course, know each other very, very well. How do they read each other's move? Damp can now probably assume he hasn't crossed left and has to be around that window position. So he could be, and then he's been seen, and thankfully, for Damp's case, Gainer dropping back down again means that that shot is available to be hit. If he hits that shot, they can find their second round.
Yeah, Gainer just unfortunately went hunting a little bit too hard. If he hadn't done anything, I think he'd have won that round. But obviously, he goes for a little bit too much of a looky-looky and does eventually get spotted out. Still, I mean, the score's 5-2, so you're probably not too bothered by that as Imperium. They've also got a very, very wide-open A site if they wanted it. They obviously don't elect to push the issue over there. And so now a transition starting to come across for Imperium to kind of reinforce that.
Push for Anubis, trying to get up to 6 already on this blacklist side. Doom's going to find the opening onto Jaguar. Again, 2 other players who know each other incredibly well. Bomb is still dropped around the long doors at the moment. Again, Anubis are happy to take some time once they find their opening kill, just to feel out the map all over again. Next one's going looking. I think normal.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Certainly is. That's the B site cracked open, but Anubis look like they're committed to A, which is where the defense is still set up. You have drawn a bit of a look from Frapsy. in towards the B side, but this hit is still going to have to be clean. Laz gets himself just the 1-for-1, and they are, of course, aware of where Frapsy's position is. So Dirty, planting safe from the window, gets that one down. Muffin behind the box. Spots now as well. Oh, don't be taking that fight solo. No need to. Just wait for him to work out through the window, and then Dirty can come into play. The key point here is going to be patience from Anubis, and that patience is rewarded with a 6th round. This half is going swimmingly.
Yeah, round by round, bit by bit, proving why they should be winning this game. Counter flash to long. Oh, look at this lineup for Frapsy. That's beautiful. I feel like we don't see that enough. I guess that's why maybe teams don't take fast long like that often. Because the counter utility that can be thrown in and the manpower you can use to try and fight back can be quite significant. Round's not done though. Especially when Gain is alive.
Laz is going to ensure that's not the case, but Doom picks up Nexlon for the exchange. He wants to take a fight, but Laz is waiting for it. So 6-3, another 6-3 half. I don't imagine Imperium are going to be too pleased with it overall, but it is something to work with. Well, back into it for the second half here. And Anubis moving over to the defensive side. Well, going to be the case. Muffin down early on in the piece, and Gainer immediately following suit. So Imperium are into the site. Dirty not quick enough to find the shots. He had a couple of chances out the window there that could have equalized or even an advantage to Anubis. The third attempt does get one done. Nexlon picked up in middle, trying to go for a rotate. Seemed like Imperium second-guessed themselves with this A hit. Wanted to call the cancel and should not have, because Laz and Frapsy have just dominated the 2v4.
That was speedy, wasn't it? A little bit. Spun back around very quickly. Gainer, oh my god. Okay. In comes Gainer for his Gainer round. Anubis get a little bit angry about how that previous round went down, and Gainer just clicks 3 people like they're not there. And the third came, I think, instantaneously after the second.
Crosshair. But you'll take it. Puts you up to 7. And Imperium on the back foot as a result, no doubt. Is on the move, wants to dictate how this game is going to play. from the GR side. Gets a little bit over-eager maybe for that fight. He had a couple more members there in mid with him. They would have swung it together. Could have been a different story, but in the end, Gainer just ends up being a 1-for-1.
Nora's going to drop in and try and rotate and see if he can catch a player in middle. And I feel like he needs to make a play with a teammate low HP. Maybe with a little bit of a lack of info as well. Perhaps the Jaguar and Damp are all toward long. Counter utility coming through is doing a good job at blocking them off. There's an extra layer of next one coming up, but Muffin's going to hold on. The second to get his one and his second. That was easy as pie. Double the score now of Imperium. They're 2 away from securing this one.
Yeah, and bear in mind they could have been 1 away if it had not been for a one-on-one that went away over Imperium as well. So this has been a thoroughly dominant performance so far from Anubis, doing anti-flash long and eventually gets his reward for that. It was Nexlon that had committed to that. The rest of Imperium did not. So he was left to his own devices. Went down. Frapsy gets the better of Noor. But Muffin moving into the box room. Oh, they both kind of caught each other off guard. It's a wayward spray, but in the end, Muffin gets the better of it. Laz here surely cannot double down thinking about it, but the shot from Dirty recovered in the end. Back to 2-on-2 though, as Muffin falls over towards B. Just a very messy round that Imperium arguably have the advantage in now. Dirty's timing is a good one. Gets in underneath Damp, and he thinks that's clear. Or does he? Still watching. Gainer's walked his way out the window. This is madness. And it's going to work out. Damp's going to turn away. He shot at Dirty. Damp's going to go down anyway. Sharp shooting. I mean, Gainer has to have probably the best one-bullet accuracy in the league at the moment, I have to say.
I know, man. It's actually crazy. There have been so many previous teams he's been on. Was it Ping Pong Pals he was on last season or something in 2025? Like, that was a messy team, but they were dangerous mainly because of him, it felt like. And, yeah, as I said earlier, he's like a cult hero of mine. Like, he's like a mini Famous. Famous is famous. They're all famous. Gainer does look his equal on occasion.
This one not as clean for Anubis as they would like it to have been. Dirty is still in the contest though. Nexlon's pretty tagged up. And you've got a pretty fast flank coming through from Gainer. See if he can have any kind of an impact. Has he been spotted out by Damp just yet? I don't think so. But eventually he will be. It's just a case of timing. Damp's taken a bit of damage there. Dirty seems to be pretty aware that Damp has exited the box room, so they would be likely to collapse upon Damp's position. That'll be the end of him, but time now is picking up. Oh, Nexlon, you've got to turn around. You've got to do something about that. Laz stuck behind the unbreakable box in the 1v2. They'll suss him out, and they've now spotted him. It's Gainer in the 1v1. Time is so important for him. I don't think he's going to get there in time. It was very, very close, but he just bided his time so nicely. 9-5, still Imperium in the mix.
Still there, still fighting, but you do think it's probably not going to last too much longer. Could have set up it and Anubis available in this round. They're going to get caught early with Dirty, but they're going to push through box room. Very aggressive. Look at reached onto Frapsy as well. A very powerful angle, good move there from Nor to throw that nade in that fashion. It looked a bit more simple from his POV. And the observer POV when everything's a little bit quicker, it looked kind of clean, the movement. They've scrambled back the 4v4. Again, he's going searching again. Laz has missed that timing. Not on the second occasion, though. He turns back. Again, he'll be caught this time around.
Shots!
Next long.
Yeah.
And down. Look to pretty much finish this round off. So Noah, as the IGL, can choose what he wants to do here. If he wants to take the opportunity to have a bit more of a chat with the team, or if he just wants to get it over and done with and move on to the next round. Seems as though it will be the latter. But Anubis also calling attack timeout. Gotta be real though. They had a minute or a minute and a half there on the timer. Could have just let that round tick away and had a free tack timeout. But instead, here we are with a real tack timeout. So evidently having a couple of issues, maybe closing things out here, but not wanting to get it not wanting to let it get too out of hand. So wanting to chat it over right here, right now, finish it off in the next round.
Look at that cheeky grin that Gainer's got on his face right now. He knows he's goated. Anubis just need to make sure they close this cleanly. No risk of Imperium making a comeback. You could tell Anubis were playing like they had rounds to spare, right? With how Gainer pushed aggressively and a couple of different moves around box room. Often you do see teams play a little bit like that. When they've got a big lead, you see them just try and put it like a different tactic in to either practice it or think it's gonna be so unexpected that the other team won't be ready for it.
Perhaps he's back. All right, here we go. 3 rounds to close it out, Anubis. It's been harder on this GR side, but they're going to fight for long. Both teams seem prepared for it, and it'll be Imperium that start well, but not quite double down. He really has a chance with some sharper shots there to get that round done right on cue, but another difficult-looking proposition here for Anubis. Doom's going to take matters into his own hands, pushes his way out in towards middle. See what he can do. But it is a 4-on-3, and Imperium know that this is another opportunity to close the gap.
Again, Anubis are trying to make a couple of moves to recover things, as you would when you were a man down. Not being as rash with it, though. Maybe the call on this one for Anubis is for like at least the next 30, 40 seconds. Just see if Imperium make a mistake and go in solo somewhere. Get 1 kill back, make it a 3v3, give yourself a chance. And with Muffin alive on site, you always feel like you'll have a chance. I think it was a run up now, but there's a shot from Muffin. Doom does get blindsided though, and that's 2 players in position where he's well expected. That makes the B-bomb site open. Genna's trying to catch them on that cross. Laz fighting for quite a long time there. Definitely looked a bit awkward. He could have caught the C4 in transition. But luckily, they'll get away with it. Genna doesn't miss down though. And again, even though the HP is low, you'll just never count Gainer out of this sort of situation.
No, certainly not. When he can hit a one-shot headshot from downtown and do it back-to-back, there's always a chance. But this is a pretty far-fetched round to imagine it's going to happen in. The position is obviously such a strong one for Laz. Really, really difficult to dig out. And when you've got another player just jump spotting from the box room, it's not really going to be doable. Laz Gets a bit overeager for that. You'd have to sit this defuse, though, as Muffin if you wanted to win the round. Oh, hang on, has he got it? I don't think so, but that was very close.
Oh, that's 2 times now. 1 for Gainer, 1 for Muffin. The defuse a little bit too late.
Yeah, tied.
I think the problem is there, he definitely loses whatever he does. If he sticks it, he gets peaked and dies. So, what can you do? He did everything he possibly could. Oh, Gainer's here again. Quick double. Can Anubis finally hold on to an advantage this time, though? Only at 5v3 for a split second, but Dirty's fighting along our favour. An Imperium player in this fight from here.
Yeah, he needs help and he's just not getting it. Just keeps popping his head up and eventually it's going to get knocked off by that pre-fire. Somebody needs to do something else, and it is going to be Muffin that's going to take the matters into his own hands to just sort of regain that short control. So I think overall that's kind of fine as far as Anubis are concerned. Sure, they would love to have Dirty alive down in barracks, but at least it's not an unexchanged frag. Laz has been spotted out as well. Noor actually wants that fight. I don't know if that's entirely necessary with the numbers favoring Anubis at this stage. What is Imperium going to do? Maybe wait for Doom to make this push?
Yeah, Doom. Oh, that's awkward. That's the C4 scene as well. They know that Imperium are going for a full
I don't like
round.
This I really don't like this from Anubis.
I don't like this either. There's a reason we don't like it. Doom is now in the open as well, on kind of a headshot line that's favoured for Laz. Oh, Nor's now low HP. We could be going all the rounds in reg. We could be going overtime.
Like, I kind of get the Doom push, you know what I mean? I kind of get it. But then you see where they are, and then you go, okay, Nor's going to try and solo push short. Okay, he goes, actually, never mind. Then you've got a guy peeking mid doors. He goes, I'm dead. Now it's Nor solo. Oh, I might actually still win it, but he's got no idea where Damp is in the end. So 8 on the board. Anubis have this insane ability to just lose rounds when they're about to close games out, and we're seeing it again.
Look, they did it. This has been a tendency for them for years, right? Like, even against, especially against the best teams. Do you remember there was that one season where they always fought Vitality and LCK really, really close and just couldn't win the games even though they were ahead? Either a map ahead or... I don't know, I can't remember exactly. But, you know, all Crossfire to me is a blur. So, yeah, we'll have to see how this final round of elimination goes. Doom does well to answer back against next on and find him and bring it back into a 4v4, but there's a great tap from Frapsy. Dirty responds, and there's very low HP on Laz still. Can that bomb be planted safely? Not really, with Doom's position. That's why he goes aggressive. He finds Laz nice. He doesn't need to overcook, though, and he does overcook. Of course he does. Damp will find Doom. In the end, Muffin finds his kill on that trade, though. He's Frapsy in the corner. Winnable. He's not looking the right way for Dirty. Dirty's running away. He's playing the long game. He does not want to face Frapsy in this 1v1. Big 1v1 to save the game for Imperium. They've come back this far. It would be a bit of a heartbreaker to not take it into overtime after they've pulled this one back. Dirty knows. Oh, has he seen him? I think he's seen him. But Dirty's going to get tapped out. Frapsy recovers the game all the way to an overtime. And you can see the frustration in the Anubis faces. They know this game should have been done, and they have basically trolled it.
They deserve to lose after that. I'm not going to lie. They really do deserve to lose.
I agree.
I hope Imperium beats them because, like, the thing is, like, you know, you have so many opportunities, and it's not as if this is a bad team. They are good players, but they just go asleep at the wheel, or I don't know what comes over them when it's on series point, but it's like everyone just wants to do their own thing. Everyone wants to win the game for the team. I don't know what it is. That seems like the coordination just drops. And then you see these guys try to be heroes, and time and time again we see it, and they just seem to never learn. It's really, I don't know, it's kind of outrageous, but see if they can lock back in.
Yeah, as soon as they hit that 9th, they just did so many egregious things that were just not necessary. It's like, do we understand the concept of just playing a regular defensive default and playing from sites to hold on? They did it for one round when it was a 3v4, I think. And they managed to recover a few kills, but in the end, it's just the fact they were outnumbered was the issue. And outpositioned as well. But, sure, I understand Crossfire is a game where you need to be maneuverable, and you need to be unpredictable with how you play. But, look, even as someone who's not a Crossfire expert, and is mainly just here for the play-by-play commentary, with a terrible throat, so thanks for the carry, Jordan, today. I just don't get the logic of throwing away so many of those rounds going for crazy things when they could have just played at least 2 regular rounds playing in normal setups on site, normal Crossfires. The game's called Crossfire, for God's sake. Just play a Crossfire.
Yeah. Yeah, like, calm down. That's what I think it is. It's like they get in their own heads. A little bit too much.
Oh well, at least we know it's definitely the final map today. So it's not like other esports where we could go into like
Infinity.
sextuple overtime.
Yeah. When does it start?
Oh, what can you say? Yeah, true. When does it start? That's another thing that's a bugbear, both of ours, that's for sure. Yeah. Just start the bloody overtime. What's the hold up? It's always the players' faults as well.
Someone's
never
gone to the
production.
toilet. Someone's PC crashed.
Because they slammed their desk so hard, everything shut down. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, on the 28th, which is my next Crossfire day,
Right.
I have a day like this, so 3 BO3s.
Yeah.
And then I have another game to do at 1 AM.
Wow. Is that on Sunday?
On the 28th, yeah, Sunday.
You're going to be living my life. Starting work at 1 AM.
Living La Vida Loca.
It is a La Vida Loca, so to speak.
Yeah, yeah. We love our job, but sometimes there are difficult days. Today has been one of them, for me in particular. Not to, start playing my violin and go, all woe is me on everyone, but you know. I'm not one to feel too sorry for myself. I just get on with it. But, you know.
Just got to do what you got to do.
All right.
Here we are. This is
Here we go.
Where Anubis got to do something. Or maybe Imperium got to do something. We'll find out.
If Anubis lose, then I'll say it's fully deserved and they had it coming to them. Like, there's so many games like this against big teams in the league where they've lost. It's like, it's a combination of them not knowing how to close games and also the other team, in general, usually being better. Like, in previous seasons gone by, As I said to you before, it would be the LCKs and the Vitalities that'd be playing close and they'd find a way to lose. That's also a combination of the better team locking in and improving as the game gets close, because they have the experience. Here, Imperium don't have that. This is a team that's had one win in, what, 16 games over this season and the previous season? If Anubis chuck this one out the window, then may as well throw their PCs out the window too.
Yeah, I mean, Imperium also kind of keen for some wins, especially one here against Anubis. If they could get this win, I mean, that kind of opens the door up potentially to make it into the elite group. Titan have been shaky, Anubis certainly have been shaky, Nemesis have been shaky. I think Imperium have a really good opportunity here to try to capitalize on that. Next Muffin over on long, shot back through from Dirty, should probably put this round to bed. Damp has to jump back up for a second. And straight out there into Noor's crosshair. Thought he was going to get the quick trade onto Dirty, not to be. So first round on the board in the OT, going the way of Anubis.
Classic.
And they'd be wondering why couldn't we have done that last
To be fair, they're on Global Risk, not Blacklist. So it's a big difference, but yeah, same thought process. The swap of sides can often change a lot. And there you go. More gainer madness. Can he regain my sanity? I feel like if there's anyone who can, it could be him. I trust him with my life.
Well, we're back to being patient again, which I suppose is probably all we will see from Imperium and Anubis in this round. We know Anubis like to be pretty slow on their BL side. They've got the opening pick, so they're not going to be pushing the issue at all here.
Oh, Damp is seen by Muffin. Nobody likes a Damp Muffin, but that duel has been pretty entertaining in this series.
Excellent.
Very tight line. Oh, how much is he going to be damaged up? A lot is the answer.
As much as he can be. Also under a bit of pressure there in middle. Rotate's starting to come across, but man, Anubis are still not committing to anything. They have a 3-on-5. B-site is where they're going to start to explore. Dirty has taken the opportunity to kind of waltz his way in through middle. Should be getting a freebie here. And just patiently takes the shot onto Laz. Gives up his life. But for Damp and Frapsy, a 2v4 retake into B just seems like pretty insurmountable odds.
Especially when Gainer's under the window. You're not getting past him. The month of Sundays. There you go. Nice alive. More stuck than a stuck thing. And Gainer will delete him too. 11-9. Can they get a clean sweep on Blacklist overtime? Wouldn't put it past them.
Not too surprised necessarily. They are a bit of a streaky team. When things get going, they do go well.
The question I'm thinking right now is, who chuck a bet on for a map to go to overtime?
Not me, but I wish it was. Well, Anubis poised for another B hit, but there's 3 players set up on that side of the map, so I'm not sure they're going to want to make that decision. But again, I'm not sure they will be making many decisions for the next minute. We might have to wait.
Doom's going to push forward. Finding Laz with ease. Perhaps he's still behind the box. I think Galen knows that perhaps he's usually here. Easy tap. Just like that. 4v2. Anubis so much more comfortable on the Blacklist side. It's been pushed through from Nexlon to be an absolute nuisance. The bomb's about to be planted. They're still going to have a man advantage. Nor's in a good position. He sees Jaguar. Doesn't overdo too much. Jaguar's going to force the fight. And Nor will finish it off well. Stuck and deleted. All 3 rounds on BL for Anubis. And they're once again 1 away from the W.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in for Imperium. You know, you pull back 3 rounds to get to overtime, and now you have to pull back another 3 rounds to get to the next overtime, which is going to be only 1 round, and it's tough, but you know, you've only got yourself really to blame in a sense. Needed to put on a little bit more. Not to be this time around, it would seem, but you never know. If they can get 4 in a row here, maybe there is something in it.
My guy Frapsy leaves his chair at every given opportunity.
Yep.
Sit your butt down. Thank you.
Get in the server, boy.
Okay, Anubis, you got to try and do what you haven't been able to do yet. That is win a GR round to win the game. Dirty's missing a few attempts on the corner of that smoke. He's seeing shadows, and eventually he'll connect.
4 more kills to find, and it will be a series win for Anubis. And now 3. Dirty's getting it done himself. C4 dropped as well. That is a bit of a fumble from Imperium to let that go in barracks. Could be a difficult one to recover if you still had Dirty on the line, but he sort of fell off for a moment. Happy to just sort of let them retrieve that C4. Push happening here on short. This is again where you don't really want to see Anubis get up to anything too funny. I don't hate this setup, but they don't need to be doing this. They don't need to be pushing their way forward. They don't need to be looking for more. If Nexlon hits those shots, if Nexlon hits both of those headshots, they're back to 3-on-3. And that's where you can potentially lose this round.
It's so obvious as well. Like, it's so ridiculously obvious, like, where they go wrong. You can see it happening in front of your very eyes. Get this team a bloody coach or an analyst, dude. They might have one. If they have one, maybe they need their eyes checked. I don't know. Anyway, we only lost 1. They only lost 1. And Doom's holding on. Doom's definitely holding on. Easy as you like. All down to Jaguar. And this one is cooked, I'm afraid, for Imperium. They've done a good job. I can't lie. They've had a good day. They played quite well. Of course, as I said, you mentioned to me at the beginning of the series that they've actually impressed you a little bit more this season. Their fundamentals are a lot better.
Yep.
From what I can see, I get that too. But wait a second. Watch the most experienced player in the server, Jaguar, drop in a 1v3 out of nowhere. Doom's going to peek solo. Doom's going to pick solo. He's going to tap him in the head. And he's going to reposition. He's going to grab Muffin. And then he's going to kill Doom in the 1v1.
Oh, okay.
I lied. I lied about all of that. All good. Anubis will get the W. And I want to say they deserve it. But as we've spoken about, again, there's all these little mini mistakes that we see, even with a slightly different roster, that somehow haunt this organisation.
Yeah, look, I mean, at the end of the day, a win's a win, so you can take it. And especially with the position that Anubis is in on the standings, it's very important to be picking these kinds of wins up. But I think you also can look at that and say, you know, you get put up against a better team, they're not going to let you get away with that. And I think just in general, you know, one of the narratives I've had for CFWL throughout 2025, coming into 2026, was that the level of play was going up. And I feel like for whatever reason, this season, maybe even towards the back end of last season, it kind of felt like we were regressing a little bit, which I can't say I'm a huge fan of necessarily, but you know, again, it's only the early days as far as the season is concerned. So maybe things kind of recover as we go deeper and deeper into the season. But I think Anubis are still looking very shaky. I think a lot of the teams are still looking very shaky at the moment. But that's enough conversation from us, Trav. You need to rest your voice. So I think it's time to go and hear from Sekio and Penguin.
What a way to toss it over. Like, Trav just... I'm out. Of course, like, that game was weird, I would say. It felt at some points that they can just close the game. Like, yeah, Anubis. They had 9-6 on the scoreboard, and guys, you need to just find the final bullet, final shots. And the answer was, nah, we will take the hard road, long road, and thankfully we didn't go to golden round, I would say. But at the end, Anubis got the win, and Imperium looked pretty solid.
Well, yeah, it's. I want to highlight one thing. I guess Alfish said it, that if Anubis is playing versus any other team, probably they wouldn't let them just go back to the game and just look back to the servers after they lose from 9-5, going back to 9-9, 4 rounds back to back on the blacklist for, let's say, for Imperium. And maybe from these 4 rounds, I would say that Anubis had the advantage, or the numbers advantage, for at least 2 rounds, and they throw it away in favor of Anubis. I believe it was also 9-4, where Gainer, we've seen him doing some solo pushes, some aggressive rounds. He just wanted to end the game, pushing along, trying to get multi-frags. Yes, he did, but his teammates still scored. And the iconic round of Doom, where he pushed behind the enemy team, and he's seen them, then he started running away. It's like, we are playing a game that you should catch me and I should look for you. He's seen them, and then he instantly ran away to his base and then let Noor push from back. These are all question marks. As Trav said, for the analyst, for the coach, for whoever is just keen on Anubis, what are you guys doing?
A lot of questions for Anubis, of course. Yeah, I believe that if we have an interview, I believe we have an interview, we will have the time to ask them about those stuff, since it's pretty crazy, the roller coaster that plays the Anubis. And guys, this is one of the teams that's going to be in the elite group, and they have like a weird structure, I would say. Sometimes they're their A team, their S team, or I don't know, they just perform pretty good, and some other days they're just like this one. They're getting a very tough time in this game.
Well, yeah, it was tough for Anubis. I mean, they made it tough themselves because it was an easy game, it was a good game. Imperium had to pull off their tactical pose maybe on the 3rd round, I believe. It was 5-1 in favor of Anubis, then 9-4 or 9-5, and then you let Imperium through, you let them come back. And if you have lost this, or maybe if you probably have lost this game, you wouldn't be on the elite group, or maybe you wouldn't be having your chances to become on the elite group because you're not still 100% on the elite group, and might be relegated if Imperium gets one more win. And we've seen a comeback from unKnights, so it was a tough win. I hope that Anubis just got what it takes from them to show another, what can we say, strategies in Black Widow, because we've seen a lot of Black Widow from them, a lot of actions, a lot of strategies. Their Blacklist side is actually very good at the... I said I like when Anubis plays on Black Widow because of the Blacklist side. The way they use the rifles, the way they let them play aggressive, the way they control the map with the rifles, with the snipers on the Blacklist side is just insane. And the mid pressure they do is almost paying off for them. So well played by Anubis, almost throwed it, but still in the end, it's a win for them. Imperium, every time they try very hard, every time they go to overtime, every time they push it to the 3rd map, they still can't close. But my word for the guys of Imperium, that maybe today is not your day, guys. Maybe It's not your month, maybe it's not your season, but if you keep grinding, if you keep working hard, definitely the win's gonna come through.
Of course, the wins should come through if they did this, but of course, for today we have Gainer as the MVP. He has been doing some of like the great work here. 1.32 KD, of course, when it comes to headshot, he got a very decent percentage, 78 headshot. And yeah, man, overall he's doing his best to help his teammates and of course to reach that win. It was a very long day for them, of course. I believe they had 3 games and man, it was not that easy to play versus Imperium, and I would say that Imperium did really good. And of course I would love to highlight the way and their toughness to get this last game to overtime was pretty tough. But of course, before we speak about overtime, and actually not before we speak about overtime, we need to speak about overtime, but not between me and you. We have Noor as our guest on the panel.
Hello.
Hello Noor, assalamu alaikum, hope you're
Alaikum
doing
salam.
good, and of course
Thank you, you too.
congrats for your win, Habibi.
First of all, I would like to thank my teammates and everyone who supported us. We did our best to win the first game after they got like 6-3, and we come back in the second match. The second map, it was like so bad for us. We missed so many shots. That's why. The same as Black Widow. It was like 9-5, 9-6, I don't know, but we missed so many shots too. Me too missed so many shots. But in like OT, I told them and our coach Yusuf told us like let's start at 0-0. Let's like focus on our game. Let's start at like 0-0 and let's finish this game. And we did it like 4-0. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. And I wanna point out one round where I've seen this and nobody just understood what happened. We've seen Doom pushing from B bridge. It was, I guess, the last round or the round before the last, 9-8 or 9-7, where Doom pushed bridge, and he's seen the last 3 players on base, and then he just fall away instantly without just keeping the space. So you died instantly after that on Cat. I wanted to know what Doom said to you guys, or what was in your mind, because this round was the round that we said, okay, it's over, and Anubis just done it because of what Doom did.
I think it was, I can't remember it so good, but like Doom said like base. We said like okay, I'm holding Cat, I'm just taking info. I got like 1 HP, then I fall back to Cat elevator. Doom died, I don't know from where, but I tried to hold like from elevator like 10 seconds, then I go door, but unlucky for me.
Yeah, it was tough to see because Doom had a very good position, and then suddenly didn't pan out.
He said that already that I could do better, but unlucky.
Yeah, unlucky, but still, you guys are now 2 wins. You're almost getting to the elite. You're having the next games. How do you see the elite league right now? Because you guys are almost putting yourselves in the elite league, and still we are not sure about the other performance of the other teams. So how do you see the other games, and how do you want yourself to
every game
elite
like if like you played already like so many leagues like you Penguin, and you know it's this league, this season is so hard. Everyone is pushing.
So
everyone is like Swamp. Like you can't even win Swamp easy. Like 10-2, it's impossible. Yes, it's impossible. That's why we like focusing to be in elite group, to focus in phase 2, to like play against Vitality again, Nemesis and 3BL, to improve with them in the playoffs to get a better position. And we hope we can get. I hope we can get first place to go to EWC. But let's see. But overall, it's a good season. I told them before every match, it's so good season, guys. Let's have fun. For real, let's have fun.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very good season, especially that all teams are, as you said, they are very close to each other, and the fight I had this season, I believe, on 2022, when all the teams were just draw. Remember, it was Anubis as well. It was draw, and everybody's like having no wins but no losses, and then suddenly one guy just pops off. So, well, what about you? Any last words for your fans before going?
I would like to thank everyone who supported us, my friends, everyone, and we're gonna improve as we can, as fast as we can, and I hope we keep pushing to get our place. I hope we can get first place in the future, and thank you for seeing you guys.
Thank you, man. Thank you,
Always
and
a pleasure,
congratulations
man.
for the win.
Thank you,
and
guys.
we would love to see you again here on the desk. And good luck for your next games.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just like
You
that.
remind me, man, of the past, man. No, bro. I remember this past. No, I remember this season, bro. Nobody was winning. Nobody was losing. It was all draws, and then suddenly I'm in top 4, and then next day I'm 7th place. Then the next the day after that I'm 1st place, and I'm not even playing. I didn't have games. And the 1st place, 7th place, 4th place, and then yeah, it was very tough. That's the most tough season maybe I've ever had.
Yeah, he reminded you of the harsh past, and of course it was a tough season for you, Penguin, but you got through it, and now you're with us on the other side, and you're having fun watching players suffer in this position. Of course, after our games today, this is gonna be the standings. Of course, small changes, but I believe actually no, there is no changes.
No
here.
changes. Yep.
We're in the same place, everyone is intact in the same spot. Of course, we had 3 mappers, two 3 mappers. TAC versus unKnights, they won 2-1. Anubis versus Imperium 2-1. Vitality got 2-0 sweep versus Nemesis. A good week and a clear one.
Yes, you said the most precious words. There is no change occurred today. I mean, no change means that the placements are still the same, but it is not because there is no competition. It is because that all the teams are fairly close to each other. Look at this. unKnights 1 win, Imperium 1 win, Titan Esports 2 wins, Anubis 3 wins, TBL Galaxy and Vitality, yes, they secured the places, but they are only 2 wins away from TBL Galaxy. So I'm talking about Nemesis and Anubis. So it's a quite tough season so far.
Of course, quite and a tough one. This is going to be the standing for us right now. I believe tomorrow we will have a lot of really good matches. TEC versus Nemesis, unKnights versus Anubis, and this one will seal the deal for them and the elite group. If they win, they are. If they don't, they don't. They will just wait for TEC to play versus Imperium to see whether they are in the elite group or the contenders group. But of course, 3rd week is the last week for us here in phase 1, but of course phase 2 will be more spicier. Of course, that was our day for tonight. Still waiting for tomorrow, and to be honest, for me, I can't wait for tomorrow game, so I won't say we'll head to a break. We'll close this stream for it and see ya tomorrow.